Shake it, time and ring it, go on, get yourself a whistle and blow. I just wanna holler when my soul feels free, now blow. Talking to the people in the breeze overseas, now blow.
New Balance, we got now.
How do you have a thing here with nothing in there? Good evening, everybody. I'm Action Bronson, coming to you live with a breaking sneaker report. The all-new Ellipse. New Balance has What do you get when you mix modern comfort with ancient wisdom? The all-new Ellipse. Fresh foam midsole grounds the new Ellipse design in a familiar and trusted cushioning experience that combines unmatched comfort with long-distance durability. It's a multi-layer air mesh upper, which is lightweight and breathable while creating a sleek and novel visual that stands out from the everyday running pack, which just means it's a vibe.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, every year around the middle of June, New Balance Outdoor Nationals takes place, and some of the best and brightest in the states descend upon historic Franklin Field, their opportunity to showcase their talents, potential, and ceiling against some of the most talented athletes in the country. We welcome you to Philadelphia on this Thursday morning. Just about set for the first events here at New Balance Nationals Outdoor, the 2026 version. A pleasure to have you alongside us. Always delighted to be along former Virginia Director of Track and Field, Brian Fetzer. AJ Ricketts here with you over the course of the next 4 days. Coach, this is one of the highlights each and every year on the high school schedule. Many of these athletes will be making their mark collegiately and beyond here very soon. A chance to glimpse that right now here in the middle of June in Philadelphia.
Absolutely, and getting a chance to compete at one of the oldest venues in the United States, especially back to 1895, Franklin Field. I mean, the Penn Relays, such a historic event and a historic place. And the New Balance, Nationals have become one of the trendsetters for future, college and Olympic stars. So I'm really excited to see over the next couple of days what performances tend to shock us. And the heptathlon, as we're getting ready to start, has been a catapult on the national stage. And we've got a couple individuals that are pretty talented, AJ.
Yeah, no doubt about that. One of those individuals today, Adrian Bowen, will be trying to have one of the top marks all time in high school history. We'll certainly delve much more into her story and the many taking to the track here on day one. Of course, a loaded schedule starting with the heptathlon 100-meter hurdles, the decathlon 100 following this. We'll have some middle school hundreds, plenty of field events as well, girls and boys championship 100 prelims here early this morning as well. Boys and girls mile, just a couple of the events to kick off this Thursday. Of course, the 5,000 later on this evening as well here at New Balance Nationals Outdoor. The hurdles getting set here for the first couple heats in this heptathlon. 100-meter hurdles. We'll have 4 heats to start things off here. 4 athletes contesting each of those heats to start our Thursday off here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, the 100 hurdles is kind of the event that is kind of the tone setter in the combined events. You know, you get off to a fast hurdles time, that's going to really set your performance up. I was always excited when we opened up those hurdles and had somebody run a fast time. And the good thing about it is you're not necessarily running against anybody in the field, you're running against yourself. So a PB can put up some pretty outstanding points.
It is the start of a eventful journey through the events for these heptathletes, of course, culminating in that 800, which some embrace more than others, of course. In the heptathlon, varying opinions on that mid-distance race. So look at the start list for this first of 4 heats of the 100-meter hurdles in the heptathlon. In lane 2 from Boston will be Chisholm Jones. St. Johnsbury senior Sydney Schoenbeck will start in lane 4. Tessa Trujillo, BCA junior in 6. And Ella McInlich of Minnesota Valley, a senior, the outside in 8.
It looks like we get a scratch with Tessa in lane 6. She was one of the individuals I thought was one of the favorites in this event. Disappointed not get a chance to see her compete. I know there's rain in the forecast, and hopefully, you know, you get these hurdles out of the way. It's a little bit easier to run, you know, the 100 and so forth that's coming up a little bit later. But definitely as an athlete, you want this track nice and fast as it is without any precipitation on it.
A little more difficult for those in the hurdles or steeple to execute in rainy conditions. You saw a look at the skyline when we opened the broadcast. A bit gloomy to begin the proceedings in Philadelphia, but fingers crossed the rain and lightning stay out of the forecast. So Trujillo scratches. It's a 3-person heat to begin New Balance Nationals Outdoor. Clean start underway. Jones, Schoenbeck, McInlich from right to left. McInlich and Schoenbeck, the tighter of the 3. Looks like out in lane 8. Michelich taking the first section, 14:69, 883 points. Light tailwind of 0.7 meters per second.
A very good start, getting over 800 plus points in that first event. So a great way to start off the competition. Through the first of 7 events.
The Minnesota Valley senior looking to set the tone here early in the proceedings. Good look at Franklin Fields here. Seats 75,000. Just a block or 2 from the river. 1895. One of the most historic venues in the country.
Penn has done a great job of upgrading a lot of their facilities over the years. An incredible indoor complex as well. And I see as you look at that paddock area on the track, a lot of memories from the Penn relays as a coach. Seeing that area where you were frantically scrambling to get athletes in position ready to race. Definitely a challenge of the mind as much as the body.
Always does mean a little bit more at that particular event. You can feel the history each and every year at Penn Relays, or you can feel the history any time you take to the track here. And as we get set to begin Heat 2, Elania Schneider, Lebanon, Pennsylvania in 2. Sydney Taylor, McNamara Mustangs Jr. in 4. Claire Downer with True Speed Athletics Ohio in 6. And Amy Wilson, Kinder Sport Track Junior on the outside here. 3 juniors, the only senior on the inside and 2 in Schneider, who trails after the first 2 hurdles. The best start from Sydney Taylor here, the McNamara Mustang junior, well ahead of her other 3 competitors. No issues with the hurdles there for Sydney Taylor. Top time of the 2 heats, 14:08. That'll net Taylor 967 points. Well done.
14:08, great time. Really running solo in that race. A good start, really closed well. Yeah, but that puts her in the lead. Right at her 1,000 points. You break under that 14-second barrier, and you really start racking up the points. So she's really close to that, and running into a headwind, which is even more impressive.
Yeah, minus 0.9 on that second heat. It was 0.7 to the benefit of the athletes in the first heat. A little back and forth here. 2 more heats to go here in the heptathlon 100-meter hurdles. The decathlon 100 to follow. Then we'll head down to the middle school hundreds as well. Start list for heat 3. The inside in the white singlet, Hayden Higgins of East Lake in her junior season. Adrienne Bowen, Team and Run Club junior, one to keep an eye on. New Balance indoor pentathlon champion. This is just her second heptathlon she's ever run in her debut at 5,463 points. For context, Ariel Pedigo's 5,493 point performance 5 years ago. That's 10th on the high school all-time list, so it was a fantastic debut. Let's keep an eye on Bowen in 4, Viola Willentz in 6, Anna Keeney out in 8.
She's run 13:61 in the hurdles. Definitely the fastest in this heat.
She performs right at her PB in every event. She might be second on the all-time high school list. You see the quality here. Getting a nice challenge, though, from Higgins on her inside. Formidable effort, but ultimately no problems for Bowen. 13:87 in this third heat. That's just under 1,000 points with a bit of a friendly tailwind as well. Nice start from Bowden.
A very good start. I mean, both her and Higgins getting off to a very solid start. Both dipping under this 14-second realm. You mentioned the 800 earlier, AJ. Keep your eye on it when we get down to it. I mean, Higgins is a sub 220 800-meter runner. Make things kind of interesting on those point totals.
So it's Bowden, Higgins, Taylor, 1, 2, 3 through the first 3 heats.
Pretty favorable in the wind category. We looked at the forecast a little while ago, and there's definitely calls for rain at some point in time this early morning.
Early in the forecast. Hopefully get most of these hurdle events out of the way at the very least first. Start list for heat 4. Bella Galeas on the right in lane 2. Ashton Morgan of Farmington in 4. Jordan Summers, Viper Track and Field Junior, out in 6. Stella Purdy, LAC in 8.
Individuals from all over the country competing here at New Balance Nationals.
Start in 2 and 6. Galeas and Summers were neck to neck here. Now a bit of an advantage Berglius on the inside, pulling away, did well in those final 4 hurdles after it was somewhat even with Morgan through the first couple. Berglius 14:49, Summers 14:94. So Bowden and Higgins, the only two to dip under 14 seconds. Berglius will pick up 910 points with that effort.
Berglius, the New York product. It's like pretty solid time for her. Just under her personal best.
So look at the compiled results here. No surprise to see Bowden at the top, but had a nice challenge from Higgins in that third section. Sydney Taylor not all that far off from a sub-14 effort, had the only headwinds of those 4 sections. 1.9 the opposite way. And that will conclude the 100 hurdles of the heptathlon. Decathlon 100 on the other side. We're back after this here at New Balance.
Shake it, time and ring it, go on, get yourself a whistle and blow. I just wanna holler when my soul feels free, now blow. Welcome to the people in the breeze overseas, now blow.
New Balance, we got now.
How do you have a thing here with nothing in there? Good evening, everybody. I'm Action Bronson, coming to you live with a breaking sneaker report. The all-new Ellipse. New Balance has What do you get when you mix modern comfort with ancient wisdom? The all-new Ellipse. Fresh foam midsole grounds the new Ellipse design in a familiar and trusted cushioning experience that combines unmatched comfort with long-distance durability. It's a multi-layer air mesh upper, which is lightweight and breathable while creating a sleek and novel visual that stands out from the everyday running pack, which just means it's a vibe.
Welcome you back to historic Franklin Fields on an overcast morning in Philadelphia, but knock on wood, the rain has held off thus far. Of course, they'll have no problem running in rainy conditions. I hope the lightning stays away as well. More complete heats now here to start the decathlon 100 meters. First event of the decathlon as we take a look at the start list for Heat 1. In lane 2 will be Joel Moreland of Morgantown, West Virginia. Owen Fulford of Knoxville, Tennessee in 3. Middle Tennessee Athletics junior Clayton Blanton in 4. Waylon Spardowis Gibbs in 5. Knoxville's Chandler Thompson in 6. Dalton Lingo, BCA senior in 7. And Kai Sorlian of South Kingstown the junior, on the outside. Ryan McCormick of Chili Peppers Elite Athletic enters as the top seed, 6,895 points, I should say. Misspoke there. Looking forward to a fun decathlon in the days ahead.
Yeah, the ultimate high school athlete is a decathlete, really 10 events over the next 2 days with some incredible performances. I have no doubt we're about ready to have. You mentioned Ryan McCormick, definitely one of the favorites in the competition, as well as Gunner, who we're going to see both those two in that next section. In this section, look at Dalton Lingo. Yeah,
there is a certain
scored some pretty
camaraderie
good points
among the athletes in any decathlon there. You saw the little group huddle, group prayer to start things off here. They will be put to the test over the next 2 days.
without question. And one of the things about the decathlon and the heptathlon, both the two combined events, I mean, they're typically, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning. It's an early time. Those athletes are up getting preparation in way before most, other than you. I mean, you had a run already this morning, AJ, but most individuals are crawling out of bed, grabbing their coffee, and coming to the track. These athletes have been here, warmed up, had their pre-meet, their meals and everything, and now we're ready to go. And that's kind of the life of a combined eventer.
Were you a coffee guy before your runs, Coach?
No, because I didn't do runs, for one. Two, the coffee part, I'm usually a mid-morning coffee guy.
Your football practices, I should have said.
Yeah, maybe the go out for a walk. Hey, I do enjoy a good quiet time with a spot of tea for all our English friends out there.
Oh, that dirty water, as Ted Lasso would say. I'm not going to vibe with you on that. Looks like Lingo will be a scratch in 7.
It's you can get a lot of Ted Lasso quotes out. There's definitely a plethora of them.
Yeah, I'm a fan, no doubt about it. All right, just about set here. First event of the decathlon.
Yeah, very similar to the women's 100 hurdles. The 100 really sets the tone. It's such the decathletes in the decathlon. You have that rare combination of pure athleticism, speed, being able to get the technical events down, as you're getting ready to see over the course of the day, some of the throwing and jumping events. But we start off with the speed.
Out of the blocks they go. Clean starts. Heat 1 of the decathlon, 100 meters. And in lane 4, it's Clayton Blanton, Middle Tennessee, and that Volts Green kits. Nice final 40 meters to edge away from the field. Just over 11 seconds for Blanton, the junior, 11:06. Spire Dowis, 11:22. Joel Moreland, 11:29. Around out the top 3. It's 847 points for Blanton in that top spot.
Nice improvement last year at the NBNO. He ran 11:26 in the decathlon, so you get a little bit of point jump there for that one. Great way to start the competition off.
Really no wind to speak of in that first heat. Just one more heat in the decathlon 100 before the boys middle school 100 follows momentarily. Start list for this second heat. Ryan McCormick, the favorites here, as we mentioned, with Chili Peppers Elite Athletic, the senior, seated at 6,895 points. Gunnar Benedicts of Malvern Prep is also one to keep an eye on. He'll start in 4. You've got Nathaniel Johnson of John Jay in 3. Tyson Stroop, St. John's Prep in 5. Darren Couch, University Park, Illinois in 6. Jacob Medanilla Valley Project in 7. Stoke Skill of Clearwater Beach, Florida in 8. Max Mancabelli in 9. Mac Trek and Pole Vaults Club.
You mentioned Gunner there in lane 4. Outstanding field event athlete. Malvern Prep not too far away from Franklin Field, but Gunner, I mean, he's done really well in the javelin, the long jump, pole vault, and he's an excellent 110 hurler. I'll see how day 2 will start off for him, but if you want to get a great set in this 100 meters, get some big points on the board. The last thing you want to see is a false start in a decathlon to come up with 0 points.
Looks like Darren Couch was kind of hidden by the fans there. At the very least, a bit off balance. But they'll just redo the proceedings here. Saw the green card flashed.
The interesting things is we can talk about this during a broadcast a little bit more, but when the state meets, not every state meet ends at the same time. And Florida ended way back in the middle of May, and so now you're in the middle of June. So there's a little bit of a lag time. So it's always curious to see how some of the athletes bounce back from some of the layoffs or even the short schedule. Ohio, Pennsylvania, their state meet wasn't too long ago.
More on that point. A good one here in a moment. Cormac in 2, Benedict's in 4. 2 to certainly keep an eye on, but watch 3 here. Nathaniel Johnson of John Jay surging away from the field. It was his race from the start. And an early statement for Nathaniel Johnson, 10:86 for the John Jay senior. Top time in those 2 sections, 892 points to start from Johnson.
I'll tell you what, Purdue's getting a great one with that young man.
11:30. Gills 11:34.
10:75 of his listed lifetime best.
Benedict's 11:38.
10:86 is pretty daggone good for 9:21 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, he is awake. No doubt about that. Talk about setting the tone.
Young men are off now.
Dominance.
One event of 10 down.
Performance to start the 100 here at Franklin Field. But you made a good point there, Coach. And it's interesting, too, that certain athletes will have different goals and perspectives. I would imagine a good number were trading with this as the end in mind, perhaps looking for their peak here. Others putting the priority on that state championship meets, whatever state that may have been. And it's tough to manage those nuances and intricacies of training over the last 4 to 5 weeks, depending on when the state championship was.
And that's such the unique perspective in the United States, where opposed to some other countries where you don't have a robust high school, athletics competition. I think we're really the only country in the world that, will have 5,000 to 6,000 individuals at a basketball game in a high school level, or the state meets. When you go to some of the state meets in Texas and in Ohio and Pennsylvania that are just absolutely slam packed with fans. So it's a very unique situation, without question, AJ. Living down in the state of Florida, which both of us do, the state meet was the middle of May. You have some of these athletes that are competing from Florida that it's been 4 or 5 weeks since that was the case.
It's hard to extend that peak, if you will, over the course of a month. And these are some of the most talented athletes in the country, even if not at their peak. baseline
Washington,
still at a very high level
10.8.
as we get set for
Set last year.
middle school
My goodness.
100 here.
Checkers get to say 10-8 in middle school. At that time, I was running 12 seconds.
Say one of the
7 heats. Coach.
No, I was going to say one of the impressive things I'm excited to see is some of these middle school races. You know, individuals continue to get better and better and better. It's just kind of mind-blowing, to be honest.
Julian Dunk in 2. In lane 3, Jalen Smith.
Got a number of
1080.
athletes here. Yeah, under 11 seconds, headlined by Bobby Gibbs of Flying Falcons Elite, who went 10:65 3 weeks ago at IMG Academy.
In 8, Jacob
I would venture to say, you know, the middle school record, you know, Kai Brown's back in 25, 1080. I would say that is a good shot at getting obliterated today. And this is just going to be the preliminary, so it's always curious to see what the preliminary rounds possess.
From inside to out, Julian Dunk, Jalen Smith, Asher Wall, Anderson Posey, Gideon Weldon, and Jacob Martin Scott. And a pair of scratches from Rowan McPherson and Mason Baker in 7 and 9. Every competitor in this first heat in 8th grade. And a clean start, fairly even through 30 meters. Now 3 pulling away from the field. Here's lane 5, Anderson Posey. With the strongest finish of the contingent, Posey 11:27. Win just at .2.
Asher Wall, 11:40.
Plus, he ran
Weldon,
a great
11:42.
race early on. Yeah, he ran a great race on. Really kept his composure over that last 30 meters.
Times on to the final this afternoon.
Good form. Obviously, some good coaching there. Put athletes in a stadium. Some of them might not been in a stadium this size before. It's a little imposing when you look up there and you see the crowd. And I don't know if some of them might be a little too young to be nostalgic over what all has happened at Franklin Field over the years, but it was a pretty decisive victory, 11-27.
Well, Hassan Scott in 2.
Never too young to start imparting the lessons of history and the greats that have
Reese in 5.
made their way here.
Bryce Bird in 6.
Time, I'm sure the appreciation
Johnson in 7.
will be developed among these talented athletes. 7 heats again of this middle school 100. You take a look at the start list here for heat 2. Hassan Scott of Epic Elite in 2. Kylene Williams in lane 3. Mason Robinson of Ohio in 4. Jameer Reese, Dover, Delaware in 5. Bryce Bird, high-level track in 6. Blake Johnson, Southern Sprinters Elites in 7. Jameer Green, Owens Mill, Maryland in 8. And Aaron Scroggins of Northland Track Club out in 9. More than 7,000 athletes set to compete over the course of the next 4 days. And for these athletes, really some of the first opportunities perhaps to be able to tell their friends, tell their family, they tune in to the live stream. Going to be on TV at Franklin Fields. A chance for those family members around the country to tune in here today. Full field here for the second heats of the middle school 100. Out of the blocks, it's a good start in 6 by Bryce Bird of high-level track. Bird still trying to hold on here, challenged on his inside. Bird does just enough to withstand Jameer Reese. Bryce Bird, 11:10. Wins, headwind 1.2 that timeout. Reese, 11:14. Mason Robson in 3rd at 11:26.
Yeah, all these individuals who advance on time to the final. I mean, yeah, keep in mind, I mean, these young men are between 6th and 8th grade. I mean, running 11:10, 11:14. outstanding early on. AJ, I know you and I have talked on broadcasts this season about just how much improvement the events in track and field have undergone over the course of the last couple of years, in the mile and the 100 and the field events. I mean, it's impressive to see what used to be a great time now has become normal. And I think that comes down to the middle school as well, at all these events.
Yeah, I always marvel, particularly at the mile, how 70 or 80 years ago humanity was looking to break 4, and now you may not make the travel roster of your collegiate team if you're not under 4 minutes, let alone the conference final. If you're running for Washington or Oregon, some of these schools, yeah, you may not travel if you're at 4 flat. It's simply fascinating.
It's kind of ridiculous, to be honest.
The standards just keep getting faster at every level. And middle school 100, another example of that. From inside to out here, Nate Charlie, AJ Richko, Jayon Jamison, Richko the furthest on the inside in 2, then Jamison in 3, Camden Lockwood in 4, Chris Aldridge Jr. in 5, Darius Boiling in 6, Edward Jones Jr. in 7, Justin Quarting in 8, and Mason Romay in 9. Charlie's going to be a scratch here. Third of 7 heats, middle school 100. In the middle here, lane 5, Christopher Aldridge Jr. making a surge, but on his inside, Camden Lockwood, Epic Elites, 8th grader, goes 11:15. Bowling second, 11:21. Aldridge wound up in 3rd at 11:25. So Lockwood with that 11:15. He's the 3rd overall mark of the compiled results thus far. Remember, top 8 advanced to the final. We still have 4 heats to go here.
Still 4 heats to go in some tremendous times. And Lockwood, it's a nice run. See a lot of these young men, working on their acceleration phase and really progressing through the different phases of the sprint at an early age is pretty impressive. Lockwood from Texas.
And that final will be a 2:36 this afternoon.
Good look at Franklin Fields past the turn. See just the light winds. It's between 0 and 2 miles meters per second today. A bit of a tailwinds here for the athletes here in Heat 4. So take a look at the start lists. Zachary Kawahara to start in lane 1. Dashiell Dixon, NBA track in 2. Caden Johnson in 3. It's track and field. Tyler Stockman in 4. Tanner Key in 5. Mark Clayton in 6. Cameron Peoples, William Pincharter in 7. Hunter Maynard in 8. And Sean Jones will start in 9. Of course, in the sprints here at Franklin Field, 0 and 9, it does feel like you have someone on your inside and outside when you're right along that brick wall there. Not a lot of room to spare for the lane 9 sprinters.
And an athlete running the 400 hurdles at Penn one time and said, "Coach, I almost freaked out when I was coming around the curve, and that wall looked like I was going to run into it."
A little disconcerting.
A little bit different going when you're going straight ahead, but still.
It's not the place to clip a hurdle right there.
No, that would not be positive.
No, heads up. All right, wind was only at 0.2 against them last time. Heat 4 of 7 now, middle school 100.
This is Heat 4, middle school.
On their way now, Heat 4. Look at 5 there. Tanner Key of Elmore Park Middle in the blue kit, charging forward. Tanner Key, 11:32. To take the 4th section.
11:32.
Wind at .4.
Tyler Stockman, 11:45.
So Key is right on the edge of the final as it stands.
11:55.
But we'll need some assistance. The 8th fastest time of the compiled results in all likelihood.
Tanner Key, 11:32.
May not get him through.
Number 8, so he's right on that ball time for the final this afternoon.
Take the spikes off, get prepared for later. Anyway, look at that. They're such serious faces, AJ. I mean, they're here to take care of business.
They do not look overwhelmed by the setting, the competition, the aura of this meet. Very composed for these middle schoolers.
Very impressive.
Johnson, Eldridge, Roby Jr., Coates, Gibbs, Shower, Meyer.
No false starts to speak of yet in any heats either in this morning session for these middle schoolers. Start list for Heat 5, Bryce Johnson in 1, Thatcher Eldridge in 2, DeMarcus Roby in 3, Joel Coates in 4, Bobby Gibbs, we mentioned earlier, Flying Falcons elites in 5, Stone Shower 6, Gunnar Meyer in 7, Julius McCall in 8, and Gabor 6 of Connecticut in 9.
Very impressed with representation from states that aren't really close to Pennsylvania. Obviously, when you see the Pennsylvania individuals is one thing, but getting individuals from Texas and Illinois and Florida competing at this is always an impression. It shows there's a lot of determination by the athlete, parents, and coaches to get them here.
This has been circled on the calendar for many all year. Bobby Gibbs 3 weeks ago at IMG Academy ran 10:65. That would be a meet record here. Gibbs in the black kit in lane 5, quickly asserting himself ahead of the field. Bobby Gibbs, 100-meter prelims at the middle school 100. He goes 10:80 on the dots. Bobby Gibbs tying a meet record in the prelims.
We've saw it at the NCAA championships. A world record getting set in the preliminary, so there's not much difference in expectations that something miraculous would happen in the preliminary rounds. 1080, not a ton of tailwind, 1.2 meters per second. Outstanding run by Bobby.
Mr. Gibbs gets a flyer there.
Bobby Gibbs is certainly on. Top time. 10:80. 11:10 is the closest mark to him from Bryce Bird in the second heat. Right now it feels the bigger storyline is will Bobby go under 10:80. There's yet to be anyone really within the vicinity of him.
He's run 7:23 in the 60 indoors, so super impressive from that standpoint. And to think that he's just a youngster, man, it's just like I said before. I was excited to watch these middle school 100 meters. I mean, it sounds kind of crazy in a way, but just the sheer speed that some of these young men have, and I know the young ladies are getting ready to run the 100 just after this. It's impressive to see how athletes have continued to develop.
I mean, 10:65 isn't all that far off some of the top high school marks in the country this year. He's 6 now.
Not at all.
Couple scratches here in the inside lane. Middle school 100. Lane 5, Israel Sanders of Motor City track, no problem. A brief glance to his left as he crosses the finish, says Stay calm. Just the prelims. Got the job done. Moving 4. Raymond Queen, excuse me there, of Falcon Elite, 11:04. Hunter Wolf, 11:29. Zach Johnson, 11:54. They go 1, 2, 3. And a little wave there from Queen after the section win.
I'll tell you what, Motor City Track Club always has incredible athletes. They do such a good job. The Detroit-based track club.
Queen
Sure,
there.
one of the best.
And that section, wind at minus 0.6. Nothing too significant. One more heat here in the middle school 100. Komet Dickey will start in 2. Elijah Tobias, Stockbridge, Georgia in 3. Richard Martin, Mobetta Track Club in 4. Austin Coverson, West Georgia leading 5. Noah Burden, Morris Estate in 6. Dylan Giesler, Ohio in 7. Dominique Bucaferni, Northfield Community in 8. And Pennsylvania's Preston Rotunda starts in 9. Final section of the prelims of the boys middle school 100 here.
Right now, the time to beat 11:26 is what's going to take to make it into the finals. Mason Robeson from Euclid, Ohio. He's got that 8th spot. See how many, if any, can surpass that.
Rotunda a scratch. Robson watching intently here, hoping he'll make it onto the final. In 5, Austin Coverson trying to make his mark. West Georgia Elites. Coverson is going to knock Robson out. He goes 11:18. Martin was at 11:38, so just one advancing from this heat. Coverson does enough from the Peach State. Coming up to Pennsylvania, 11:18, he snags a spot. And that moves Christopher Aldridge to the 8th and final spot, advancing out of the prelims. So Bobby Gibbs, 1080, highlights the prelims. There are other competitors advancing. Raymond Queen, the Falcon Elite, Bryce Bird of high-level track. Jameer Reese, Dover. Camden Lockwood, Epic Elite. Austin Coverson, West Georgia Elite with that final heat qualification. Darius Bowling of Prospect Park Youth Running in 7th. Christopher Aldridge, Jr., the final qualifying spot by the thinnest of margins. 100th of a second puts him in front of Robeson.
Very impressive when you have numerous athletes under 11:20 just in middle school.
Quickly, the girls' middle school 100 taking to the track. 7 heats as well here. Take you through the competitors in the first section. Sophia Molaju in 2. Savon Michelle Newsom in 3. Josie Van Brunt in 4. Avery Noble, St. James Academy in 5. Mylan Hussey, New Jersey in 6. Seneca Brown 7, Maya Jenkins in 8, Ava Tucker out in 9. Gun is off. Girls Middle School 100 is off. And Avery Noble, St. James Academy 8th grader, the most formidable of the fields here. Well in front of the rest. 12:07 for Avery Noble here in the prelims. Great start.
I know there's a lot of colleges that would love to have her on their relay team. It's outstanding run. We're still at 9:42 a.m. in the morning, so some of these individuals maybe haven't had school for a little bit. I mean, they've been sleeping in, and these young ladies running fast before 10 a.m. What are you doing before 10 a.m.? That's the question for people out there. They might be watching. What are you doing for them? Are you getting a workout in? Running 12.07?
That's my coach right there, motivating the viewers. Get them out there.
Get out and do something.
Section 2 of 7. Delaney Sanders Brown starts in 2. Scratch from Sydney Panton, Alexis Duffy in 4. Lila Wiseman in 5. Harker McEachin in 6. Angelina Gomu in 7. Maya Porter in 8. Zoe Grant in 9.
Heat 2. Sanders Brown, Duffy.
2 here, once again out of 5. The top competitor, Wiseman of Southern Sprinters Elite Track. 11:97. Harper McEachin takes second in 12:57. So, I mean, Noble's 12:07 was already impressive enough. Wiseman follows that with an 11:97. She's happy with the effort. By the way, the girls' meet record 11:35 from Cameron Daly last year. 11:97, nothing to scoff at.
No, not absolutely not at all. I mean, one of her teammates going to be running a little bit later. And Weaver, I mean, yeah, the Southern Sprinters are two great ones. It's impressive. And she has, I mean, it listed down, she's run 11:82 with a legal wind. So I think there's even more to come from her.
When the Jamaican flags are on your race kit, you know there might be some pedigree and talent there. 3 of 7 in the girls' middle school 100. Sloan Francis in 2, Trinity Heights in 3, Madison McCrary in 5, Ellison Love in 6, Taylor Jackson in 7, Layla Sewell in 8, and Mina Thomas in 9. It's a scratch from Markia Taylor. Lane 6 here, Ellison Love of Illinois, well ahead of the fields. No contests really from the first 20 meters on. Love 12:08, just a split second behind Avery Noble's winning time from the first section. So Love has the third fastest time thus far at 12:08. It's a good run.
Excellent run. We're setting things up to have a pretty amazing final later on this week.
To my crowd, I hope you're paying attention to these races. It's a little too quiet. I'll let you guys rest, but it's about time to start waking up.
Not too much wind.
Yeah, only 0.2 there at their backs. Excuse me, 0.7 in that particular heat. It was 0.2 in the first heat. All right, 8-4 now. Shamika Wiley, Cortland Payne, Dakota Washington, Janelle McKnight, Anna Lucas, out of Khan from inside to out. Lucas trying to hold off McKnight, shoulder to shoulder. McKnight's got her at the line there. Strong finish from McKnight over the final 30 to take that section by 0.04 of a second. Lucas follows at 11:97. McKnight's 11:93. That's the top mark among the compiled results thus far.
Two dipping under 12. Outstanding. Did you see a little moxie by McKnight? Get the smile on her face. Excited about the performance.
Certainly through with that run. Right now, Harper McEachin in 8th at 12:57. Heat 5. Strongest start by Rollins. The pink and purple kit there. Rollins 12:27. Nyla Sakiala follows in 12:43. So you look at the total results. 12:27 puts her in 6th. Now Savon Michelle Newsom at 12:49 is at the cutoff. With 2 heats to go.
I'll tell you what, one thing is for certain. Anytime that a competition happens at Franklin Field, they can get races done in a very quick manner. And they're firing the gun every couple seconds, it seems like it.
When you have 7,000 athletes to get through, efficiency is key. I had a meet coach the other week in the 200s. The gun for the following 200 was going off in the final 5 meters of the current 200.
Wow.
That was the fastest I'd ever seen. I was impressed.
That is very impressive. Hey, keep your eye on lane 8 when you can see her, Weaver. She's just a 6th grader.
I don't think we've seen a 6th grader yet. Primarily 8th graders here in these fields. Journey Weaver competing with many a year or two older than her. Lane 5 here, Anaya Walker, we talked about earlier, 12:34 for the Orlando products. Kendall Cheney follows in 12:52. So 1 heat to go here in the girls' middle school 100. Right now, Walker might be through 7th fastest time this far through these prelims. Nyla Sikyala will watch the final heat with a bit of extra interest, sitting on the final spots at 12:43. Janelle McKnight still the top time at 11:93. 1 heat to go here in the girls' middle school 100.
That 1 heat to go. We've had some incredible time so far. Super impressive when you have 3 athletes under 11:97 or faster. And Noble really, he ran 12:07, really wasn't challenged too much. She's the only one that had somebody right in front of her.
11:35, the meet record. A couple scratches here in this final 8, just 5 competitors. Taylor Holmes in 2, Lila Cornett in 3, Taylor Lane in 5, Kai Axum in 6, and Savannah George along the wall in 9. Prelims nearly complete. That's a really good start by Kai Axum of DSX. Fantastic start, and she's going to carry that momentum through the finish. Kai Axum was 12:81. Taylor Holmes follows in 13:07. So for Axum, that will not be enough to get her through. The top 8 are sets. Sikyala did enough to get through to the final. Janelle McKnight, the top time in the prelims, 11:93, but the final is going to be a lot of fun. You had 3 athletes under 12 seconds, separated by just 0.04 of a second. And you had 5 athletes separated by less than 0.2 of a second. Lana Lucas had the 2nd fastest time. Layla Wiseman, Avery Noble, Ellison Love, Jaden Rollins, Anaya Walker, and Nyla Sikyala, the 8s that will advance.
I think something that's really impressive is the 7th and 8th place qualifier are both 7th graders. So, I mean, being able to eclipse a little bit older athletes and make it in the finals, fantastic.
Next up will be our freshman boys 100 meters.
On to the freshman boys 100, and through these heats, we'll take a look at some of the top freshmen in the country, including Stephon Lyon, who will start in lane 5 in this section. Lyon from St. Jane's Academy has run 10:35. One of the top 5 freshman marks in the country this year. Cooper Ailes also with a top 5 mark nationally among freshmen. So keep an eye on lane 5. The white kit and the gun blows for potential false start here.
Never what you want to hear
Our meet record set last year.
at a track meet is a double gun for the false start.
This first heat we got DaCosta, Phillip, Robertson, Gant, Leon, Zemencik, Allen.
Didn't catch live where the movement might have been. Nevertheless, there will be no disqualification. So they're walking over.
That's always
to.
a positive.
Didn't see it because it was on the outside here. Might have been Charles Robison with some sort of sequence. It was ultimately deemed not worthy of a DQ. So looking into the blocks once more. Freshman boys 100-meter meet record 10:57 set last year by Javon Legister. I don't think Lyon was particularly comfortable. Came out of the blocks early, and he'll do it again.
Well, it's always, if you're not comfortable, raise that hand. Get the officials' attention. To allow them to reset.
See if they're done.
See the green cards, yellow cards, red cards. Maybe they bring that into like basketball or football. You get a penalty, get a red card, you get booted, and you have to play down 4 or, down 10.
Should write a strongly worded email to the rules committee here. I think we're getting our share of yellow and red cards this month anyways. World Cup season, first heat of the freshman 100. Lyon is one of the best freshmen in the country. Strong strides through the finish. 10:49 for Lyon as one of the athletes went flying there. That's a meet record for the freshman 100 from Lyon, and he shatters it. Stephon Lyon, 10:49, no win to speak of. Dips well under Legister's 10:57 from last year.
And what an outstanding run, too. Really got through all the different phases of his race and really looked good at being able to handle that top-end speed. You can see why he's one of the best.
Esteban is known as one of those moral apprentices. The standout freshman season.
The state of Virginia produces a bunch of great sprinters.
Yeah, Stefan's best time this year.
Stephon will be the part of the next one. I mean, I know he broke Quincy Wilson's, freshman 300 record earlier in the year, so he is not a shocker when it comes to incredible performances. I mentioned Quincy Wilson, the chance to see him compete in his final New Balance Nationals.
He will certainly not be wide-eyed after the competition and meets that he has participated in. One of those known as the Olympic Games. By the way, that's a top 20 time. Yeah, top 20 time nationally for Lyon as a freshman with his season best there of 10:49. SB/MR meet record for Lyon. Heat 2 now.
Here we go. Heat 2.
No false starts here.
Boys, 100 meters.
Freshman 100. What will the follow-up be to that meet record? Certainly a difficult time to match. Nick Matsuguma, 10:82. Zaire Reeves follows Kingston Matthews, third in Heat 2.
Pergola from Deerfield Beach, Florida.
So they had a friendly win there.
My current residence.
Meters per second.
South Florida, stand up. No shortage of sprinters coming out of that area.
Again, we'll keep you updated on that bubble time, which currently sits at 11:02.
Philadelphia, we talk about Franklin Field. I mean, there's so much going on in Philadelphia now. You get the World Cup
Fastest time in the country this year, 10:33.
as well as one of the host cities. The place is definitely a buzz.
No shortage of energy in any of the host cities. Plenty of patrons in this historic facility as well over the course of the next few days. Top end track and
AJ,
field talent.
what's your favorite Philly food? Your favorite Philly food?
Well, I feel like I might need to be educated because all I can think of is the cheesesteak. I don't really know what else should come to mind as a Philadelphia
Philly
staple.
pretzel. A Philly pretzel is
I was unaware
just
of
tremendous.
the
Oh,
greatness
yeah.
of the Philly pretzel. What distinguishes it, Coach, from a regular pretzel?
It's just delicious. It's delicious. Got a little crisp to it.
Yeah.
I probably have consumed way too many of them over the course of my time in Philadelphia.
Seems like you have an
Cheesesteaks are
affinity.
great, and there's a lot of different places, but
Yes.
I'm a pretzel guy. That's my kind of my secret love for a snack.
Put it down. I have a notes app of Philly to-do list, and we're going to put it on. Get a pretzel. Heat 3 of 8. Boys 100. We've already seen a meet record in the first section. A good battle here in lanes 3 and 5. Jacqueline Moody and Johnny Walker. Moody got him by 0.04 of a second at 10:87. Walker at 10:91. Those are the only two in that heat to dip under 11 seconds. Moody with that 10:87. He's got the 5th fastest time of the heats thus far.
Moody, I tell you what, you can't sleep on Mississippi. It's a state, having coached there for several years. I mean, there's always some amazing young men and young women that come out of that state. Moody looks to be one of the next great sprinters to come out of the state of Mississippi.
I like the fit, too. Kind of an unusual look with the T-shirt and the speed suit. Certainly didn't slow him down, sub-11. Moody will hope that will carry him through to the final. Hattiesburg, Mississippi product. Golden Eagles, Southern Miss right down the road. So we move forward to Heat 4.
10:98 is the time to beat to get into the final.
From inside to out, Mason Jackstimer of Olympia Track, Jonathan Boleg of West Palm Beach, another South Florida product. A scratch from Mark Saunders in 4, Kiana Lee in 5, Elijah Ballard Long in 6, Jalen Clark in 7, Joel Elliott in 8, Elijah Davis in 9. Saw a little
Flinch
movement there. I think the first flinch was in 3 from Boleg, and Ali had a little jump, but I don't think went across the line. The officials are gonna have a discussion here. Thought I saw red starting to come out. Oh, yellow. It's good to see.
Holding him a little bit long that time, it seems.
After the reprieve, clean starts in Heat 4, freshman boys 100. Ali trying to make the most of it. At the line, it's close. Jalen Clark actually going to get the top mark by 100th of a second, 11:01. Ali on his inside, 11:02. Joel Elliott's third in that section at 11:12. So Clark with the lead gets Ali at the line. Compiled results has him in 10th. Not enough to move him into position to reach the finals. A strong close to take the section nonetheless. Just a couple heats left.
One of the things you're seeing with some of the athletes, and we saw it in some of the 8th grade races or the middle school races, and then now in some of the freshman races, is some of them are popping up too quick and trying to race as opposed to go through and go through different phases of the race. I mean, it's something that's pretty common with younger athletes. You get a little anxious and you kind of want to, look to your side and I got to catch this guy or this girl, and as opposed to really working on your acceleration phase. I mean, it's the most critical part of a sprint. You see the ones that are performing really, really well, they've got that down pat. Some of the other ones, it's an area of an improvement.
Let's see how they come out of the blocks here. 8-5 of 8. Quarter, Hodge, Hill, Thomas, Coronado, Pruitt, Wack, and Carney. The scratch from Jeremiah Pelt. Explosive start in the outside lane with Bryant's Wack. And he's overtaken in 5 by Darian Thomas, the Houston, Texas native. 10:89 there. Daniel Hill also slips under 11 with a 10:96. Lorenzo Pruitt at Motor City Track in 3rd. So for Darian Thomas, 10:89, good enough for 6th with still 3 heats left to go.
And Hill's going to be just on the outside, 10:96. Right now, 10:95 is the 8th qualifying time. 10:96 going to be on the outside looking in.
Bonomo, Chapman, Brown, Blue, Ratcher, Dean, and Thomas Jr.
Thomas not in the clear quite yet either, with 3 heats left. And the top 8 move on to the final. Heat 6 of 8, from inside to out. Caden Whitsett, Braden Bonomo, Anderson Chapman, Kai Brown, Bryce Blue, Corey Bratcher, Benicio Dean, and Darren Thomas Jr. Sixth of 8 heats of some of the top freshmen in the country. Lane 5, Kai Brown holds off Bryce Blue to his outside. Corey Bratcher got both of them. Well, now they readjust the results. It was Brown in 5, 10:76. Thought my eyes did not deceive me there. Blue in 2nd, 10:81. 3 athletes under 11 seconds there. Bratcher 3rd and 10:92, but Kai Brown at 10:76. That's the 2nd best mark, just behind our meet record athlete in Stefan Lyon.
I mean, Kai Brown in 2025 had the middle school record at 10:80. So seeing that nice little improvement there.
There's still 2 heats to go here at the freshman boys 100 meters.
There's the 2 heats remaining.
But the highlight
In the right direction is Kai Brown. .1076. update the results here. See 10, 70, 76, the top 50 mark among freshmen this year as we move on to the next heat. Heat 7 of 8.
And right now you're looking at dipping under 10-9 to make that final.
All right. Heat 7, ground, heavy. Gregory,
Heat 7 here.
Zuckerman, Schmierman, and Williams.
Is even in 4 and 6. Gregory and G Knott. Avery G Knott of MBTC. Eventually getting enough breathing room to take it. 10.95. Gregory follows in 11.04. 10.95 is not going to be above the cutoff line as it stands. Darian Thomas is 10.89. He's done just enough with one heat to go.
One more heat to see if you can dip under that 10-9 spot. I've actually been surprised with the weather conditions, AJ, that, you know, the wind isn't stronger than what it's been. And I mean, Franklin Field kind of keeps things swirling a little bit, but we've had very manageable winds for these early races.
Yeah, nothing too advantageous, nothing too detrimental. Ultimately pretty fair here on day one. Final heats. Austin Preston, Judah Usagale, James Baris, Cooper Ailes. One of the top 5 freshman marks in the country this year. He starts in 5. Bobby Roundtree the 3rd in 7. Isaiah Penny in 8. Caleb Smith in 9. Ailes one to watch in 5. Cooper Ailes, a +2 University Track Club in 5. Good start by James Baris on his left, who now starts to fade. Ailes looking strong, showing his class. Cooper Ailes 11.01. And for Ailes, that's not going to move him through.
It's crazy.
With the
if you would have told me
10:45 mark. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, if you'd have told me that there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys that ran under 11 seconds in 100, and you weren't good enough to make a final in high school, that's impressive.
The depth of this freshman 100 meter on full display. Ailes looking a little mystified almost as he walks off the track. A more than exciting future ahead for Ailes, but a 100-meter final that he will not be a part of. So look at the top 8 there. Lyon setting the meet record. What is to come for him in the final? For the meet record was set in the prelims. Kai Brown, Bryce Blue, Nick Matsugama, Zaire Reeves. The top 5, Connor Allen, Jacqueline Moody, and Darian Thomas also advancing to the final.
Outstanding. I mean, Lyons is going to be a force in track and field for a long time to come. And the girls are already in the blocks, AJ. It's officials here do not play around. They are getting it done.
And we commend them for that here. Heat 1, just like that, underway. Freshman girls 100. Lane 4 there, Kennedy Austin, St. James Academy pulling away. 12:22. Excuse me, that's Terry Quarting. 12:22, beg your pardon. Tabitha Somalio finishes second. Austin was in third at 12:45. So 12:22, our top time in his first of 10 sections.
But if you watch it up on that main scoreboard, you can see that orange highlight.
I'll tell you what,
Eighth place right now.
St. James Academy,
Start bubble time, so that
college coaches
highlight there.
are all over that place with the future that they have.
This afternoon.
The number of athletes that we've seen so far in the middle school and the freshman races.
And 23-6 on that last jump from Nathaniel Johnson blows him into the lead even farther.
2 of 10. Kylie Nieves in 1. Peyton Griffin-Smith in 2. Aubrey Reisner in 3. Skylar Boyd in 4. Aubrey Douglas in 5. Luciana Damiano in 7. And Nailani Smith in 9. A couple scratches here in this heat.
Here we go, heat 2.
Heat 2 of 10 and a commanding start in 7. Really no competition here. That was Aubrey Douglas at Motor City Track, 11:95. Got my bearings wrong on the lane. Apologies. Lane 5 was Douglas's spot. Damiano second out of lane 7 at 12:47. Douglas goes 11:95 to take that section. Yep.
Yeah, I mean she's run 11:84 this year. And again, Motor City Track Club, one of the powers in club track and field over the years. You heard the stadium announcer say the wind has definitely started to pick up. And I was looking at the Weather Channel, AJ, earlier this morning, and maybe I might have to, be a weather person. You get the weather right, half the time, and you're a genius. It's kind of crazy. I mean, they're talking about rain all morning long, and we haven't seen a drop.
The meteorologists of America catching a stray from Coach Fetzer on the broadcast here today. They went through the rigor and grind for that AMS certification, Coach, all right? All right?
Hey, I'm an equal opportunity hater. I can promise you that.
As long as we all can admit that. Onto the 30 full section here. Nobody will mind if the rain holds off today. Overcast conditions, not the worst thing. Girls 100, freshman. Lane 5, Leah Dwyer, Bullis. Everybody knows Bullis, that's for sure. Dwyer, 11:96. Foxworth follows in 12:08.
Yeah, Bullis is one of the best in Maryland, and really in the whole country. I mean, they've been such a major relay power at the New Balance national meets, and holding a bunch of the records both indoors and outdoors. I mean, they kind of a slew of them.
By the way, meet record in the freshman girls 100 held by Elise Cooper. McDonough track and field, also Maryland product. That was 4 years ago, that 11:52. Douglas of Motor City Track, top time thus far here, the prelims at 11:95 as we advance to Heat 4.
Wind reading that time the wind dropped down a bit. Time to beat 12:43. That'll get you into the finals.
Official with a quick check at the line. Start list to your left. Heat 4 of 10 underway. Decent start by Akinso in 2, but quickly losing ground. Once again out of lane 5, Jasmine Silkerts. Flying Falcons Elites. They've had a lot of strong performances in the early portion of this. 12:08 for Silkert. Gianna Landry follows in 12:41. Akinso winds up in 3rd.
Yeah, Silkerts was my favorite coming into the meet. 11:69. So definitely has a lot more left for the finals. But you know, when you're talented enough, you can kind of just make your way through. Run pedestrian on her standards.
11:69 for Silkert earlier this year. That's the 13th ranked time in the country. So we'll see what she can do in the final. Should be safely through at 12:08. Shazzer in 3rd. 12:40, the final qualifying time as it stands. On to Heat 5. McCarthy in 2. Nels, Gibson, Zoller, English, Philo, Solani, and Perry. Heat 5 of 10, girls 100 in the freshman division. In lane 7, Bellafilo of Glenshaw, Pennsylvania. Split second victory there. Wins not a factor. Philo 12:46. Nels in second at 12:60. And Solani at 12:69, so 12:46. That's going to be the outside looking in, 13th best time in the prelims.
Close to 12:40 right now is that mark. Historic Franklin Field.
Next up will be Heat 6 of 10.
Ten heats in this 100 meters, AJ. That's a lot of running, but over 7,000 athletes. Pretty amazing. We have hundreds almost all morning long. Going to almost 11:30 with the boys and girls championship hundreds. They'll be coming up after these.
Plenty of heats to be featured in the miles as well coming up. Heat 6 of 10 now, the girls freshman 100. Full section.
Seat 6.
Each athlete here hoping to run quicker than 12:40. Give themselves a chance at the final. 5 heats remain. Nice close there by Renaya Mathis of McNamara Mustangs. 12:14 for Mathis with a bit of a headwind that time, the strongest we've seen today. 12:14 is enough to put Mathis 5th in the compiled results thus far. Caitlin Buake Yaedam, sits in 7th in the prelims after the 12:31 as well.
You start thinking about that crowd starting to fill in a little bit on a Thursday morning in Philadelphia. I'll tell you what, AJ, I gotta tell you, the New Balance commercials that we've seen in the broadcast so far are on fire. Action Bronson, unbelievable choice. I watched
I was
his
audibly
show,
laughing.
which we couldn't say. I couldn't say the name of his show that he has on TV because I think it's probably against like an FCC violation or such. But great food show. If you're a foodie, great food show.
Yeah. Balance, first presenting sponsor here for a number of years. I'll also add that show to my to-do list in addition to the pretzels of Philadelphia.
Hey, I'm just trying to help.
You're giving me a lot of great ideas here this morning, and you haven't even had your first cup of coffee yet. Heat 7:10. 12:32 is the time. We're trying to dip under. This is tight up front here. Ultimately in 4, Georgette Shealy of Gators New York City Track Club. It's 12:18. Kayla McGrew of Potomac Panthers, second in 12:23. So you added their times to the results as they stand. 12:18 will put Shealy in the 6th mark. McGrew is now in that very final qualifying spot, but again, maybe a few nervy moments ahead with still 3 heats to go.
Yeah, Shealy looked great. She stayed composed. When somebody's coming up on your shoulder, to be able to maintain, because you can feel that person right there, but she was able to maintain it and continue to finish on a great race.
I do wonder what the perspective of these freshman athletes is being in this facility, being at this field. They've obviously been in high-level meets throughout the season, but maybe not a 70,000 seat venue like this one. It is a bit different of a routine, admittedly.
I remember when Usain Bolt, that place was packed. We were there one year, and he ran on a relay for Jamaica, and man, unbelievable. And I can tell you right now, the jerk chicken outside was on fire as well. Some curry goats, mocktail, had all those occurrences during that rain when Jamaica was at the Penn Relays a ton, just laying blows to folks.
Now I have had plenty of that, Coach. I have not had the pretzels, but that jerk chicken, I'll be sweating like it's a 5K. I can't handle it, but it's good. Heat 8 of 10 now. Right away, Sanders, the best start of the lot. And does the job there. Pretty decent tailwind all of a sudden. 2.8 there. 1184 officially for Sanders, who takes advantage of it.
You see the excitement on Sanders after running that clearly. 1184, phenomenal time for the 9th grader from St. James Academy. Very excited.
Fastest mark in the prelims from Sanders. And nobody else has had a headwind of more than 1.0. That group got 2.8. But an 1184, even if the wind resembled what it had the rest of the heats, that still would have been a top mark there for Sanders.
Outstanding, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it's pure excitement. When you see somebody crosses the finish line and they look up, they see their mark, they see it's what they've been working on. That just unbridled excitement is just, I just love seeing that. I mean, it's makes you smile as a coach and a spectator.
I have seen a couple of those moments of self-recognition already among athletes, whether a PR or meet record. 2 more heats, the girls' freshman 100. One scratch here from Bailey Maddox of Marietta Track. Keeping an eye on Christina Hall of Cannon in 5. Here comes Hall. Well ahead of every competitor. 1 through 4 was pretty tight. Hall winds up at 12:10, about 0.5 of a second ahead of her nearest competitor, so 12:10. is just on the outside, or inside here. The qualifying marks, Hall sends in 7th, ahead of Renaya Mathis's 12:14. So Mathis eagerly anticipating this final section, hoping that 12:14 will be enough.
And the way that the last couple sections have been running, it's going to be pretty close. Hey, the other thing, some of these athletes, you know, when you're bringing together individuals from a variety of states, I mean, some of the, especially at the freshman level, you know, they might not have had some of the competition to run against at the state level. They might have had, they might not have qualified, you know, for a state meet. And obviously, the top couple definitely did. But you know, you're getting a chance to experience and run against people that you haven't run against before. And that's one of the beauties of having a high school national championship, where you get to that experience that's going to benefit you down the line.
Valuable lessons to take from this, whether a final is attained or not. We've reached the final section of this girls 100 freshman prelims. Each of them trying to get under 12:14. That's the time to get you in the final. 12:14. Haley Grip of Eastlake, 12:08. And she'll be the lone athletes from this final section to move on, as Juliana Pinella is 12:19. Not enough. Your finalists for the girls freshman 100 are set. Sanders, 11:84. The top mark, as you see, Grips 12:08. Wind at 0.8. So your top 8 compiled. Sanders at 11:84. Aubrey Douglas, 11:95. Laya Dwyer, 11:96. Kadeja Dagny, 11:97. Those 4 all under 12 seconds. Haley Grip of Eastlake, Jasmine Silker, Flying Falcons, Elite Avery Foxworth, DC, and Christina Hall. Those are your top 8. Everybody moving on. That's setting up to be a very competitive final.
It's going to be exciting to see how some of them bounce back and kind of progress. Sanders, obviously, the jubilation of running the fastest time in the preliminary rounds. You know, can she take that and learn from it and go on and run even faster in the final?
It's our top 2 and our next 2.
On to the boys championship division of the 100 meters. 13 heats here. Top 24 times will move on to the semis. Kane Morris, Max Wickrath, Braden Rhodes, Nikita Domashenko, Braden Pickett, Raymond Hawkins, Damian Greer, Luis Falu. Your sprinters here.
Got several athletes that have run 10:21 or faster in this competition, so expect some fireworks.
First heat of 13.
Boys, 100 meters.
Christian Miller's 9:95 in 2024 is the meet record in this division. Braden Pickett goes 10:63 of Pearl Track Club. The sophomore starts us off here.
A solid time. Show the replay there.
Round 2 will keep you updated on our top and our cutoff time.
Acceleration. Was able to keep composure, kept their shoulders down nice and low over the last 15, 20 meters.
Needs to go here. Championship boys, 100 meters.
It's a great shot coming down the track.
Domashenko was a hair in front of him the first 40 meters. Pickett gets him by 0.06 of a second as they cross.
100 meters we saw in the decathlon earlier this morning. Nathaniel Johnson put up a 10.86. Well, came back and put up a 7.19 in the long jump. He leads that competition right now after the long jump is finished. Clayton Blanton, he's in second place in the decathlon.
Heat 2 of 13, boys championship 100. Adam Sexton, Caden Barnaby, Caden Herbert, Derek Bradley, Cole Irwin, and Zach Owings. Pair of scratches here in this heat.
All right, Heat 2, Sexton.
Barnaby in 5, Herbert in 6. And Sexton looking good on the inside as well. Adam Sexton, 7 run, goes 10.70 to take the section.
Sexton's got to be happy with that performance.
Pickett leading the first section at 10.63. 10.70 winning Heat 2.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind, Pickett's run 10.21, so that was nowhere close to his best performance, but should be good enough to make it on to the finals.
At 10.21 is a top 20 mark in the country this year. Still going to get a look at Tommy Tansky here in a little bit, who ran 10.15. It's top 15 in the country. There's 4 athletes here in this
A lot of scratches. It's interesting. They all scratched in the inside lanes. It's very rarely seen. I would venture to say that could be what's the betting site that you can bet on anything?
I try to stray away. I do know what you speak of, though. Yeah, not often a heat with 6, 7, 8, 9 occupied. The rare tight shot, pan left tight shot. And it is closely contested here.
Wow.
Carlos Jackson, 10.70. The green kit.
Maryland
Urbano,
and Tennessee
Loa.
represented in this.
Yeah, 10.73 wasn't far behind. Liam Sherwood, Kane Wrights, 3rd and 4th.
Top 24 times on to the semifinals, which will be 3 on this afternoon. Next up will be Heat 4.
The top 24 times will advance to the semifinals later on this afternoon. You might have heard the announcer saying on the loudspeaker.
Gale, Maxwell, and Natal.
Right now, 10.70. Good enough for 3rd. Plenty of heats to go here, though. Heat 4. Arnold Obor-Minsa, Cameron Laudenslager, Dakin DeHoet, Miles Outerbridge of Montverde Academy in 5. Committed to Houston, announced that in November. Yeah. Carl Lewis will be his coach. Wendell Wells, Tamir Gale, Jesse Natal also competing. Outerbridge in 5. He's run 10.21 this year. Now showing his speed. Takes the section. 10:54.
He's going to be coached in college by somebody that's done a thing or two in the sport of track and field.
Carl Lewis has continued to coach some of the top sprinters year in and year out over in Texas.
Push. He even slowed up about 15 meters out from that. Overall, good form by the young man that will be a Cougar next year. Mount Verde Academy, you know, one of the top private schools in the country in terms of sports.
Carl Lewis has hundreds of accomplishments. I still think, though, of his time sharing the college game day set with Lee Corso during one of the more iconic moments in the history of the show. When Corso may have gotten the show a reprimand from the FCC while Lewis was on set.
Oh, yeah. No, I remember that. That's
indelible moments from another
one of the best
football coach like yourself. He's 5 of 13, championship 100. This is competitive. Not sure who outleaned at the line there. Yeah, they're both 10:52. Frank Riacco, David Bucco, Bensalem and St. James Academy products. 10:52. Those are tied for the top marks in these heats thus far.
That's an outstanding race right there. You're talking about two individuals going neck and neck. I mean, it kind of really coming on strong right at that end. But Frank was able to just barely hold off David's late surge. St. James Academy in Springfield, Virginia. Definitely what they're doing there is pretty amazing. It's all those performance academies now that are springing up all over the place. Super impressive.
There's investment and precedents for success at these academies. Heat 6 now. Roland, Shell, Tate, Venable. Yep.
I was going to say Coach Moe at St. James does a tremendous job with those athletes.
Blake Davis, Armin Dinger, and Goins also in this final, or this heat, I should say. 5 there. Wind at 2.1 miles. Venable of Kenwood Jr. goes 10:50. That's the top mark in the prelims thus far.
10:67. Michael Armendinger, 10:73.
He got out well. He was really in command even about 50 meters into this race. Thinking about it, they still have the semifinals to get after this afternoon.
Next up, heat 7.
I mean, right now, 1088 is that 24th spot to make the semifinals, or make the next round, per se.
Shoot, so France, Gardner.
The winds have been pretty. That last one was 2.1 meters per second. Just over the allowable for record purposes.
Heat 7 of 13 now. Jensen, Josephs, Walker, Wisenhunt, Scutts, Souffrant, Gardner, and Kelly.
Still have some of the top performers still to come based on national rankings. They're out in Heat 9 and 11. No shortage of state champions and top-rated performers competing so far. Women's heptathlon high jump going on as we speak. They're very early into it. They're only at 158, which is 5.2 1/4. Got the girls' championship 100 coming up after this. Then a bunch of miles from the middle school races to the freshman races. That's what you're going to be listening to myself and AJ for the next couple hours talking about.
A lot of mile heats to come. Buckle up.
Hours of miles.
It's Mile City East Coast edition.
That's an understatement. A little bit of delay there.
Championship 100 right now. Yeah, they call him up for a moment. It's final instructions. Yeah, we're set to go.
Looks there might have been a slip of the blocks.
Heat 7. And Michael Walker doing battle with Landon Josephs on the inside. Josephs got him, 1061.
Handled that pretty easily.
Walker takes 1075. Souffrant third and 1081. And everybody should be moving on. 24th, Rodney Crockett right now, 1085.
You guys not having a good time? Is it too early in the morning? Is it the rain? What's bothering you guys? Come on, man. Y'all was waking up early and now y'all quiet. I see people on their phone.
Three.
I see you on your phone over there.
Josephs. Command all the way.
This is the championship boys 100-meter dash. I hope you guys are really paying attention.
A little bit of reaching right at the end.
Later, they gonna remember what you look like in prelims.
New Balance Nationals from the city of brotherly love.
Next up will be Heat 8 of our championship boys 100 meters. Bubble time 10:85. And our time to beat
New Balance has a couple athletes that pretty prominent in the sprints. Miss Sydney and Miss Gabby. Two of the best Olympians the U.S. has. Sydney McLaughlin, Roney, and Gabby Thomas.
They've competed on this very track pretty recently and has been a part of
I'll tell you,
their journey rising up and as a professional as well.
if you want to see an incredible race, you know, Google the Ivy League race where Gabby Thomas absolutely runs folks down on the 4x4. You want to talk about a special race.
It looks like a false start from Cameron Homer. the Bullis School in 6.
Sanders, Homer, Chang.
Maybe our first red card here today.
Yes.
It was as clear cut, I think, as we've seen. A bad break here.
It's not a whole lot of faking you can do to get away with that. Hopefully he has a couple more opportunities to capitalize and run. I'm sure if he's running on Bullis's relay seams.
I've never done a sprint relay, but my track and field nightmare is false starting a relay. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that would not be a positive thing. That would not be. That would be
one of the worst feelings in this sport. Lead 8 of 13 now, off cleanly. The championship division of the 100. Tell you what, Amari Sanders, Liam Ching were battling, and then Sanders had a fantastic close that last 30 meters.
That's
10:35.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
That's super impressive. Holy smokes! And he looked good from the start, and you could tell he's a little excited.
Wilmot 1068.
I mean, just look at the way he ends up winning by more than 0.2 of a second. I think it was even with less than 30 meters to go. Let's see it again.
Have you see he pops up, gets
Gets
those feet moving.
And guess what he ran last year? 10:35 at the finals to win. Mr. Sanders coming back.
Very impressive.
That's a close right there. No.
Cardinal Newman High School. I mean, he's run 10:08, so I mean 10:35 is not crazy, but one of the best track and field athletes in the state of Florida. And really one of the best track and field athletes in the country, but he's also no shake at wide receiver either. One of the great dual sport athletes in the state of Florida.
Homer was allowed to run, by the way. His time will not count, but able to get the rep in. Ultimately, good
Keep
to
your
see.
eye out in
on
lane
Heat 9.
5. Here in lane 5 and Heat 9, lane 5. Jaden Kennedy.
It's run 10:21 this year, top 20 in the country. Keller Fossil Ridge in Texas. Won the 200-meter state title.
The next appears Heat 9. Simmons, Gibson, Martins, Prescott, Kennedy, Treviso, Vasquez, Miles, and Craig.
Keller, Texas has produced a ton of good athletes over the years. He'll be also competing at the University of Houston next year.
Kennedy in 5. Good race right here. Got beat by Zion Prescott. It was 10:64. Kennedy 10:69. He'll be through. Remember, top 24 moving to the semis. Zion Prescott, a rapid-fire track club, the junior, taking down Kennedy here in this first round.
I think Kennedy eased up a little bit right at that end, if I'm not mistaken. Let's get that good.
10:35.
You can see right about here, Kennedy starts to shut it down a little bit.
Prescott in the white singlet, Kennedy to his left.
Tell you what, the Kennedy also 400 meters, right? He's run 46.88 in the 400 too. So when you have, 10-20 speed, run 46 point, that's a heck of a get for the Houston Cougars.
Couple of featured teammates being featured here in the championship boys 100 heats. Heat 10 of 13, McGee Rivero, Stevens, Moan, Corinstra, Ardoin, Wirt, Collins, Howard, Ewers, and Jenkins, 1 through 9. Everybody looking to be top 24. 4 heats left in his first round of the prelims. Not a bad start by Stevens in 2. Watch lane 6 here now, Jonathan Wirtz. He'll take heat 10, 10:58 for Wirtz, should move him through. The senior, Kieran Ewers, Bergen Catholic in second.
Yeah, Stevens got a great start and wasn't able to hold it on. 10:78 still a pretty solid time. Union Catholic.
What have we got going down there in the infield, buddy? Give us an
Wirt moves through. Right now, 10:75 is your 24th best time getting through. You can see Stevens got out great in the first 30 meters, 40 meters.
They're still in their second event of the day. Many people still in the field, and they said 10th line high jump.
Ward was able to
It's starting to get exciting.
run the best overall race.
But in the meantime,
Tight
on the track, a few more heats
last
left.
maybe 20 meters
I
up
got
top.
the first test today. We got a few more heats left on the 100. I want to do a crowd check, all right? So for the last 3 heats of this 100, I want to see just how loud y'all can
We've got 2 more heats. Should be 3 more heats to go.
in the rain. So the least you can do is show me what you can do.
Rain's starting to fall a little bit.
It's in the forecast. They've been able to avoid it the first 2 hours or so.
Keep your eyes on lane
See how
5
long.
in this heat.
Tommy Tansky, Avionics, the collective senior. The Woodlands, Texas.
All right, heat 11. Smith,
10:15.
Bender, Tansky, Blaze, and Nolan.
Tansky looking for a good start here in the prelims.
13.
Tansky 10:63.
Finals, which will be 3 o'clock this afternoon. That was Toby Tansky.
That'll get him through
Showing
with
Blaze,
relative ease.
8,
10th fastest time in the prelims.
69.
Well beyond
So that puts our
his
total
personal
time now
best.
10:73.
Still a couple rounds here to go in the 100.
Semifinal. Again, still with 2 heats to run. And our time difference
Tansky's
morning, fastest time
200
today,
long
10:35
jump. And he's
by Savari
done a little
Sanders,
bit
our
of everything.
champion.
Still young, still has another year to go in high school at the Woodlands, which the Woodlands, AJ, up your neck of the woods from a distance standpoint, always a power in the distance side of things. And getting somebody that can run 10:15, pretty nice.
There's some good running areas, if I'm not mistaken, in that part of Texas. Running paths. Pretty nice marathon, half marathon as well. Tansky 10:63. One more heat to go here.
Just got to jump over the rattlesnakes when you're down in Texas. That's all in those backwoods. Right?
You would know.
gators
you would
in
know more than I.
Florida, rattlesnakes in
Yeah.
Texas. Maybe that's why
Moving
everybody's
along the
fast in those two
canals.
states. You have predators that are chasing you. I guess maybe a rattlesnake's not a predator, but
I would label it as one. I think it's got enough cachet in that category. Heat 12 of 13 now.
All right, Heat
His
12.
championship 100.
Maya out of Florida, Baker, Amos, and Gervais.
Mackay Prather of Westlake Track Club in 5. Almost got edged out by Nasir Payton. But Prather 10:54. He's moving on. Payton right behind 10:56. Xavier Amos 10:63. 1 through 3, they all do their job.
63.
pretty close there between Prather and Payton.
Really solid in our top 24. Still with one heat to run.
I mean, you got one heat to go, 1070. You're going to have to dip under 1070 to make it. You can see right here this race between Payton and Prather.
5 meters per second.
Very close all the way through. One that really came on at the end, though.
Stubbs, Etia, Gers,
Amos,
Olami, Askew, Miller.
just not enough, maybe. That about 110. Amos might have been able to catch both those two. One section remaining.
All right, so let's set this up here. Top time thus far, Samari Sanders at 10:35. 24th is Carlos Jackson at 10:70. Jackson hoping everybody here is 10:71 or above. Preston Miller is a scratch. Brodeur, Stubbs, Etienne, Gers, Oyalami, Askew, Gleason, and Garrick.
All right, heat 13.
10:70 is the time to beat.
Plays 100 meters.
Oyalami well ahead of the field, and he will get himself a top 24 spot. So will Grant Garrick behind him of Lexington High. Oyalami of Express Track.
Chase Gers, 1070.
So they knock two athletes out of the semifinals. Jaden Kennedy winds up
Officially 10.
as the last man in at 10:69.
So until 10:69 to get on to that semifinal. But
tell you what.
we had 4 athletes who all ran 10:69.
Salami.
So it's going to come down to the thousandths of a second to make that semifinal.
Very good. I mean, the semifinals are going to produce some incredible times. That's a little bit later on today, around 3 o'clock p.m. We'll watch some more of the championship sprints, and we've got
The championship boys, 100 meters.
24 young men that have run 10:69 or faster, and actually
Next up is going to be a championship girls
yours
100 meter qualifying.
from Bergen Catholic, he ran 10:69 and didn't make it in.
Also the 13 heats of that. Our championship record set by Lisa
Jaden
Ray
Kennedy,
back in 2023.
10:69 is the final qualifier. No rest for the weary, AJ, as the women's championship 100 meters is ready to roll.
This will be the final event of the sprints for a for a bit as we move on to the boys and girls mile after. Same format here for the championship. Girls 100, top 24 move on of the 13 heats. In the blocks, ready to go heat 1.
All right, heat 1 of 13 championship girls, 100 meters.
There we go,
From
13
Canada,
heats.
Rivera, Bush, Bethel, Williams.
Grace Bethel, Hero Sprint Club. That got tight with Janelia Williams of Robeson Eagles. Both listed at 1178.
Sprint Club 1078. Janella Williams, also 1078. Zoe Orlando, 1205.
Bethel and Williams,
1209.
not a whole lot of tailwind behind them.
1222. Again, just like the
Patterson ran 1209, finished 4th.
On to the semifinals this afternoon. And we've got 13 heats.
Williams really coming on strong right at the end.
And again, thank you, everybody.
Bethel looked like she had it.
Beautiful Philadelphia here at Franklin Field, day 1 of 4 Newbalance Nationals Outdoors 2026.
Meet record for the championship girls 100. Lisa Ray of West Warwick Track Club. That was 3 years ago. 11:21.
University of Pennsylvania here, Franklin Field.
One to keep your eye on in this heat is in lane 5. Leah Peters. And she is a scratch.
All right, heat 2 championship girls 100. Beatty, Casey,
3 on the inside, 4 on the outside.
and Azubi.
Lane 3. Sienna Atkins of the house. Sophomore goes 12:11, 10th of a second in front of Anyi Eziigbo.
21. Alexa Jacobs.
Really,
Slight headwind there.
No competition there for her, really.
And again, just like the boys, we'll keep you updated on that cutoff time. The top 24 times onto the semifinals.
13 heats, 24 advance to the semifinals. She really was in control the whole way. The smile
Good
and
spirits.
are those considered TikTok dances, AJ? I'm not real up on.
I think that was
On
just a
those
brief
too
pose
much.
for the camera, but yeah, it still is in vogue. I know you have a full feed of TikTok dances on your profile.
I try. I'll try to do one at a break today, some point in time. Give it a couple days, and it'll be something else.
Get ready with me for my broadcasts, kind of content. Heat 3 of 13 now, and this is a dominating performance. Out in 5 from Maya Arundel, Bullis freshman. Enter with the 11th fastest time in the country this year at 11:27. There's 11:50 there. No competition to speak of in that section.
Leading with their 0.9 meters per second.
She's came on a mission to get things done.
Kaya Abajay, 12:07. Stevenson, 12:14. Hooper's 12:17.
One of the fastest in the country, and I know we've mentioned Bolus and the dominance they've had in high school for a while. Shadachu. And she even backed off probably about 15 meters to the finish. When you don't have anybody around you on either side of you, you need a little lonely, kind of little. Putting on the brakes a little bit, saving things for the semis. A lot of things going on right now.
Championship girls 100 meters. Ejebe Davis.
4 of 13. See, outside here in 6 out in front. Vernado. He's close with Ari Easley. Vernado goes 11.99. Easley 12.01. And Vernado, trial by fire track and field, senior. 11.99 there. It's the 4th best mark in the prelims so far. A smile, laugh there after that sequence.
Just looking back at our T3 winner, Maya Arnell.
She's got a good start there. That first 30 meters.
200 and 400 this year. So
A little bit of pressure there on her outside shoulder. Was able to maintain that composure.
100 meters. And 53.19. So she's got the strength to go along with it. Her global time is 12:39. Again, top 24 times on to our semifinals this afternoon.
Right now, 12:39 is the time. Very early in. That'll get you into the semis.
Brown, Rimmelou, Davis, Petrosky, Monaconme, Jones, Durant, Collier, and Dow. And a false start.
Ooh, not what you want to hear.
Let's see if that might have been from an outside lane. I didn't see any early movement further in from our vantage point.
All right, it's a reset here. 8-5 of Championship girls 100 meters. Brown, Rimmelou, Davis, Petrosky, Monaconme, Jones, Durant, Collier, and Dow.
Reset everything. Get back in the blocks.
Clean start this time. Watch the outside lanes here. Dura. Corin Dura of Yard Athletics, 11.85. 4th fastest mark of the prelims. And Economy follows in 11.89. 2 athletes under 12 seconds there. Wind at 0.6.
Wind has mostly been positive here for the Girls Championship 100. That was a plus 0.6 meters per
Looking at
second.
0.6 on the wind right now. So being on those outside lanes, kind of disguised for the first 20, 30 meters of the race from this vantage point.
Heat 6 has De Lorenzo, Lazaro, Josiah,
One of the few 9-lane tracks in the country
Patrick, Bob, and Hunt.
with a straight. The splash zone, get a chance to see that a little bit later. 10.85.
expanded. They had to expand inward here at Franklin Field, just with the brick wall and the way it was structured on the outside, contributing to that unique dynamic with the rail being where it is.
Definitely one of the unique venues to compete at, but like I said, they've done a complete overhaul.
It's 6 now.
5 win.
Watch lane 5, our defending champion.
Siani win, yeah.
The defending champ really had no problems whatsoever with that. 11:34.
11:34.
I mean, that was a casual jog by Win.
Siano Win, our defending champion, cruises to an 11:34. Our defending champ were at 11:29 last year.
Win legal, cruising 11:34.
She just cruised
See you in the semis.
here in the qualification. Again,
Win will be heading down to Gainesville to compete for Mouse down at the University of Florida as he continues to reload that program.
right now that bubble time.
Yeah, it's a walk in the park for her.
Still 7 minutes to go. So the block can still mix up.
Defending New Balance champion.
But this win 11:34.
All
A little bit
business.
different weather to train in from Jersey to Gainesville, Florida.
It's not lost in nearly a year. Continuing that dominance here in the prelims. Heat 7 of 13. Couple scratches. 6-person heat. Lauren Gardner appears to be the fastest here. Not a bad close from Raina Lawson. Gardner had done enough work to take it in 11:77.
11:86. Janae Peoples 12.12. So currently those three all safe within that top 24.
Gardner will be moving forward. Third fastest time at the prelims. Remember, top 24 moving on here.
Running pretty easily there for the win. 12:18 is that number 24 mark, keeping you guys updated.
6 heats to go.
Got several other things going on at the New Balance Outdoor Nationals. You got the heptathlon, the decathlon are underway. The girls' championship discus is underway as well.
Full day of action. Continues here on the track. Heat 8. Has 3 scratches as well. Aubrey Wilson, trial by fire, track and field, 11:71. Sophia Gaskins, McNamara slips under 12 seconds at 11:99. Briley Miller takes third at 12:02. And moves Janae Peoples to the 24th spot at 12:12.
To that semifinal this afternoon.
Realistically, going to need a low 12 mark to make the final.
Number of Trial by Fire Track Club members competing. Alabama.
The mark to beat. We're moving to the semis. Heat 9 of 13 now. Zoe Holt, Bradford Prep, 11:25. It's the 10th fastest time in the country this year. Holt starts in lane 5. Gray kits. Holtz ahead of the fields. 11:64. Zoe Holtz. Third fastest mark in the prelims.
That's a heck of a mark.
Give us an update on those multis. What do we got going on down there?
Yeah, what's up, baby? I've been looking up. I've been paying attention.
Zoe Holtz won 10:25 said earlier in the year.
5 3/4. Ashton Morgan currently in the lead. Still the second best today. The boys have completed the long jump.
The second fastest
Push up.
mark among freshmen in the country.
Thank you, Devontae.
They're in that 11:25 in early April at the For All the Dogs Invitational. 11:25, top 10 of the country as well.
I'll tell you, Zoe's been running, club tracks since she was a little one. Coming out of Charlotte, North Carolina, Charlotte Heat Track Club.
Heat 10 now, the girls' championship 100-meter division. Amelia Hawkins, True Speed Athletics, out in front of Peyton Ganther of St. John Striders. They go 1-2, 11:64 from Hawkins, 11:74 from Ganther.
Ganther made a late push, but it just wasn't quite enough to get past Hawkins.
Still 3 heats to go here. With that bubble time 12:06. Set by Miss Joseph from Willis in that last heat. And our fastest time today so far, Sienna Wynn, our defending champion, with that 11:34.
Hawkins out of Mason, Ohio. High school coach Tony, one of the best ones in the state of Ohio, one of the best coaches around. And Mason always produces some incredible track athletes, all the way back to Angela Bessario, distance runner. Throw out a name for you from the past there, AJ.
Level talent coming out of Mason. Got 4 athletes under 11:7 here in the prelims. Wynn, Arundel, Holt, and Hawkins. Just a couple of heats left here in these prelims. This is heat 11. 3 scratches here.
Wimmer, Sturgis, Savoy, Nesmith,
Maya
Roque,
Mira Nesmith in 5. Pulling away. 11:75 has Nesmith on to the semis. Caitlin Wimmer second, 11:99.
2 more heats to go here. Championship girls, 100 meters.
Just 2 heats remaining. Nesmith in control from the start. I see a lot of the athletes overall start reaching those last 10, 15 meters, as opposed to getting themselves underneath, not necessarily Nesmith, but kind of observations over the course of the day. The one thing that's incredible, AJ, about, technologies and so forth is the way videos, I mean, you can get instant feedback and to be able to make some corrections.
We see that
Even for the next
often
round.
in the pole vault or high jump immediately, going straight to the coach in the iPad.
Naismith excited to see her in the next round.
Final two heats. The girls 100. Vanessa Waits, Powerhouse Athletics track. Abby Waits and Janiyah Brown of the house. 11:52, 11:72 on to the semis there. Vanessa Waits, 11:52. It's third best mark of the prelims here. Win was at 2.3. Still would have been a top time.
Waits. Success not unfamiliar to her. Groveland, Florida product. Has been winning since she was a youngster.
It's one final heats here in the prelims. Top 24 advance. Willow Mason of Saginaw, Michigan. She's run 12:01. Sitting that final advancement spot. We said it'd be low 12s. That would be what it takes. Very well may take a sub 12 depending on how this final heat unfolds. Watch Morgan Good in 5. Zeta Anderson in 6. Anderson in the pink kit. Good, Anderson to her right, and Good surging away. Really nice run there, Morgan Good. 11:46, second fastest of the prelims in heat 13. See you in the semis.
Absolutely, and Morgan Good looked good from the start, really.
Those four young ladies all have squeaked into that semifinal.
Got it good. She really kind of took over once you got to about 40 meters.
Which should be an amazing race.
Great form going all the way through. The thing I liked really the most about that is she ran straight through the line. There was no hesitation. There was no let up. It was like she was wanted to kind of make a statement a little bit on how her performance was in 11:46. That absolutely does.
Yeah, second fastest in the prelims. Right behind Siani Wins, 11:34. Maya Arundel, third fastest at 11:50. Top 24 moving on. So that final spot goes to Sophia Gaskins of McNamara Mustangs, 11:99. Had to be sub 12 to get to the semis. We come back. Middle school boys mile is next on the track. Rolling along here, day one, New Balance Nationals.
Shake it, time and ring it, go and get yourself a whistle and blow. I just wanna holler when my soul feels free. Now blow. Moving through the people.
we got now.
How do you have a thing here with nothing in there? Good evening, everybody. I'm Action Bronson, coming to you live with a breaking sneaker report. The all-new Ellipse. New Balance has What do you get when you mix modern comfort with ancient wisdom? The all-new Ellipse. Fresh foam midsole grounds the new Ellipse design in a familiar and trusted cushioning experience that combines unmatched comfort with long-distance durability. It's a multi-layer air mesh upper, which is lightweight and breathable while creating a sleek and novel visual that stands out from the everyday running pack, which just means it's a vibe.
We welcome you back to historic Franklin Field. Over a century of moments, memories of world-class performances from middle school ranks to the professional fields. Today, the next 4 days, New Balance Nationals Outdoor takes center stage in the city of brotherly love here at Penn. Always one of the more anticipated outings on the track and fields calendar. AJ Ricketts, Brian Fetzer, great to have you with us today. We've seen a lot of the 100-meter dash here in the early proceedings from the middle school to the freshman and championship level. And the mile takes center stage here momentarily. The boys' mile taking to the track here in just a minute or so.
Yeah, AJ, I mean, one of the things about these middle school races that we're getting ready to see is kind of the next wave. You know, it's not just, future high school stars. Honestly, I mean, I think it's really, you need to see some national caliber individuals that are going to be coming out of this. In the middle school ranks, we talked on multiple broadcasts together about how fast the mile has become, from the days of Roger Bannister and breaking 4 minutes, and that's a lofty goal, and now it seems like commonplace, especially in the collegiate ranks, and even now more so getting down to the high school ranks. So it's when are we going to see the first middle schooler, drop that mark?
We've got freshmen running 4:06 now. We'll see a couple of those here shortly. It is eye-popping numbers across the board. So wouldn't put it out of reach in the next couple of years that an 8th grader does find a way.
Just drops a 3:59.99.
Yeah.
He'll sign his first name, image, and likeness deal, and he'll be good to go.
That would be earned. That would be, I would have no argument. Sign them immediately.
The middle school boys mile record, Hudson Dole, 4:27.46 last year. It's pretty fun. It's exciting that, the middle schoolers have an opportunity to compete. And kind of be able to see individuals that they might be looking up to in these New Balance National Championships. I mean, I remember, I mean, maybe you remember back when this was, the National Scholastic in championships, and it's kind of gone in. Now New Balance is taking over and really kind of taking it to another level.
You'll be
I don't know if
hard-pressed
AJ, if you
yeah.
sorry, I was going to say, I don't know if you've had a chance to see the New Balance Center in Boston, but what an indoor facility that is. It's
No, I haven't.
extremely impressive.
Yeah, one of the, I know certainly one of the most impressive facilities in the country. I was going to say you'd be hard pressed to find a Power 4 program or high level Division 1 program where at least a couple of the athletes on that roster aren't walking around with a New Balance Nationals backpack and merch and
Absolutely. I know I was at every one of these back in the day when I was coaching in college, and you see a bunch of coaches kind of sitting in the stands, kind of taking it in, finding who their next All-American might be.
A benefit here too, aside from the times for these middle school athletes, you just look at the perspective of their involvement here. You run at Franklin Field, you run at New Balance Outdoor. You're in a 70,000 seat venue. It's as historic as they come. There probably won't be too many meets you run in high school that overwhelm you. Whether
True. That's
in
true
stature
statement.
or postseason significance. You've been in a pretty big one already here. And you can enter your season with big meets with a lot more confidence after taking in an experience like this.
Let's say buckle up, because we have 8 heats of the middle school mile.
We'll go through our start lists in a moment as they get underway. Dare I say the sun is coming out.
Most all 8 of these heats are going to be dominated by 8th graders. A few 7th graders here and there.
So often these athletes may find themselves entered in the 1600. They get the full mile here this morning.
I mean, you said the sun's coming out. It's projected to be 90 in Philly today. So bring water, bring a little fan, grab a program, use that as a fan. My wife's got a portable one that she brings to ball games, a little electric thing. It looks kind of silly, but she likes it. So maybe you can go to a local CVS or something like that. I don't even know where she got it.
You have all the tips and tricks for many long days of these kind of meets in recruiting mode, I'm sure.
Absolutely, you try to stay hydrated for one.
Douglas Horning, let's go through our competitors. Douglas Horning of Michigan, William Brown of Georgia, Spencer Lamb, Without Limits Triangle, Henry Marshall, Luke Parsons, Kellen Villarreal, Anae Sood, Trey Stroll, Bryce Roberts, Tyler Confer, Armand Maschetti, Morgan Byford, Sebastian Pluchos, Grayson Sharp, and Joel Edwards, your competitors here in Heat 1. The middle school boys mile.
One of the things
Without
that
Limits
you mentioned
represented. Go ahead, Coach. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, you'd mentioned it earlier about the configuration. It's not just a straight 400-meter track. Certain areas, so it's brings it a little unique that you're running in lane 4.
Armand Maschetti leading the fields. That's 66 seconds for 400 meters.
And then that's Henry Marshall. Four-ball
Henry Marshall right behind him.
and Henry, and then back to Oregon and Bryce.
Large chase pack here, 10 meters off.
Here we go, DJ. Come on. Turn those tunes up.
Got it from all over the place. And nice to getting some music playing in the background.
First lap.
DJ getting the green light for the PA announcer to let him cook. Uh-oh. Machete has to pull to the side there.
Henry has moved into the lead now.
Not sure what's going on.
It's rather
Strange.
odd to say the least.
It's like he was hunched over the first time, and then he went to the side again, almost looked up to the crowd, and there's someone in the crowd and had his body language just indicating a little confusion. Marshall with the lead now. Tyler Confer of Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, will slide in front. It's a little jarring. Now Machete really
Marshall.
slowing down. He may just be feeling the effects of the
Clearly
heat
something.
going out hard. Yeah.
That's Grayson Sharp in second.
Confer leads.
So we got a little pack of four here.
Joel Edwards of West Virginia.
500 meters to go.
He's a good competitive heat here to start things off. We got four in that front pack with one tailing in striking distance. 3:35 of the Bell Lab. They went 72 seconds that last lap. Confer leads. Sharp and Marshall right there. And Sharp will go around. So will Marshall. As Confer starts to fade. Sharp out of Fort Collins, Colorado. Marshall Boardwalk Run Club. Sharp went 70 seconds the last lap. Marshall 73. He's right on his tail here.
Marshall, look at Marshall with the kick.
There you go.
Marshall with a nice kick there. Can he maintain? That's the key. It's one of the things you think about as a youngster. As you're learning the race, you get caught up in the emotions and take off a little too soon. Doesn't look like he did. Grayson Sharp.
.65 seconds
Henry
for
Marshall.
Henry Marshall in that last lap.
Marshall and Sharp. .441.45. Pretty solid. 65 for that last lap. So the time to beat 441.45. Eight heats of the mile. Athletes from absolutely all over the place, from California to Florida to Gaffney, South Carolina to Chagrin Falls. I mean, we've got them from all over the place, AJ.
Everyone descending upon Philadelphia this week.
DJ's in full mode, getting the music pumping.
Yeah, he's been silenced for the sprints. He's been waiting for his moments.
Gotta crank it up. get a little beats going. Some bucket drummers out there. I know they got him in Philly.
Did you have music playing during your practices in Charlottesville?
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
100%. I mean, I had bucket drummers at Virginia Challenge and some of the other races. You know, we had the band come out several times. We always had the band at the cross country meets. You got to make it exciting for the fans.
And the athletes who are trying to traverse the hills of Panorama Farms. The band makes it better.
100%.
Quick start here in heat 2. Yeah, verbal reading of our start list. We've got Brendan Abernathy, Colby Miles, Benjamin Cohen, Kevin Sowers out in front, Branch Mangum, Christopher Corcoran, Jude Narkter, Wellington Baurle, Tristan Stilt, Frank Pacelli, Jimmy Ray, Landon Conley, Tyler Parks, Jamison Byrne, and Josh Lynn. Sowers promptly caught up to after the fast first 200.
And those two well out in front, a good solid 20 meters.
That's Frank Pacelli of Wyoming, Pennsylvania. 64
Kevin
seconds.
Sauer from Earlysville, Virginia. When we're talking about Panorama Farms, it's where that is located.
Kevin Sauer, 1 and 2 in the early stages. Break away from the pack. They're out in 66 seconds for 400.
4-second gap through that first lap. Let's see if things start to get a little more difficult after the hot start here, the boys middle school mile for these two. Turnover starting to slow a bit. Here comes the rest of the field. They have made up that deficit. 66 for the first 409, 74 for the last 400. And now the move being made by Sauer. Sauer's
220, 34, 220, 75.
Eighth grader Kevin Sauer, Earlysville, Virginia. Still a long way to go here. Got a full lap. And runner's on his tail. Did go 3 seconds faster that last trip around.
I've got to think, and I can't say this for certain, but he has to be relation to Kevin Sauer, the former legendary University of Virginia rowing coach. I can't confirm that, but Kevin, text me if you if it is your grandson.
Straight to the source.
He is opening up a huge lead. Absolutely, you got to do that, right?
Yeah, it felt like this was going a little backwards for Sauer after the very fast start. The fields came back to him. He has to close this out, though. Bit of a surge behind him happening. Sauer, this is not over here. Sauer just got across. Wellington
came
power
out,
leg,
of the blue.
Took down Pacelli. And in the end, Sauer only got him about 1/10 of a second. Exciting finish here in section 2.
Very exciting finish.
Looks like it may be a battle for second, but that propelled Bauer and Pacelli nearly past Sauer, who recognized it just in time to hold on for the section 2 win.
Great racing. I mean, it's didn't see that coming right at the end. The second section of 8 in the high school, or excuse me, the middle school boys mile. Time to beat now, 4:41.05. Sauer in that second section. They're at the line and ready to roll for heat 3.
Middle school mile. In the thick of it now. Aaron Jacob, Chandler Bird, Owen Marshman, Colin Melvin, Garen Rusnak, Emmett Mock, Sam Greenfield, Blake McLaughlin, Brody Cox, Lucas Buxton, Judah Shrestha, Jonah Watkins, Evan Rodriguez, Jackson Molnar, Christopher Phelps, and Everett Braden.
Marshawn,
Coach, how often were you choosing the tunes at practice versus the athletes? What was the balance there?
Well, typically, if something came on that was pretty offensive, it either went off or it was my selection or another coach's selection. So we kept it. They kept it pretty good. And we did go around. We had a bunch of Europeans, so we'd have some techno on sometimes, and it wasn't necessarily one group getting to dominate the stations at all. We had to kind of let it go around, and I still on my phone have some songs that I have no idea what they are because they put them on there, and I'm not. I'm not real tech savvy enough to get them off. I don't even know how you get rid of them. But every once in a while on a playlist of mine, some random song will come up. But mostly it was one of our runners, Adam Visike. He had some crazy songs he liked, and it's just interesting. We even had Pokemon one time. One of the athletes wanted a Pokemon song on there. So,
it's always
variety.
It's always relevant. Yeah. It'll never go out of vogue. Coming up on 800 meters here in this third section. A quick glance back from Garrett Resnack, him and Christopher Phelps doing good work. About 2:15 through 800 meters.
Resnack, Fishers, Indiana.
And I say that 800 meters, I know that it's about 2 seconds more on the splits that are being given. Of course, you got that extra 9 meters you start off with. So just more succinct, perhaps, to give the 800, 400 split than the extra 09. A little bit better perspective. But keep in mind, they did run that extra 9 meters. Here we're in the mile, not the 1600, as they come up on the final lap here momentarily.
I'm loving the shades. Okay, you gotta do it. You gotta have a little style, a little flair to you.
A more practical purpose here than some of the indoor meets in which we've seen the shades utilized.
Bit ridiculous while wearing shades indoors, but
it's style,
each his own.
Coach.
Yeah, that's what they call it, I guess.
Bell
The
lap.
lead has changed.
Braden, Rusnak, 1-2. 72 seconds on that last lap for Braden out of LaGrange, Georgia. Just a bit
Rusnak and
outside
Phelps
Atlanta.
holding their own here. Let's see if they're going to make another surge in the backstretch. Braden looking strong. He's starting to extend that lead.
The legs look light. The stride looks strong. This is actually a pretty impressive trip around the turn for Braden. Thank goodness.
He took over that
Shot out of a
lead.
cannon.
He took over that lead just a few strides before the bell, and has looked phenomenal for the last 400 meters of it.
And the red bandana. He was 65 on that last lap. From 72 to
That's going to be a new leader.
65. 36. Phelps could not go with him when the moment came. Still under 440 though for Christopher Phelps from New York. About 65.5, 70, 72, 65. 4 laps there for Braden.
Ever Braden putting his stamp on it. Great run.
Final results, the third section there.
Quickly move on to that fourth section.
A little eager at the line.
A little bit. I'd be excited too.
Here we go. Section 4 of 8, boys middle school mile. Owen Treadle, Noah Sanchez, Brayson Kramer, Christian Hughes, Charlie Savins, Asher Blom, Hunter Solasby, Hank Delk, Reed Nadig, Mason Kephart, Lucas Clark, Preston Kennedy, Hans Templeton, Jordy Martorell, Grayson Potter.
Treadle, the only 7th grader in the race in Franklin Regional. A great experience he gets to undertake. Get to hear
Everybody bunched
some
together.
friendly and fans cheering in the background. Asher Bloom takes the lead.
That's 66.5 through 400 meters. Well, the pack starting to string out just a tad. We went 5 wide for a moment as I say that in the back. This is Asher Blom of Cedar Cliff Middle leading the proceedings.
Got the train going. Almost, I mean, not quite a single foul line, but I think we're going to have several different lead changes, AJ, over the course of the next 2 laps.
19:33 as the Blum It's the midway point, 71 seconds that last lap. And it's really anybody's race as it stands. Another a surge from 6th to the shoulder of the leader on the far side.
Quick update from the decathlon. Nathaniel Johnson continues to lead by 94 points over Joe Moreland from West Virginia. Gunnar Breddix from Malvern Prep. He is in the 3rd spot.
Approaching the bell lap here. My goodness, 4 athletes vying up front. Plenty of capable runners close the deficit behind. 72 that last lap for the leaders.
Who's going to make the mark? Where they're going to do it at 200 meters or a little bit less? You can see the pace picking up tremendously across the way.
Well, I'm trying to hold on. Noah Sanchez and Burnett Middle right behind him. Blom and Sanchez 1-2. Well, Sanchez falls back to 4th. Blom's led a big part of this race. Going to the arms. He's got a little kick in the legs stored. A lot of worthy challengers. Blom holds them all off.
I thought there might have been a little bit of, I thought there was going to be a little bit of mix up there the last, 200 meters, but Blum was able to maintain. Impressive, pretty tall young man for 8th grade.
Since he took the lead, did not want to relinquish. As we move forward to section 5.
Got to give a little shout out to Brent Rogers from Mount Calvary Christian, lone 7th grader in this race.
Second straight heat, been a little eager at the line. Green card, off we go.
It's a little eager as a middle schooler too. I was ready to get things done,
Yeah.
so I can appreciate that.
A little jostling in the turn here. Learning early that elbows are there to be utilized in the mile as they break in after the cones.
You're not rubbing, you're not racing.
Camden Clevenger, Leo Tyson, Noah Weber, Austin Helms, Tanner Darnutzer, Will Buckley, Brant Rogers, Owen Kirkpatrick, Asher Burrell, Landon Hunter, Nicholas Schnendel, Mason Woody, Braden Millar, Galvin Hunt, Ryder Etheridge, and Cohen Lorenzen. There are 16 competitors here in this 5th section.
They took it out pretty hard. Now things are starting to come back. 68 for that first lap. Mason Woody.
Bethalto Trimp Middle School. You see a mix of the middle school represented, the track club, or just the city the athlete might be from on these start lists.
Woody out of the great state of Illinois. She's going to lose their football team in the NFL to Indiana, but that's a different topic.
Yeah, I don't really understand any of it. All I know is Soldier Field looked really good for that final World Cup friendly for the States.
That is a true statement.
I'm a fan of the Chicago Lakefront personally, but I'm not the one making those decisions. 2:17 through the midway mark.
K-Zoom Track Club. Tanner with the lead. He's got a pretty sizable lead right now.
Yeah, oh, got a fall here in the turn. Decent spill. Not sure who that was exactly. Sometimes you see that really recharge a runner. Other times that'll do it.
He's continuing to lead.
A lap, 71-1 that last time around. Tarnutzer, Rogers, Buckley, 1, 2, 3.
Rogers, that 7th grader, making his case for the fastest 7th grader in the country.
Trying to keep himself in it, but Rogers has been passed by, it looks like, Buckley.
Buckley's coming on strong. Buckley's gonna give chase.
Willing his body. Maybe he's going to the arms here. He's feeling the lactic. You can tell by the stride, but he does enough to get across first. Will Buckley, 4:36.50.
Big kick by Buckley. Takes that 3:36.50, and that is going to put him atop the leaderboard overall. Will Buckley with a massive kick at the end.
Good example. Sometimes it doesn't have to be the smoothest strides. It doesn't have to, whatever it takes to get that extra gear.
A W the W. For certain.
Section 6 now,
just a great effort.
4:36.50. Our fastest time from Buckley. Yep. Very commendable. Trying to avoid the logjam on the inside to start these miles. Oliver Worthington, Caden Casey, Cooper Burt, Luke Braves, Levi Salou, Camden Bayless, Kevin Brown, Camden Fisher, Grant Grimm, Liam Thompson, Ryan Mogavero, Ryan McNamee, Jacob Rokicki, Kingston Baya, Bailey Stucker, Tristan Adams.
Solu and Grimm, the two 7th graders in this race. Got to give a shout out to them each time. Multiple guys that have run already that 336 to 340 range. So this should be a fast race overall.
Bailey Stucker takes him out. First 4:09 in 65 seconds. Liam Thompson, Tristan Adams follow him.
Thompson's run 9:27.26 for 3,200. Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Probably to me, what's more impressive is it, the way, the timing is now. I mean, everybody's got times. I mean, you have automatic times all over the place, even from middle schools. It's just an impressive thing, AJ.
The standard keeps rising. Stucker and Thompson have separated themselves. I mean, what is it? I mean, we've talked about it a bit over the course of the broadcast. Is it the standard of instruction across the country, the knowledge these coaches have at different places? It's. I mean, what do you attribute the exponential jumps to?
I mean, one I would definitely say is coaching is getting a lot better. There's more science involved, and coaches use science as opposed to, hey, just go out and run, X number of miles. Let's be precise with it. Kids are eating better, and you're getting a lot of athletes now. And I think it's more on the women's side than really even on the men's side. But you have athletes that have gone through collegiate ranks now, and you have athletes that are going back and competing, or that are coaching that were great athletes. And you alluded to Carl Lewis earlier. I mean, Carl Lewis has become one of the best coaches in the country. Yeah. Not to mention he was one of the best athletes to ever compete in track and field. So you have that kind of individual that is now coaching. And it keeps coming down to the high school ranks and the middle school ranks, which is an impressive thing.
I think it's Shalane Flanagan as well.
Absolutely.
Zielinski just took the job at his alma mater. Bell Lap here in Section 6.
And the resurgence of the high school, the club programs are amazing. Liam Thompson has got the lead.
Ben Lippin, 8th grader, 69 seconds on his last 400. 64, 67 high, 69 low, his first 3 laps.
All right, will he get caught? That's the question.
Turnover looks strong.
Bailey Stucker, Liam Thompson, those are your 2. Liam Thompson, 4:26.35, huge run by Thompson.
How about that? Neat record for Thompson.
Record.
Best Hudson Dolls, 4:27 from last year. Doll with Ann Arbor Track Club. Thompson, 4:26.
Whew.
Wow.
Outstanding. An outstanding race, too. You could see, I mean, he really kicked it in that last lap going 63, 66, 67, 69, and then bang, drops to 63. got two more sections left. We got section
what's in store
7
here?
and section 8. I know, it keeps getting faster.
A little instruction of where your foot can be on this waterfall start. I think you had the wrong waterfall.
Little bumping on the inside there we saw.
Let's go through the lists once more, shall we? Gavin Sutton, Dylan Kane, Ryan Miller, Ryan Parenta, Isaac Mora, Brody Bailey, even Viswandata, Conrad Schwass, Edward White, Pedro Rodriguez, Mateo Diaz, Axton Alvey, Logan Mearshart, and Henry Bacon.
Viswandata and Bacon, those are your two 7th graders in the race.
Viswandata in the orange, taking the field out.
Not shy.
Excuse me. Misidentified him there. That's Gavin Sutton of Collegeville, Pennsylvania. The early advantage. Single file 1 through 6 now as Sutton flanked by Logan Mearshart. Isaac Moore of Epic Elite, they're in 3rd. .216 through 800 plus. An advantage point there from our production crew.
Sutton's been
Suarez
looking
now
strong
slid into
the entire
second.
time.
Yeah. Always tricky though, trying to go wire to wire in this race.
You don't know what's behind you, what their paces are, where they sit right on your shoulder. Element of surprise when they kick. And the question is always, can you respond? We're going to have Chase right here. You can kind of see that coming up through the pack.
Decisive move made there. Sutton not able to respond to it. This is a race deciding move being made here by Edward White of Upper Valley Velocity. Confidently done. No one able to answer that challenge. Eddie White's 100 to go.
White made that move and made it decisive.
Very well
another
done.
great time.
431. Yeah, Brody Bailey follows in 434.
Yeah, I mean, when White made that move, I mean, he made it with authority and did not relinquish. $68, $70, $68, and then a $64. Like 3:41.02, as you see, that's the fastest time for White. That'll be the third fastest time overall currently. Little dap with some competitors.
Final heat now, the boys' middle school mile.
Yeah, I think that deserves, you know, a trip to Pat's or Gino's later on in the day. Just a word to his parents that, you know, take him to get a good Philly cheesesteak. Our eighth and final race. See who's going to make that decisive move.
Nathan Ebert, Matteo Lindenmeyer, Sammy Reed, Thomas King, Lucas Thomas, Langston Bickert, Thomas Klein, William Wermus, Emerson Redkay, Reed Brown, Oliver Miller, Noah Smith, Cody Lamb, and Brantley Blair. Final heat, you see something under 26, yep.
Yeah, I was going to say, on paper, this seems to be the fastest section. You know, Cody Lamb has run 4:31 in the mile indoors, and Brantley Blair, I mean, he's run 4:24 in the mile, the middle schooler from Indiana. We'll see who puts the hammer down on this.
Blair leads the field.
Keep your eye on Thomas
see him
King
with the
as
camo.
well.
Cody Lamb follows.
Great uniform. Great uniform with the camo.
Yeah, strong. Look at this single file, front to back.
$64. First 400. Cody Lamb, Thomas Klein, Reed Brown, all kind of in the mix. Jason McNamara now moving up into that fourth spot. Brantley Blair looking comfortable and under control, AJ, to get on that backstretch.
HP distance. Now he's starting to put his foot on the gas a little bit here. Saying, I dare you to come with me. And it's only Lamb that is loosely being able to stay with him as it stands, but Blair's just upping that gap with every step.
Yeah, I don't know if he can be caught at this point.
Brief glance back to his inside on the turn. Gonna hit the bell. About 3:18. It'll be interesting. 4:26. It's not out of the question. He just went 66 that last lap. Another glance back. As there's quite the valiant charge being made. I think that's Emerson Redkay of Winchester, Virginia, who has closed the gap considerably. But you know Blair's going to have a strong kick to finish here. Redkay seems to have given all he can. Another glance back from Blair.
Yeah. Stop looking over your shoulder, just run.
There's some learning, teaching moments. About 5 glances back the last lap, but Blair's still going to get the win. And another one.
He'll definitely do it. 4:21.83. Wow.
63.9 on that final lap.
Officially 4:21.82, new meet record. Liam Thompson only was able to hold it for a couple heats.
Two meet records today. Blair smashes it though. It goes from 4:27 to 4:26 to 4:21. Congratulations, Brantley Blair.
6 seconds faster than what was run last year. We'll head on to the women's field, which is huge. 118 entries.
Blair, Redkay, Lamb, 1, 2, 3 here. Middle school girls mile set to get underway.
First of 7 sections, AJ. Are they going to continue to get faster? Somebody going to break the record early on? 4:44.88.
Onward we go. Alice Williams, Austin Wiatrek, Lila DeDio, Eleanor Holland, Nora Tully, Addison Alvey, Delia Schmidt, London Dancy, Nora Campbell, Sully Morrison, Maren Need, Megan Nolan, Julian Burke Hoyette, Farah Santiago de Leon, and Ophelia Lindstrom.
Number of 7th graders in this race. And the majority of the field is in 7th grade in these first couple sections.
Rhea Trek, Williams, Dancy, 1, 2, 3. After 400. Rhea Trek, 8th grader from Little, Texas. Williams also out of Texas from Princeton.
What's for dinner? All right, well, let's go get him some pasta. Give it up one more time for your middle school mile champion, everyone, with a brand new meet record. Give it up for him. And congratulations to Brantley Belair. Each meet distance to our new meet record over at 4.
Rhea Trek all by herself as it stands. Chase Pack making up the gap. 2:36 through just over 800 meters.
She's been running well from that start. Texas duo up there in front.
Marion Need with Lower Dauphin middle. In seconds. Schmidt surging forward. Amelia Schmidt of Eton VA track, one of the 7th graders. Going around with 600 left.
Really's been running it from the beginning.
The end of this 3rd lap looking a lot different than the end of lap 2. And Schmidt almost about 20 meters ahead of the field now. And after Rhea Trek had led the first 2 laps, finding it a bit more of a struggle now.
Finding another gear. 122 down to 118. Schmidt.
This is Schmidt's race. Only question now is what that final time may be. 82 and 78 her last 2 laps.
She's looked really in control from the beginning. She made that move. She's gonna claim this.
Run race by Schmidt, particularly the last 2 laps. Nobody able to match that move. Schmidt 5:15.85 to take that section win. By the way, top time in the middle school girls mile last year from Elijah Schwaz, Scottville, Michigan, 4:44.
Solid run. Continue to see the shots of historic Franklin Field, University of Pennsylvania. Philly, Philly makes claim to be one of the best sports cities in the country, and I think, you You had the Phillies. You had Philadelphia Union in the MLS. You had the Penn Relays, World Cup going on there.
Has a case. He left off the Eagles there, who have some recent success. Some hardware.
Yeah, the Eagles, I mean, you know, the two that kind of struggle a little bit, the 76ers, you know, trust the process that really didn't need to be trusted because it didn't really happen. And then you have the Flyers, who really taken second fiddle to the Penguins in the state of Pennsylvania.
Sensitive subject.
No
there.
bias. No bias there.
Start list here in Heat 2. Caitlin Trombador, Harper Whitson, Rebecca Espinoza, Beatrix Howie Clark, Leela Rotter, Vivian Gonzalez, Honor Worden, Addie Stark, Emma Mae Bullock, Evelyn Goosen, Kirsten Koth, Charlotte Kellitz, Brenna McFadden, Zoe Elberg, Charlotte Flanagan, Abigail Wong, and Claire Sullivan.
Rotter with the early lead, followed by Flanagan. Pretty big lead now. John J. Cross River. For Rotter, you can hear that wind starting to blow a little bit. Temperature starting to rise there, AJ, as it gets a little bit warmer as the day goes on, up in the 80s now.
Yeah, started off pretty gloomy, overcast. I believe you said it's guaranteed to rain. I think those were the words that left your mouth this morning. Now,
And
there's
it
still a
did.
long way to go.
Just a little bit. It sprinkled. Yeah, I was trusting the meteorologists. You know, what can I say?
That's your own peril. Two to go. Rotter maintains the lead. Oh, I'm throwing the strays at my friends in the meteorology department.
Hey. Can bring the chat in.
82 on that last lap.
That field is starting to close on it a little bit.
McFadden, Trombador, Elberg in the vicinity.
Trombador and Elberg look strong right now. With that arm carry, and see the effortlessness. We're going to have a new leader after this lap. Potentially. And we'll see at the bell lap here who's going to make the move and when are they going to make it.
Two-person race now. McFadden, Rotter. It's Rotter in front.
And there's the move by McFadden.
Not quite able to slide in on the rail, though. Rotter matching the move. You love the competing. Yeah.
Got to make it a little more decisive. Is there. And Rotter showing some composure to be able to hold things off. Madden's going to give it one last try off the on the home stretch.
And the second effort for McFadden. It's going to net her the win.
She's going to have the fastest time so far.
The first move gets rebuffed to have the wherewithal to reset, do it again. Able to finally scoot by Little Rotter. And McFadden goes 5:11.
Very good mark. That's going to be the fastest time of the day so far. Pretty outstanding performance. Like you said by McFadden, she tried once and then tried again and was able to get it done. We mentioned World Cup a little earlier, AJ. Have you taken in some of the matches so far? I know you were in the Philippines for a little bit, racing yourself.
Yeah, it's a process to find how to watch any game over there. I was able to stream the first one on YouTube, but had some. Oh, we got a gun bringing back. I missed a fall off camera there. They'll call them back here in this third heat. So to answer your question, and then the plan was to have a big watch party for the United States game at the Mall of Asia that the U.S. Embassy was hosting, Fets. But the post-race celebrations after the Manila half marathon dragged on a bit too long, and I missed that. I'm ashamed to say, but so well, I'm excited for the Australia-U.S. match.
I think the viewers got to know that you came over with a victory in the half marathon.
Well, thank you for the shout out.
Yeah, there where you see the
top of the screen, the tumble. Yep, good catch by our crew. That will bring everybody back very promptly. Yeah, that was Manila half marathons, no joke. I don't know how the people did the full in those temperatures. That's serious stuff. I felt compromised.
I would rather take that in a car driving with air conditioning. That'd be my go.
It was tough, but we had a good time, and certainly World Cup fever is in full swing. Who's this here? We got Emily Toth
taking it out. Toth,
yeah. Godspeed track and field 7th grader.
She's run 5:19 for the mile indoors, so she's got a little bit of wheels on her.
This heats featuring Ellie King, Vela Byron, Rafaela Friedman, Laura Doyle, Caitlin Bradica, Addie Lloyd, Emily Toth, as mentioned, Ashley Brining, Reagan Matson, Kendall Baker, Evelyn DeYo, Savannah Whitney, Eliza Bricker, Baylor Knobloch, and Juliet Siapin.
We actually have a couple 6th graders in this race. Baylor Knobloch, who's right up there in the front, 6th grader.
Yeah, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders in the top 4 here. Bricker on the outside here from Malvern, PA. Very jumbled up here in the front.
It's a lot more condensed than it has been for any of the guys' races, even at this point in this race, it seems like.
And since we are watching the girls model, I am going to give you guys some more fun facts. These first women to ever break 5
Bricker, 82 seconds last lap. After 75 to start.
Little shout out to Madison Davis for winning the championship girls discus competition. 167 feet 6 inches. Outstanding by Madison. Lisa Bricker continues to roll on this. That pace, they went out hard and then they kind of slowed it down. Now they're picking it back up again.
Bricker had a quick glance back. Here we go. Another 82 on that last lap. Matson into the lead. Valor Track Club Portland all the way to Philadelphia.
That's a hike. But those two looking
Backstretch.
very solid through 1200.
We'll clarify. Portland, Maine, the home of Valor Track Club. Don't want to not acknowledge
Amazing
our
place,
New England
nonetheless.
friends. Yes, give the New England friends their shine. And
Some great lobster
Madsen trying to
up
hold
there.
on here.
See if there's going to be a swing wide.
Madsen
Looks in
and
good
Bricker.
position.
Yeah. Holding. Looks like she will have enough. Good run from Reagan Matson. Putting on for
Indeed,
Portland,
Chase.
Maine here. Yeah. Thought that was Matson, right? Nope.
Bella Byrne, excuse us.
Now we're seeing it's listed Bricker. It's going back and forth here. We'll give it a moment.
It says Bricker, 5:18.60.
Four more sections to go.
We're moving on to Heat 4. Seven total. Each heat getting a little bit faster. Get a little international flair in this Heat 4.
Now Madsen credited as the winner, 5:17.90, her final time. Section 4-7. Start list for this fourth heat: Amelia Tippin, Maya Eady, Fair Skelfo, Zara Williams, Gianna McCombs, Daniela Morgan, Madden Schmidt, Emily Mello, Kayla Francis, Brielle McDonald, Breezy McKinnon, Ellery Jepson, Sterling Howard, Emery Sutton, Kenzie Wenzel, Ashley Martin, Eva Martinez, Laharza, and Lauren Hunter.
Maddie Eady, she wins the award for the distance. She's listed as competing for Singapore, which that is slightly outside of Portland, Oregon, or California, for those who don't know that. A little close to where you were just competing yourself, AJ.
Yeah, quick flight away, no doubt. From where I was, not from Franklin Field.
From Franklin Field.
I'm still feeling the jet lag from that. Coach, I had a lunch with a good friend scheduled at noon yesterday. I went to bed at midnight. I woke up at 1 p.m. I stood my friend up unintentionally with the jet lag. I said, I don't need to set an alarm if lunch was at noon. And I wake up at 1 p.m. to some unanswered messages.
I was going to say there had to be some messages saying, where are you at? What are you doing?
Yeah, I was mortified. But that's what I do now. I stand people up. Once you win the Manila half marathon, you're just a different person. I mean,
you got a big time.
I got to set the tone here. Oh, Gianna McCombs, 82 on that first lap.
Lorraine Hunter and Ellie Jepson, that's your top three. Hey, you know, once you get to a certain level, you can just stand people up.
I'm going to write that quote down. It's words of wisdom. Once you get to a certain level, you can put it on a wall somewhere. Oh, we got a good
quoting machine.
Credit to that. Which athlete again from Singapore? I mean, it's not easy to get acclimated in a couple days.
She's sitting right now in sixth place. We have a new leader here.
Lauren Hunter from AMP on 3. 7th grader.
These youngsters getting it done.
Just under 500 to go. Hunter straining but leading.
She made a pretty decisive move. She did a little glance over that shoulder. Doesn't look like anybody's coming to get her. Maybe Jepson. In fact, Jepson looks like she's on the prowl. I think that's Jepson there in the third spot, or now in the second spot. Excuse me, that's Edie. Moving her all the way up.
Edie making a nice charge. Is it going to be enough?
They've got 100 meters.
Closing the gap.
Maddie
Hunter
Edie
doing
coming
everything
from
she
Singapore.
can. Edie.
Can Hunter hold her
close.
off? Great effort by Hunter. She took the lead, became challenged, and was able to pull it off. 5:07 is a great time for a 7th grader.
I give Edie credit for fighting all the way back up. 5:08.62 made Hunter really work there, especially the final 150, but ultimately Hunter enough to take the win. It's the top time of the heats thus far as well.
Great effort by the youngster from Georgia, who's also run 2:16. So she's listed as 5:15 was her PR in the mile. So she takes 7 seconds off of that time. Amazing run by Lauren Hunter.
Three heats remain here in the middle school girls mile.
Heat 5 coming up. We have a couple 6th graders in this race, along with some 7th graders. We'll see how clean the start is.
Everybody out cleanly here. Look at our list. Penelope Wood, Samantha Williams, Aliva Chu, Janelle Jones, Liz Brazil, Leona Whitman, Brooklyn Thomasa, Lindsay Carney, Kate Ferris, Layla Faye, Madison McGarry, Jillian Campbell, Kenley Haug, Lania Fountain, Brooke Nelson, Zoe Bernice, and Lucy Barry.
I'll tell you what, if it gets down into a sit and kick at the end, this is Brazil. She's run 2:17, really good 800-meter speed. It seems like it's been the case at every single one of these races, AJ. Somebody, one or two people get out fast and kind of take the lead and kind of set the pace, set the tone for everybody. There's no rabbits in these races.
Two-person races come the final lap. Seems like Fountain and Brazil might be playing the same game here.
Fountains look strong. 70 seconds for that first lap. For Brazil, like I said, she has some great foot speed. Fountain just in 6th grade, though. Wow. Very impressive.
6th grade, competing at New Balance Outdoor, Franklin Fields. Starts is Louise Bering, Princeton, New Jersey has made her way into the fold.
Another thing, well, you heard it here. We got some great people in the crowd cheering on some amazing athletes. Make sure you guys are locking in because the heats are getting faster.
Fountain continues. Look impressive, but here comes
In second, coming up on the bell.
Fallon going into the lap.
Bering's foot speed. Turnover is excellent here.
She made a move and made it pretty confidently. Bearing from Princeton,
Gliding
New
down the
Jersey.
backstretch. Yeah.
And she's running 5:08:43 for 1,600 meters. Let's see if she can time the beat right now, 5:07:79.
I think she'll be well ahead of that, partner.
I would say she probably will.
It's a nice round of applause for her efforts. Will be well under 5:07, will be well under 5 flat. Grace Bering, 4:53. Commanding victory, due in large part to a fantastic final 800 meters.
Fountain 5:05:44, very solid for a sixth grader. It's very impressive. Very impressive times, very impressive performances across the board. It's incredible how these athletes continue to just escalate performances. Man. We got 2 heats remaining. We've got some
4:44,
firepower
the meet
in these
record.
two.
Let's see if that is threatened here today.
I think this section right here might be able to produce one. A little jostling there, almost had somebody fall down.
Heat 6, Zoe Bantam-Livermore, Lucy Mashek, Amelia Cluley, Viviana Tornatella, Mia Fry, Sloan Cooper, Tessa Mako, Bryn Waters, Emma Pham, Sophia Aquaviva, Ada Shishi, Kayomi Fuertes, Bailey Pipes, and Ava Wells.
I was told that Aquaviva also a good lacrosse player. If there's a little bumping in there, that could come into play.
Manalapan Township. Freshman boys, freshman girls mile to follow after these next 2 heats.
See, this race is pretty tight all the way through so far. So he's going to make the move and take control here. Coming in, most all these athletes all very similar in times.
Emma Pham, 7 Locks Run Club, 7th grader. Who's led the entirety thus far.
Seven locks, pretty impressive middle school depth. Several athletes competing here from several locks.
Pham, Pipes, Wells, 1, 2, 3. As Pipes goes wide for a moment here. And does slide over. First lead change of the race with 600 to go.
Wells from Cleveland, Ohio.
Pipes out of Houston, 8th grader. Pham isn't going anywhere.
Pham is ready to battle it out over these next 400 meters.
3:48 at the bell lap. They went 76 seconds last time around. On pace for low 5s. Pipes extending this lead here.
Pipes and Pham getting after it a little bit.
Pham's fighting. It's not as if she's let go of the rope, but this is just a very impressive final lap from Bailey Pipes. Track Houston, youth track.
Track Houston's been on the scene for quite a long time. She looks like she's going to come away with a nice W.
Pham trying to hold on for second. Pipes just under 5. Goes 4:59.95.
Some happy individuals down in Houston, Texas.
Pham holding on for second. Addison Sheehy third.
$4:59.95. You got to be excited you were able to dip under 5 minutes. It's amazing what 0.5 of a second will do. Or hundredths of a second, excuse me.
Yeah, a lot different perspective walking off the track versus 4:59.9, then a 5 flat O.
Gives you a little authority. All right, this is our 7th and final heat. of the girls' middle school mile.
Time to beat so far, 4:53.25 from Louise Behring of New Jersey. This final section featuring Peyton Barger, Miriam Wahid, Evelyn McKenna, Emery Knobloch, Hazel Butterworth, Sophia Davies, Gabriela Pereira, Rashida Reinhart, Tess Posen, Claire Grind, Jada Eller, Haley Fernandez, Molly Mako, Athena Pluchos, Brianna Riley. Those are your competitors here in this 7th and final section of the middle school mile.
Yes, some great ones, some great pedigree. Reinhardt, she won the USATF Youth 1,500 meters indoors. Got some outstanding individuals here overall. Expect it to be pretty close for as long as it will go. Maybe 1,200 meters in. Reinhardt in that
First
second
lap.
position, but it's really too early to tell.
Everybody utilizing the pack here. Trying to stay out of trouble. Loosens up just a bit here now. Hernandez, Reinhardt, Riley, Mako, Pluchos, all part of it up front. And now some separation being attained. It's Brianna Riley, Harrisburg, South Dakota.
Definitely one city I am not familiar with.
Riley, 73 seconds that last lap. I mean, the whole field was together. You know, Riley is putting her stamp on this race.
And 4:48. You know, the big thing is she's run 2:11, which is super impressive for a middle schooler. Means I'm not sure anybody's going to be able to run her down.
Lap 2 move. Nobody was willing to match. And now coming up on the bell lap. In prime positioning. 3:38 through 3 laps. 72 seconds on that last 400.
Very consistent, 73, 73, then 72.
Sub
She's a
450
solid 3
is
seconds
certainly
ahead.
in the cards. Yeah. On pace for the neat victory. How close maybe can she get to the record? It takes something quite considerable in the final lap to break it. And don't know if her pace will quite get her there, but very much in contention to surpass Behring's time.
She looks good. I mean, it'd be great if she had somebody up there to challenge her, to kind of push her through. It's one of the hard things when you're really good at a young age. Rarely is there two of you, somebody that can push you and can match you, to kind of push those times up. You usually have to step up in the different higher races, age-wise.
So we're just over 450 here. Is it enough to take the meet win? Riley, 4:53.30. Oh, Behring got her by 0.05 of a second.
Wow. Wow.
The thinnest
Pretty
of margins.
hitting performance. Pretty outstanding performance nonetheless.
Yeah. Excellent effort. Much of that solo for the South Dakota product. And you have to figure with any further competition at her sides throughout the final 2.5 laps, that may have been a tad quicker than 4:53.25. But as it stands, Behring the top spots in the girls' middle school mile.
Good racing overall, though, AJ. That's some impressive running by middle schoolers. It's almost to the point where I kind of forgot that they were in middle school and they weren't in high school.
I think the only middle school moment I saw was the boys' champion looking back 8 times on the
Right.
final on the final lap.
Yeah.
Yet he's still Brantley Blair. Yet he's still set the meet record. So you can't be too upset.
No, I mean it's just impressive. How much people are increasing their performances. Amazing. We're gonna have some great races here coming up. Now as we shift over to the boys' freshman mile. Six heats of this.
16 competitors in this first section. Freshman mile underway here in Philadelphia. The freshman 1 mile record, Jonathan Grimm of Williamsburg, Virginia, went 4:16 last year. So tell you what, partner, we have a couple of entries this year under 4:10. So as has been kind of their annual routine now, there may be some rewriting of the record books this year once more.
If anything's been an indication of what we've seen so far today with the 100 meters of the middle schools and the freshmen, and even starting things off with the heptathlon hurdles, we've seen some amazing competition, and I think there's going to be a lot more of that over the course of the next 3 days and into this afternoon.
Foster, Fitzgerald, and Lair. 3 up front. Autry Foster, Shane Fitzgerald, Charlie Lair, Ryan Berry, Edward Madison, David Vogel, Jacob Myers, Connor Jackson, Salvatore Selfo, Theodore Wetchler, Damian Kane, Zach Cradden, Gavin Aguilar, and Wes Brooks. There's your field here.
Anybody's raced this early on?
217 through 800.
Fitzgerald, Matson, all right there in the mix.
Gerald falling to second. Matson, Frankfurt holding the lead.
Like changing right now.
Now Fitzgerald, calm and composed. Looks like he wanted to make a move, but going into the turn, kind of a difficult spot, especially with the bell lap hitting. So Matson staying along the rail, staying in the lead. Now Fitzgerald into third as Damian Kane out of Indiana goes around.
Kane making a nice move there. Matson holding on though.
There goes Kane. Has bided his time in this race until about 1:30 to go. Pumping the arms, long strides, and it's going to end up being a comfortable victory for Damian Kane from Brownsburg, Indiana. 64.9 on that final lap. Yeah. Matson takes second, 4:33.
That wasn't in the bingo card by any chance.
Shane Fitzgerald, who led much of the early portion of that race, winds up third. Just over 4:36, the Chapel Hill native.
We've seen some great racing here so far. Expect this second section to be no less entertaining. A number of individuals ranked pretty highly up there.
That is off underway, section 2. Nolan Murphy, John Brickley, Noah Linkeek, Ethan Palmberg, Hudson Everett, Isaac Cox, Wesley Oldfield, Bryson Thornton, William Poole, Andrew Inman, Lincoln Schuler, Zachary Stupar, Levi Rowe, Caden Marek, Evan Kaskak, Braden Baccaro, Matt Bozeman.
Solid field. You see, each one of these races, AJ, you're seeing who's going to make that first move, and will it be decisive enough to be able to hold on at the end? .65 through the quarter.
Levi Rowe from Plano, Texas. Hudson Everett, Georgetown, Indiana. in front here. This is about the
Keep this
longest
pace
distance
going.
you want to be doing in the early part of the afternoon in the summertime. It's a bit more strenuous after a mile on the track.
Current temperature in Philly, 85 degrees. The key is that feels like 90, which
Yeah.
I'd be sitting out on the balcony at 90 at our place if it was 90. It'd be a nice cool day down in South Florida. Not so much if,
Perspective
but
is
if you're
relative.
running a mile though.
Yeah. Rowe
Everybody's been
continues
very
to
content.
lead.
Looks like this is going to be a sit and kick race.
Feels like it. Coming up on 600 left. Hudson Everett decides he'll take the lead with Vaquero right on his shoulder. Still crowded. It's a party up front.
Got the party music in the back too.
DJ is on his game. Well, some moves being made from that second contingent there. .24 with 400 left. It's Everett out in front. 68 seconds that last lap.
See who's got the best foot speed. As you can see, they're starting to pick up a little bit. Schuyler. Lincoln Schuyler going to make the move.
The Melrose freshman. Lincoln Schuyler.
I don't know if Everett's going to give chase to try to come back and pass him on the straight.
Had one of the runners in fourth step on the rail there. Loses momentum. But up front,
Here
one
comes-
final lead change. Everett's 428.
Braden came flying back down the home stretch.
Valiant effort to try to clip Everett at the tape. Vaquero just over a half second behind.
It's like Vaquero maybe went out a little bit too late in his chase. And move on to heat 3 of 6. Boys freshman pole vault going on right now. Bars up at 12 feet 5.5 inches. The decathlon high jump underway. They're at 5'10" right now. Slew of competitors still competing. The women's heptathlon has a 200 meters to go today. Got a lot of events going on. They don't call track and field a circus for no reason.
Ella Nikoletich currently with the lead in that heptathlon. Bowden, we talked about earlier, right behind. At 150 points behind. And in decathlon, Nathaniel Johnson, who had that really impressive 100 start. He leads by about 200 points. On to Heat 3, the boys' freshman mile. Miguel Gutierrez, Guzman, Kenneth Christophic, Trenton Kruger, Jordan Gillinell, Fisher Skull, Paxton Bixler, Daniel Hayters III, Joseph Stahl, Jack Lee, Luis Nava, Gaspar Rosario, Keegan O'Brien, Mark Reinhardt, Mason Drost, Weston Ford, Chase Vanderhoof, and Dylan Harp.
I would imagine we'll see similar to that last race that things will be pretty packed up until the bell lap. And somebody will make a go for it. Anybody's game right now. Got it.
And yes, Twist, I am down here with some field event updates. Our boys freshman pole vault is continuing. They're at 12.5.
They were 66 through the 400. They've seemed to keep that pace up.
212, 213 through 800. 809, of course. Jordan Gillinell of Crofton Track Club.
Hudson Everett, 4:28, the fastest time so far. We will see things transpire.
Reinhardt leads, presenting the Jets. The lap here.
Reinhardt looks strong.
Gillinell goes right back in front. So at 64 on the last lap. Gillinell moving down the back stretch. They won't threaten the meet record, but certainly looking to take the top spot. Of all the heats run thus far, Reinhardt into the lead again. We've gone back and forth. This freshman showing fight, but Reinhardt may have the better stuff today. 4:21.68 for Mark Reinhardt. 63.4 on the final lap.
That's a pretty good close. AJ, that's very solid. I mean, both Mark and Jordan closing well. So we'll move into this fourth section of 6. Big performances expected. .421.68. The fastest time so far, just run by Mark Reinhardt.
Plenty of talents in each heat to come. Heat 4, 6, the boys, freshman and mile, featuring Henry Howard, Devin Selkis, Josh Gamble, Austin Hughes, Miller Crum, Andrew Bench, Gavin Beard, Blake Moon, Declan O'Donnell, Dan DeCola, Ronan Crisp, Ethan Towery, Nicholas Masson, Kairos Fiesel, Nick Smith, and Jackson Hobbs. Going very wide there after the first lap. Nearly into the cones. Kairos Fiesel of HP Distance leading the way. Coach, how often would you run your 800 guys up in the mile versus it primarily being, of course, a cross-country, more laden athlete participating?
Most of our 800-meter guys at Virginia were more of the 4.8 type than the 8.16 type. Most of our guys always were on a 4x4. That kind of individual. It's interesting now, though. I mean, the amount of speed that it takes to run the 5K. I mean, you have so many guys that use that mile speed to move up, as opposed to the 800-meter individuals that are moving. What I mean 800-meter guys that are more 400, 800 guys.
You see that speed on display in so many final kicks of these 5Ks recently.
We've seen some great 800 meters in the professional level recently. Brandon Miller, some amazing times.
Fiesel and Masson here. 500 left.
Quite as fast as it was the last section.
Shoulder to shoulder to hit the final lap. Fiesel and Towery, Ethan Towery of Stafford.
Towery's
running about Miller Crum
2:01.
of Little Rock. Yeah. So you know he has good closing speed. Now Crum into second.
Crum looks like he's going to make a move right here. Get him coming off the curve.
He's talked one man down. Now Crum going to the outside. Does Crum have enough here? He's worked all the way up. Not quite. Great finish. Fiesel, 4:23.54. It's the third best mark today thus far.
Yeah, that heat right before there, it ran a little faster in that second lap. That was really the difference time-wise. Get the roll into this 5th heat. .421.68 time to beat.
Off we go, section 5 of 6. Mark Reinhardt still with the top time, 421.68. Gallinal follows, 422.49. So that last section just a bit off the pace of the previous mile we saw. Heat 5 of 6 now. Hazmat Salahuddin, Luke Kramer, Isaac Hoover, Brendan Davis, Lucas Medema, Trevor Martirana, Adrian Rodriguez, Liam Kuntz, Braylon Brown, Avery Rand, Gavin Nally, Derek Locktish, Matt McDonald, Nordine Fadil, Katsi Kirwani, and Asher Kerr. Your competitors here.
See how this plays out. Looks similar to the last couple. It's really that after that 800-meter mark, AJ, is when a couple of the guys seem to take control, take charge. And that might be a little bit early.
It seems to be happening early here.
They seem to be getting after it.
Asher Gurr from Houston.
The Lone Star State's been pretty well represented in these mile races, from the middle school all the way up.
Hope you guys are having a great time here at the best party on the planet.
He is really putting it down. Trying to leave no guessing games out there.
A lot of race left to go here. A real aggressive first 800 out of the gates for Gurr.
68.
Still doing fine.
64.
Approaching the K. Yeah. Look at that lead.
A man on a mission.
Nobody's close. Does not appear to be in any imminent danger.
No. Definitely not appearing to slow up at all either. Running a great race. He made that move really early, just after I said usually no one's going to take the lead until you have somebody prove you wrong. You're also an accomplished swimmer.
Avery Rand has slowly worked his way. He's made up more than half the distance of this deficit. That was a big gap to overcome. And should Gurr have any sort of kick in the final 100 here, he will be safe. Rand's still
he's
trying.
coming on hard.
He's got a shot here, Gurr. Desperate to get to the finish. Here comes Avery Rand of Palm Beach Elite. Rand all the way back, diving at the line. Avery Rand, full extension. Was it enough? It was.
And they gave it to him.
Avery Rand.
0.04.
Wow. It's not enough for the top
0.04.
spot, but he takes the heat by 0.04 of a second and gives everybody their entertainment value. Oh, what a finish.
Wow. What a finish. What an effort. What an effort right in that last little bit. He's going to have a little bit of track burn on him. But Avery Rand, I mean, he came all the way back.
And to get under 430 as well. The win and the sub 430 effort. And that lead looked insurmountable.
We've got one final heat of the freshman boys mile. A lot of great competitors in this heat.
Mile to follow. Alric Swan, Gavin Moffitt, Dominique Moscatello, Jack Cooper, Landon Brzezinski, Fisher Carroll, Tommy McCormick, Sebastian Leyva, Archer Brown, Leah McBride, Joseph Sittler, Philip Sullivan, Cameron Britt, Jacob McKillop, Calvin Toss.
Sittler, one to keep an eye on in this race. And Jacob kept up as well.
Little glances around here from your leader, Sebastian Leyva, and he'll settle back behind the leaders. Very pedestrian first lap.
Yeah, this is way slower than what others did. It'd be tough to match the current lead. It's a lot more tactical than anything else. Everybody's kind of waiting to see who's going to make that move.
Finally, McKillop decided enough of this. Now, as he sees the pack come back up to him, he says, well, maybe somebody else could do the work. And it's gone right back to a little more conservative.
It really seems like
don't
no one
mind seeing how
wants to
tactical
answer
this
the bell.
is. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're racing for place in the heats. I think someone's got to realize if you want to win the meet, there's some work to do.
There's a lot of work to do. I mean, they were 72 for the first one, then dropped down to 64 on that second one. See what this third lap goes. There's going to have to do a lot of work to get in that range.
It's not a championship final. Like, every heat is by time. It's not a prelim. Got to go if you wanted the overall freshman title. Preedy seems willing and able to try to push the pace.
Preedy, 4:32 indoors in the mile. For state of Virginia. He's got a pretty commanding lead right now. But as we saw in the last race, it's not safe until you cross the finish line.
Essentially 3:20 with a lap to go. He would need to run 61.6 to win the freshman division. He went 63.2 on his last lap. Heads weaving back and forth, left and right. And everything he can here.
Here comes the field.
I don't know if he stepped on the rail. His hand went up for a moment as if he lost his balance. Pretty. He's trying to hold off the challenge. Pretty. It's taken at the line.
And we've seen it
Calvin
2 races in a row.
Hightoss.
Calvin Hightoss
The
kind of
Mount
came out of
Vernon.
nowhere.
Yeah, 4:24.13. It's not enough for the top spot, though, with how conservative the field went that first lap. And so Reinhardt will have the top time.
Yeah, from Ohio, really kind of came out of nowhere on that right at the end. We've seen 2 races in a row with a dive across the finish line. Some outstanding performances. But Mark Reinhardt, he's going to end up being the winner, 4:21.68. The overall winner coming out of Heat 3. We move on to 6 heats of the girls' freshman mile.
We'll have 18 competitors in this first section. As we roll along on this Thursday afternoon in Philadelphia, Adriana Vastag, Ali Seidel, Mia Horgan, Layla Rasul, Evelyn O'Rourke, Kendall Pizarrusso, Chloe Chan, Imogen Roper, Ariana Elzinga, Sadie Coyle, Evelyn Jenkins, Lorelei Holsing, Grace Mathers, Shayla Hyman, Emery Adams, Zara Cohn, Lily Kaiser, and Zoe Kohler. The field here.
We'll soon find out if we're going to have the same festivities and fireworks as those last 2 boys' races that came down to legitimately the last step of the race.
No shortage of entertainment or drama. To finish off those couple of heats, you have to admire, appreciate the effort, extension at the finish. Competition
Very
level
impressive.
high.
Looks like we got a pack of 5 that's kind of made their way out in front. Using Jenkins, Mathers, Cohen, and Chan. Group of 5 still.
separation. 800 in. Any of these fives race 2:33. We're just over 800 meters.
Jenkins at 80 seconds for the second lap. Jenkins continues to lead. The rest of that pack, the rest of the grouping has really started to close it down a little bit. From 4 to 8 wasn't super fast. Pretty slow comparison. So he's going to really take this out and go. Jenkins take it back over, that's the question.
Going to go around. Started with the pack of 5, whittled down to 2. Adams and Jenkins. And now Jenkins at 300 left in prime position here.
She looks really smooth. I mean, she led it through almost the whole time. Adams kind of gave chase, and then Jenkins kind of made that separating moment and has really started to pull away now. Excuse me, Emery Adams is individual way out in front. Apologize.
No, it says I think Jenkins on the bib, does it not? Or no, maybe I'm incorrect.
Jenkins, yes.
Oh,
sorry,
Jenkins
we were
is
right.
yeah. You know, when usually PA announcer has got me beat. That one Jenkins though, 5:08.64, taking the win.
Solid time.
Adams winding up third in 5:13. With Lorelei Holsig second, 5:12.
Some great performances so far. We'll see how long 5:08.64 will hold up. Heat 2 of the mile.
Colby McCollum,
called
Carolina
back.
Cavaliers, went 4:54 last year. Meet record. No shortage of athletes in this heat as well. Emma Cam, Kiera Cole, Marina Hart, Juliet Lord, Lena Kaufman, Lydia Dwyer, Naive Heck, Summer Ray Sharma, Avery Blau, Jane Keeley, Sasha Otschuler, Jessica DeMeo, Felicity Good, Cleona Chapman, Kayla Gaffney, Francesca Filotto, Meg Adams, and Leland Phillips.
These are all freshmen in this race. A little over 300 meters in, still anybody's race. They started off and pulled it back a little bit. Got the championship boys discus getting ready to start any moment. Start at the freshman boys pole vault. Brennan Roding, he's currently in first place. 12 feet 11 and a half. Decathlon's still rolling on. They've got a little bit more in the high jump to go. Lots of things going on at Franklin Field and the surrounding area today. Now this pack's really gotten tight in, AJ. I mean, they're almost in lane, well, it would be lane 3, but it's lane 6 as it shows.
Yeah, a little peculiar to see that much track on your inside. But again, here at Franklin Field, that is the norm. That is the standard. Lane 4 is 400 meters.
I mean, they're definitely about 3 seconds slower than the previous heat. Waiting for somebody to take it, very tactical by nature.
This is as bunched up as we've seen in a while, this late in the race.
It's still anybody's race. A lap to go, 4:01.
Leland Phillips in Morgantown, West Virginia. Sharma follows in second. Kent Place, and now Sharma into the lead. That's Hart. Marina Hart, from Houston. Hart at the top spot.
Now it comes down.
150 to go. When 80 won that last lap. Now Hart gets overtaken. Heading into the front stretch as they hit 5 minutes. Impressive run in close. Taking the lead with 150 left, and Sharma here goes 5:12.84 for the win.
Yeah, I mean, a big race in that second and third spot. Good and Phillips battling for second and third. Wasn't sure if we were going to see another dive at the finish. 5:12. Not going to be enough to eclipse Evelyn Jenkins from the first section. So we roll into heat 3 of 6.
Heat 3 of 6. Girls freshman mile. Madison Adams, Kate Leroy, Claire Lawrence, Liana Sivinskas, Evelyn Lingle, Bella Monticelli, Grace Snyder, Francie Tidd, Eleanor Slow, Layden Archer, Carly Gill, Sienna Adams, Anna Drower, Edith Ratna, Madison Scott, Kaylee Angrata, and Addiston Long.
This pace definitely a little faster than the race before. See who's going to take control.
Third.
73 seconds through 400. 75 as they hit the official start finish. Edith Retna, Marlboro, Connecticut, followed by Eleanor Slow and Grace Snyder.
Ranta out in front here.
Right now, a solo effort thus far, as we've seen a number of competitors throughout this mile decide to approach it to varying amounts of success. Already Rantna's turnover seeming to take a brief gear change back as the field closes in.
Tell you what, this has been hers from the start, but that whole pack's starting to close in a little bit now.
It is a difficult style, is it not? You really have to have your race plan, your splits, and have to have confidence in that to execute, knowing that there may be nobody around you.
Yeah, and then once that pack comes back to you, once you get closed on, it's how are you going to react and how are you going to move. I mean, it looks like she might have went out a little bit too fast. But it's one thing to take that lead and to be able to hold people off. The other part is how do you respond when somebody comes up on your shoulder? I'll tell you what, there's a lot of individuals look good and they're coming back.
This has got a more difficult Ranta. Maintains third.
She's going. They got a nice move there.
Grace Snyder, Eagles Track Club. Liana Sivinskas, Roscommon, Michigan.
Schneider really excelling at that 2-mile race, 11:24:30. The drop down, showing her foot speed.
(79.7), 77.8 her last 2 laps. Snyder looking to put the finishing touches on this effort here. Only getting stronger as the race enters its final stage. Grace Snyder, Eagles Track Club, convincing victory here in this 3rd section. 5:08 was the top time. It's now 5:06.34. 3 sections in. Grace Snyder, now the lead time in the girls' freshman mile.
Some outstanding racing across the board. You see the beautiful shot. A sunny day in Philadelphia. Unlike the television show, but yes, it is always sunny in Philadelphia. Except on Penn Relays weekend.
It is, it's really transitioned into a nice day here in Franklin Field.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you what a great sports weekend if you're up here competing at the New Balance Nationals. I mean, you got the World Cup, Brazil and Haiti on Friday night. You got a Phillies Mets series going on. So if you're racing in the morning, running a mile, you can try to go over. You might only have to sell 2 or 3 kidneys to get tickets for the World Cup game, but
yeah, that's
you at least be around
a
it.
soul crushing to see the prices, but there are some nice watch parties around. You sticking with Brazil, the favorite in that game, or are you going for the upset here?
No, I think Brazil. It's I have too many Brazilian friends down here in South Florida.
That's true. Don't make them upset.
I don't think I can make them upset.
Fourth section now of the girls' freshman mile.
So this one's a little less tactical at the start. Got a lot of young ladies that have run in the 5:10 range, 5:10 to 5:15 range that are in this race. We'll hopefully get to see some good personal bests. Making some moves, didn't like the position they were in.
Gabrielle Godeker, Avery Gosnell, Georgiana Harrington. And the 3 up front of many who are in early contention. Hayden Neagle, Lauren Leach, Matilda Higgins, Taryn Moore, Avery Gibson, Cora Minich, Amelia Lopez Murphy, Celia Maudlin, Emma Genovese, Emma Briles, Mackenzie Phillip, Claire Anderson, and Beth Baker. The rest of the field.
We got a great field here. Like I said, a lot of athletes that have run in the mile that time. A lot of them have run right around 5 minutes for 1,600 meters. It's been kind of after the 800-meter mark in these races that somebody's kind of taking advantage and kind of taking the thought process that's going to be my race and I'm going to go out with it. Got about 7 or 8 young ladies right now in that mindset. Matilda Higgins currently has the lead ever so slightly. Eleven ladies still within striking distance of each other. There's 65 in the first lap, 67, 68 in the second lap. Now it's starting to separate.
Well, that was quick. Went from about 12 down to 3 in the blink of an eye. An injection of pace.
Boy, I'll tell you what, that escalated quickly.
And hit the bell lap. 3:50 to go. It is a three-person race at this stage. Leach and Delaware Elites. Froelich and Avery Gosnell. Leach with the advantage on the rail. Froelich trying to make a move on the outside. Now it's down to 2. Leach and Froelich. Froelich going inside, taking the top spot. Froelich will hold on.
Oh, I thought she was going to be close with the 5:03.71. So 5:03.71 will be the new leader in this competition.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check 1, 2.
So we got
Check
two
1,
more
2,
sections
3.
of this, AJ.
How's it doing?
Two more sections here before action continues later this afternoon with the middle school boys and girls 100 and the freshmen after that.
Watching those early hundreds with the middle school boys and girls and the freshman boys and girls hundreds, I mean, there's going to be a lot of firepower to have some fun races. And definitely some records are going to drop, I would assume. Now that the heat's up, nice and hot on the track.
Yeah, that was the impressive thing, right? About 9 a.m. and PRs and meet records being set and some real impressive times in the sprints.
It's
Are you cutting?
Section 5 of 6 here of the girls' mile. Sophia Detchert, Tessa Andrews, Sienna
Check
O'Malley,
1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Beatrice
Check.
O'Connell,
Holding it at
Eleanor
sternum.
Finnegan, Kristen Starkey, Gideon Bradford, Fairfax Walker, Grace Love, Caroline Philp, Lillian Higgins, Eleanor Jang, Claire Jenkins, Libby Martini, and Julia Bosick. That is your fields here, section 5 of 6. Top time so far in the heats, Allison Froelich, 5:03.71.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
That she
9,
just
10,
ran.
holding at the sternum. Roughly where Adam and Kate will be holding it. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Pace a little bit quicker than the one before.
Stand by one. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check 1, 2. Copy, thanks, Mateo.
And who's gonna take over and
Mateo says it fell over.
get this done?
Say again.
The race and get it done.
Look at
70
Higgins,
for that
HP
first
distance. Closely trailed.
I can lower it on my end.
75 on that last trip around the track.
Okay. Amar's going to man the camera.
Higgins
And I
about a
think we'll
5 meter
probably start
gap.
out and let Steve do these and let Steve keep calling field.
Higgins looks strong. It's really anybody's race. I mean, there's any one of 4 or 5 athletes that can overtake and come away with the W. Even more than that.
Coming up on the bell lap here in section 5. Higgins holding on to this narrow advantage. Julia Bosick right there. Eleanor
That whole lead
Jang.
group went out really fast on the first lap and the second lap, AJ, and now it really kind of fell off. So who has left in the gas tank?
Jang has vaulted into the lead. Bach in second. Movemate with real conviction on the backstretch. But anything can happen in the final 200. Jang and Bosick 1-2. 5:03 is the time to beat.
See, Bosick looks like she's going to try to make a move coming off the curve here. She looks strong, comparing arm motions.
And they should be just in front by a few seconds of what was the current top time. Eleanor Jang, 4:57.54. Bosick, 4:57.78. Your top 2 marks for the girls' freshman mile this far with 1 heat to go.
Yeah, but what a great effort that last 450, 500 meters. Jang ran a great race. .458.44 is her best mark prior to this. She'll have one more race to go to see if she can walk away with the New Balance Nationals title.
Feel I would rather be the runner in a similar time frame in this final heat than having to wait and see. Is the time I ran
very
enough?
much so.
Feel like you control your destiny a bit more. Nevertheless, Jang, really well done. Hold her head high as she awaits. That's enough to take the freshman title. Final heat here.
This section, though, has some great ones in it, though. I'd be very shocked if a couple of them don't run in the 440 high to 450 low range.
Well, remember how tactical the first lap of the final heat of the boys' side was, too. Doesn't seem like the girls are in the same mindset, but it is fairly bunched here. Audrey Miller, Sawyer Nicholson, Brooklyn Brown, Emma Laycock, Maya Gonzalez, Gabriella Palav, Lindsay Cochran, Ilani Levy, Lennox Simonik, Addison Bautista, Lucy Dowden, Alexandra Scapitici, Mackenzie Skelly, Catherine Froelich.
Froelich. Definitely one to watch for in this race. They're definitely out a little bit faster, 74 for the first lap. Really good position right now. See who makes that first move. .454.96 is the meet record.
What a race this is through 800.
Yeah.
You had athletes going out to the outside of 5 to just get out of the middle of the pack. Boy getting boxed in. Scapitici, Bautista, Skelly out in front. And, a little more contact there. And jostling for position along the rail.
.75.73 on those first 2 laps. And they're definitely picking the pace up on this lap. There's no tactics running right now like the boys had in their final heat.
Miller and Bautista 1-2. It certainly appears as if the winner here will be the winner of the event on the freshman side. This pace holds. This is quite the competition heading into Bell Lap. Anyone's race. Girls mile. Final section for the freshmen. Skelly, Scapitici battling. Froelich's there. Bautista's there. Starting to whittle out now.
What a great race.
Scapitici doing everything she can to stay on the shoulder of Froelich. It's down to 2. Scapitici of 6 Mile Track Club, Catherine Froelich of McMurray, PA, and Froelich gapping just enough here, heading into the front stretch. Catherine Froelich. And she will win the freshman mile, 4:47.87. And that shatters the meet
Shatters,
record
absolutely
that
shatters.
Colby McCollum held from last year, 4:54. Catherine
7
Froelich,
seconds.
4:47.
She closed in 65.6. That's outstanding. I mean, what a great way to end the freshman miles with that race right there.
One more look at it. Catherine Froelich, who was in the crowd, the pack, much of that race, found set the final lap, Coach.
She did, and when she went, she went, and that's you see that a lot of times. I mean, she ran with a lot of heart and a lot of just focus. And man, I mean, look at her coming down the home stretch to take the title, and to shatter the meet record by 7 seconds is incredibly impressive.
Meet record for Catherine Froelich of McMurray, Pennsylvania. Shattering it in the final section of the girls' mile. Plenty of more action here on day one of New Balance Nationals Outdoor here at Franklin Field. Stay with us the rest of the day. We'll now transition over to Mark Davis and Carson Gambaro, who will take it the rest of the way. Gentlemen.
Well, welcome. Continued coverage here. The 2026 New Balance National Outdoor Championships. Big thank you to AJ and Brian from Runner Space for holding down the fort there in the early morning. But now it's the Gambaro and Davis show. My name is Mark Davis. I am joined by Carson Gambaro. Carson, we've got a nice long day still ahead of us. We've got some championship races, some semis, and finishing things off with some long-distance races at the end of the day.
And you know, Mark, it feels like a long day when you look at a 12-plus hour-long schedule, but when you consider the season in perspective, this is just a drop in the bucket. These athletes, no matter what level they're at, we're going to see the middle schoolers in the 100. We're going to see the freshman boys and girls thereafter, and, of course, all the way up to the varsity upperclassmen. They have been waiting all year for this.
I tell you what, it's not just the running, it's the field events, heptathlon. We've got tons of things going on here over the next 4 days here at University of Penn. Beautiful campus, obviously well known for the Penn Relays, but also now well known for the New Balance National Outdoor Championships here. Held several years now here. Beautiful weather we got. I was checking the weather earlier in the year, and it was looking a little rough earlier in the week, I should say. But the skies have cleared. The sprinters will have some wind to their backs as they go down the front stretch area there across from the field from us. So everybody's going to have a nice big advantage. But I tell you what, one of the biggest things that I'm impressed this year is just the times that these high school kids, from the 100 to the 2 mile and the 5,000, the times that these kids have been running this year, it just seems like high school track has exploded over the last season or two.
It's like every time we think we have a chance to come up for air, something else insane happens. I mean, we look at some of the kids that we're going to be seeing in the moments to come. One that I'm looking forward to in the boys' freshman 100-meter championship is freshman Stefan Lyon of the St. James Academy out of Virginia. He became a national 200-meter champion, not just in the freshman division, but in the championship division at Boston Beck and Indoors. He ran 20:90 over twice the distance that we're about to see him run, and he broke the meet record in the prelims. He is just one of many examples of the theme that you just emphasized.
Yeah, it's not just the distance races, it's the sprints. And speaking of sprints, we've got our first final here with our middle school boys 100 meters. In lane 2 from Prospect Park Youth Running, in lane 9 from Elmore Park Middle School, Christopher Aldridge Jr.
He qualified in 11:25, just 100th away from the bubble time, performing under the gun, finished third in his heat, so he is mighty grateful for this opportunity.
And in lane 8 from West Georgia Elite, Austin Coverson.
Culverson won his heat into a slight headwind. He'll be grateful for the conditions here in this final.
That's in lane 7, Ymir Reese from Dover, Delaware. And in lane 6, Raymond Queen IV from Falcon Elite. And here we're all looking for Bobby Gibbs, Flying Falcons Elite out of Florida in lane 5.
Trying to complete the Nationals double after winning Under Armour Nationals in a U.S. number 1 1065 3 weeks ago.
And in lane 4, Bryce Bird at a high-level track.
A lot of these guys having won their heats to get here, getting ready to collide.
That's in lane 3, Camden Lockwood, Epic Elite.
Really love the wardrobes on these guys too, gotta say.
And then moving on to lane 2, Darius Bowling, Prospect Park, Brooklyn.
Less than a week after the New York Knicks won the NBA Finals for the first time since 1973, I know that he might not exactly be thrilled to be missing their victory parade today.
That is going on today, but we don't even know if he's a Knicks fan, but maybe we can talk to him later.
We've got a better party on our hands here, Mark.
Exactly.
I mean, you look at Darius Bowling, he was the indoor bronze medalist over the 400 meters, so we got some guys with varying backgrounds ready to try their hand and see just how fast they are on the day.
Love to see 100-meter guys running 400s. Give a lot of strength for that. In the blocks now. Again, keep an eye out on lane 5. Bobby Gibbs coming in with the fastest qualifying time. They're off here, and Gibbs is really pulling out well there. Bobby Gibbs just absolutely running away with this event. Spectacular time there at 10:76. It didn't look like there was really much competition for him.
Not at all, and not even that much wind to help him. Just 0.1 meters per second at his back. He decided that race in the first 5 steps, effortless between phases, and he gets his national double. Bobby Gibbs, and this time, unlike the prelims where nobody else broke 11, he is joined beneath that barrier by Raymond Queen IV of Falcon Elite and Camden Lockwood of Epic Elite. 10:95 and 10:99 for those two.
They've got to be happy with those times, getting under 11 seconds. Like you said, I was kind of looking at the flags a little bit right at the start, and it did seem like the wind is kind of shifting in here a little bit. So even though it might still be windy outside the stadium, with the shifting in there, sometimes that can dull the wind down. So we didn't really get all of the wind support that we suspected on that front stretch.
And sort of as AJ and Brian were talking about earlier on the live stream, sometimes the construction of our Franklin Field here, it's been established since 1895. It can kind of block some of the wind out a little bit, which is good, of course, if you want times to be certified beneath that 2.0 ceiling. Either way, Bobby Gibbs is a certified New Balance national champion. What an effort.
It looked very, very impressive. Again, like you said, right from the start, dominated out there. And once you get that lead out there, very difficult for athletes to get run down at that point. I mean, they're already thinking, to me, and it's like in a distance race, it's like they're 100 yards ahead.
And so now we get ready to transition to the ladies' side of things for the middle school 100-meter national championship here at New Balance. We have got all of our top 8 qualifiers from a multitude of prelims. Winning your heat was not a guarantee to get in, but these ladies earned it. Starting with Nyla Sakyala of the Sprint Factory. She'll be towing the line out of lane number 9, having run 12:43 to get here. It's got to be nerve-wracking hearing your name called first, Mark.
It is. You got to nerve-wracking or inspiring.
Representing for the brand, Jaden Rollins of the Heart and Glory Striders takes lane number 8, already doing the scuba celebration. We love to see it. Will she be doing it at the finish? What about Avery Noble of the St. James Academy? 12:07 to get here, parts of a first-year sprint program coached by Maurice Hutton. They are something. How about Lena Lucas, a back-to-back Junior Olympic 400-meter gold medalist? We got another long sprinter here. She ran 11:97 for her first sub-12 in the prelims. And here's Janelle McKnight. Goes to Great Bridge Middle School out of Chesapeake, Virginia, the same middle school as Quincy Wilson once attended. Now, Layla Wiseman in 4 of Southern Sprinters Elite. She also broke 12 in the prelims, 11:97, the same qualifying time as Lucas in 6. Ellison Love of Mascouda, Illinois, draws lane number 3. She's all smiles to get off here. And Anaya Walker of Orlando, Florida, looking to make some magic out of lane number 2.
Taking a look there at McKnight in 5. As my old coach used to say, you want to be a racehorse, you got to train with racehorses. And that young lady is training, at least within the program, of a true racehorse in Quincy Wilson. So that's got to be quite inspiring to be running for a club like that.
And she has proven to be a racehorse in herself. 11:85, her personal record over the 100 meters, representing Speed Evolutions, is the girl in lane number 5. But again, you just consider the momentum of a girl like Lucas in 6. You can't ignore an athlete dipping beneath 12 for the first time on the day. Her previous best mark was 12.00. She's been waiting for this day.
Well, like Gibbs in the previous heat, we've got our number 1 seed there, McKnight, in 5. And they're in the blocks now, getting ready to take off.
And they're away in the middle school girls national championship. A good start towards the inside by Ellison Love in 3. Who's going to separate in that acceleration and hold their speed through to the finish? It looks like on the inside, Anaya Walker held on. Wow, 11:73. The second slowest qualifier is your national champion.
I tell you what, at these ages, at these middle school and freshman ages, sometimes these athletes could just have that miracle breakout day. And you could definitely say that Walker had that kind of day. I mean, coming in, like you said, with the second fastest time out of the qualifying, and then to run away with this a little bit from behind, but still to run down McKnight, Wiseman, and Lucas, your 3 favorites in the middle, absolutely impressive.
I think she had a trick or two up her sleeve. We told you that she would have needed to make some magic. Well, I think she proved her worth. She ran 11:61 for a PR at the middle school state championships in Florida. So she was only saving her best running for this final. Just look at the way she holds her form here. Great finish by McKnight in 5. And Lana Lucas, in 6. But none of them could catch Anaya Walker.
All 3 of those, McKnight, Wiseman, and Lucas, obviously the big favorites. You just don't know if they were even thinking about lane 2. I mean, that just seems like a mile away from them when they're battling each other, side by side. But Anaya Walker sneaks up there in lane 2. I don't think there's anything more satisfying for a sprinter than winning out of either lane 1 or 2 or lane 9. I mean, those outside lanes, they're not the seeded lanes. And so to win races or win championships out of those lanes is even just a little bit extra icing on the cake for sprinters.
And even those who didn't win, you just look at all those sub-11s. Janelle McKnight, Layla Wiseman ended up photoing for the 3rd, a couple of hundredths ahead of Lana Lucas. Ellison Love and Jaden Rollins all getting beneath it. And even Avery Noble in 7th beat her preliminary time by a nice 400th margin. That is pretty wide for sprinting. So you've got to really like what you've seen from your middle school girls 100.
Yeah, didn't quite have the dominance that we saw in the boys version prior to this but I tell you what, it looked like a really great race, and hats off to Walker for holding on strong, not worrying about the inside lanes and where she's seated. Like you said, running very fast in her state meet, clearly saved things through these rounds and just made sure that she made it happen in the final.
Wherever dominance isn't, drama is. We love it here at New Balance Nationals. We appreciate you again joining us from historic Franklin Field in Philadelphia. It is a hot and sunny day. Athletes seeking refuge between one of our many red tents on the football field. Before we get ready for the next final, we are going to toss to a quick break. Running a little ahead of schedule, but when we return, some more speed on display for the boys' freshman 100-meter championship.
Shake it time and ring it, go on, get yourself a whistle and blow. I just wanna holler when my soul feels free, now blow. Talking to the people in the breeze overseas, now blow.
Balance, we got now.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Carson Gambaro, I'm Mark Davis, and we continue some sprint finals. Carson, next up, middle school.
Well, middle schoolers have already left
sorry.
their
So
mark.
freshmen, next up freshmen, then we go on to our championship semifinals. So got some very exciting races.
I don't blame you for saying middle school there, though, because we will feature our reigning middle school meet record holder, Stefan Lyon, who ran in the 10.6s for the prelims last year, and just a year later, we now know him as a New Balance National Senior Champion. Having won the 200 meters indoors, he is going to be headlining this field after setting a meet record in the prelims of 10.49, breaking Javon Legister's mark of 10.57 from a year ago.
And here we go. We see our starting lineup here for our boys. Freshman 100 in lane 9, Darian Thomas out of Houston, Texas. And then in lane 8 out of Indian Head, Maryland, Connor Allen. Coming in with a qualifying time of 10:86.
There were a lot of guys in the 10.8s to get here. Connor Allen.
In lane 7, from Deerfield Beach, Florida, coming in with a 10:82, Nick Matsuguma. And in lane 6, that's Kai Brown out of LCT, one of the faster seeds here. And then lane 5, Stefan Lyon, St. James, coming in with a 10:49 and a PR of 10:35. Again, the person to keep an eye out for. In lane 4, from West Georgia Elite, Bryce Blue. Great last name. In lane 3, from Pine Bush, New York, Zaire Reeves. And rounding out the field in lane 2, out of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, Jacqueline Moody.
So we've been hyping up Stefan Lyon. He has earned his stripes, but you can't count out the man standing to his right and our left. Kai Brown is the reigning middle school national champion here at New Balance over the 100 meters. We mentioned Lyon as having the fastest time for the meet record, but it was ultimately Kai Brown who won in the finals as Lyon elected not to run there. Keep an eye out, too, for Zaire Reeves. He's run a windy 10.61 to win his Section 9 championships out of New York State. The number 1 freshman in the Empire at 10.61, as we mentioned. Could be looking to play spoiler here at the boys 100.
Here we go, and they are off. Again, keep an eye out on those middle lanes, Blue, Lyon, and Brown.
No question. Stefan Lyon, 10:38.
That just a new meet record. I mean, that's, again, just an absolute dominant performance again in the boys 100, this time at the freshman level. And look how happy he is. Absolutely impressive. Again, out very, very well, just like Gibbs in middle school, and just did not look back at all.
I saw him do the Kylie and Mbappe celebration in the theme of the World Cup there right after the scuba. Either way, Stefan Lyon continues his dominance over New Balance Nationals. It was even through the start. A great get out by Moody in 2 from Hattiesburg, Mississippi. But that second half of the race, the speed endurance, we often underestimate it in a race like the 100, but the St. James Striver proves us wrong. Stefan Lyon with the separation.
You see how well he got out there, and that acceleration right there, and about that 30-40 meter section right there is just where he just pulled away, and it didn't seem like anybody reacted. Nobody could react.
I hope Kai Brown is okay. It looked like he had to pull up for last there, hoping he isn't bothered by something that'll keep him out of potentially future events this weekend. Either way, some more solid times behind Moody out of lane number 2, which seems to be the golden lane for the 100 thus far, goes 10:68 after having been, once again, the second slowest qualifier And then a lot of those other guys that had run 10.8s in the prelims, like Nick Matsuguma of Deerfield Beach, Connor Allen of Indian Head, and Bryce Blue of West Georgia Elite, they all go sub 10.8 as well.
And I will have to say, if he's doing the Mbappe, he's got to do the little flute thing now for James Corden. So that's the new little celebration that Mbappe did the other day. Or definitely waiting for somebody to do the Ronaldo Sue. So it's definitely going to be World Cup themed, I'm hoping, for some of these champions out here to do some of these great celebrations as they win or PR or just do really well at these championships.
The first time I remember seeing an Mbappe celebration was ironically not in soccer. It was when Clayton Murphy won the Olympic trials in the 800 in 2021 after having come in as a slight underdog before we had known the severity of Donovan Brazier's injuries at the time. But either way, that was Clayton Murphy's way of re-announcing his arrival, and we're getting to see it once again from the newest generation of track and field athletes here at Franklin Field in Philadelphia.
So next up on the track will be our freshman girls 100-meter final. After that, we'll have our semifinals in our boys and girls 100 meters. They'll be racing their finals tomorrow. So they'll vie for those. They're going to have 3 heats of the semifinals. Top 8 will be going on to the finals. Again, we're running all of our races in lanes 2 through 9. Some people may be wondering, why aren't we doing it in lane 1? You could probably better explain the significance of this stadium and the unique design of Franklin Field.
So, if you're looking at the stretch that they're running these 100 meters, that is where they will typically open up the lane 4 rail. It is a 400-meter track from lane 4, not from lane 1. That's why they have the staggers at odd places. We'll get to see more examples of that once we run events like the 400 later. But because of the proximity to the interior of the track, they just leave lane 1 open to allow the outer lanes to work with more clearance, because in a straight-ahead race like the 100, we don't want any bodies hitting the floor for that reason.
No, and I remember way back in the day, I believe before this facility, before the track got remodeled, the steeple pit used to be down in a corner somewhere or something. So this track has evolved over time, but it is one of those unique type styles where when you're watching it on TV and you're seeing the long distance races, everybody running what looks like they're running out in lane 4. It's like, why is nobody running in lane 1, 2, and 3? And that's because they do run out in the outside of the rails of lane 3.
Just one of the many interesting quirks of Franklin Field. I saw while walking the grounds of this place that it was the first place to have a radio transmitted football broadcast, and so we're just adding to the many layers of media history that is embedded within these walls, Mark.
History. Franklin Field and this facility has just absolutely got it all.
Who is going to start their own history in this next event? It's the freshman girls 100-meter New Balance National Championship Final. Starting from the outside, per usual, we begin with lane 9. From Cannon, Christina Hall. Lane 8, watch for Jasmine Silkert, the U.S. number 6 wind legal freshman from Flying Falcons Elite. You see she's repping her home state in style. Flanked by Khadijah Diagni of the Metro Cobras in Boston. Coming down from the home of New Balance Nationals Indoor to Franklin Field, the home of New Balance Nationals Outdoor. Aubrey Douglas from Motor City Track Club, always present here, repping from Detroit, Michigan. Fastest wind legal qualifier at 11:95, but the fastest overall qualifier was Payson Sanders of St. James, who ran 11:84 to win a windy heat with 2.8 meters per second at her back. Everybody's on a level playing field now, including Malia Dwyer of the Bullis School in lane number 4. One of the other DMV sprint powerhouses. You've got Haley Grip in lane number 3 out of Eastlake. One of 3 competitors to qualify in 12:08. Here's another, Avery Foxworth of Sidwell Friends out of Washington, D.C.
Great lineup we have here for our freshman girls 100 meters. I've had the pleasure of seeing a lot of Diagni, obviously up in the Boston area. Very great athlete, but she definitely has some contenders in there, especially again in those middle lanes. Saunders 11:84, wind aided, but still, that's a fast time. I mean, that still running very, very well. Douglas and Dreyer in 4 and 6, respectively. Kadisha will have a little bit to contend with.
Watch for Silkert on her outside. She's run 11:69, the girl in lane number 8. A good start in the middle by Malia Dwyer of Bullis for the Bulldogs. Payson Sanders trying to reach her top end speed. You got Aubrey Douglas of Motor City in front as they come to the line. It's going to be close. I think it was St. James. Payson Sanders, look at that time. Within a tenth nearly of the meet record. 11:62 for Payson Sanders. Wins it by 100th of a second from Silkert.
New meet record really came on strong. There was a lot of power there from Saunders over the last 30 to 40 meters. She didn't get out very well.
And she cannot believe it. The wind is legal as well. A 1.8 at her tail. Payson Sanders of the St. James Academy. I believe she breaks the finals meet record, as I do have on record Elise Cooper having run an 11:52 here, but they are calling it a meet record, and let's watch it. She looked like she almost stumbled in one of those steps. You see the step that Douglas of Motor City had on her, but she never stopped. She took the example of her teammate Stephon Lyons. Silkert snuck through right there at the bottom. I told you she was one to watch, and she proved that with a new PR. But the win, Payson Sanders, one of the fastest freshman times in the entire country. If we look at wind legal times, that is a new, looks to be for freshmen, a new U.S. number. We specify wind legal. That's U.S. number 6. She's overtaken Silkert's spot.
Look at that. You can see the surprise on her face there. I mean, she couldn't even believe it. I mean, the wind hit perfectly for that race, and she just definitely powered home at the end in those last 30, 40 meters when it seemed like, Silkert and Dwyer were going to just be battling it out for themselves. Saunders just sneaks up in there in those final meters and takes the win. Very impressive.
Payson Sanders, your New Balance freshman champion, by 100th of a second. Malia Dwyer of Bullis, who got a great start in her own right. It was 11:69 for third. And these girls, next year, for New Balance Nationals Outdoor 27, memorize their names now, because the young lady that held the previous official meet record was Lisa Ray from 2023. What did she do the year after in 2024? But become the overall New Balance National Champion.
Yeah, I mean, once you become a champion, it's easy to keep becoming a champion. And so when you have that experience at the middle school level, taking that into the freshman level, and then taking that into the championship level, it's an easy transition. If you're used to coming to an environment like this, a big meet like this, big things at stake. You know how to prepare, you know how to sleep, you know how to travel, you know how to eat right, and it really does take it's those fine margins that is going to separate your champions from your also-rans or also-finished.
What I love about following athletes' journeys like this is just seeing not only their understanding of the sport develop, but their relationship with their coach. And you just see the gratification that it pays back in return to see the athlete just buying into the process and having it all come through.
So we definitely got that front stretch warmed up with our middle schooler and freshmen, and now things start to really heat up here with our championship semifinals for boys and girls. You can see our heat 1 of 3 and the boys just behind their blocks there. Again, top 2 and next 2 times will be moving on to the final here. So you definitely want to finish in the top 2, because if you don't do that, you're battling it out with 18 other guys for 2 other spots. So the odds, you do the odds there. They're not great. So you definitely want to make sure that you get in the top 2 here to make sure that you can move on.
And while the phrase run to win is more so applicable to distance races, if you apply that here, what does that mean? Execute. Nail down your phases. We've been talking about the start, the drive phase, the acceleration. How well can you nail that down to give yourself something to replicate in the final?
So here in our first heat, In lane 2, Sean Blaze. Lane 3, Braden Pickett. In lane 4, Bronte Morton. Lane 5, Frank Bediaco. In lane 6, David Nambuko. 7 is Jonathan Wirt. 8 is Zion Prescott. And 9 is Jaden Quintana.
Watch for Frank Bediaco. He was 8th recently at the Pennsylvania State Finals. He's a 10:53 performer, 3rd fastest in the home state.
And they are off here. Bediaco looking very good there in the middle as well. In lane 3 there, is that Pickett or Morton?
It's Pickett.
Pickett doing really well, but on the outside, was that maybe Wirt?
It was in
Oh no, Nambuko. And Pickett, your 2 automatic qualifiers. Bediaco, who you mentioned earlier, and Prescott sit in the 2 comfortable seats, at least right now, not the guaranteed seats. They used to, I believe they did it at the most recent World Championships. They had the 2 athletes that are always sitting, they had them go and sit in a little padded chair, and then once they got removed, they'd have to be asked to get up and move, and somebody else would sit in their seat. So right now, Bediaco and Prescott hold those 2 time spots, but Nabucco and Pickard book their spot into tomorrow's final by getting the automatic times.
How about David Nabucco, who came in at 10:47 prior to this as far as when legal performances have gone? He just beat that at 10:41 into a headwind. Negative .4 in his pace, and you got to see who he celebrated with after. One of the 2 freshman national champions that St. James swept with. That was Payson Sanders and, of course, Stefan Lyon, the other. We are going to have to keep watch for these guys when it comes down to those sprint relays. The St. James Academy, as I mentioned before, a first-year sprint program launched by Coach Maurice Hutton, one of the top sprint coaches in the DMV. He has also been part of the MVP League through the years and really went to work establishing and recruiting talent from local schools, and they have clearly bought into his formula thus far.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see other programs out there. We always see Bullis. Bullis is everywhere. I mean, obviously Quincy Wilson has put Bullis on the international scene, but to see other great programs come up and give competition, that's really good. We're moving on now to our Heat 2 of 3. Again, that bubble time, 10:58. That's what everybody wants to look at. That's that 4th spot, or the 4th place in the previous heat, but the 2nd spot currently in the time. So in Heat 2 here, Wendell Wells 5th in lane 2. Xavier Amos in 3. Niceer Payton in 4. Miles Venable in lane 5. For Rami Oyalami in 6. Hicks in 7. Garrett in 8. And Damashenko in 9. And it's going to be very close there on that outside. It might have been Hicks or Oyalami. It is Oyalami. 10:42. Venable 10:54. And then unfortunately Wells in 3rd, 10:60. Does not break into that time qualifying spot that we were talking about earlier of 10:54. So there's hope now for those 2 athletes possibly in Heat 3 to get ahead of that 10:54 or possibly even Bediaco's 10:51. But it's Oyalami with a 10:42, Venable in 10:54, and then Wells and Damashenko respectively 3rd and 4th.
I didn't want to believe you when you said comfortable seat with regards to Zion Prescott, who ran 10:58 for the bubble last heat, but so far it's held up. How about that finish by Oyalami? Really pulled away. You just see how tall and straightforward he's running. Barely even had to lean at the finish. Couple nods as he crosses. Loving the pink wardrobe too. How about it? Oyalami within 100th of Nabucco's time. Those 2 are definitely going to have a showdown, whether or not they are in adjacent lanes. A great run, too, by Miles Venable of Kenwood, leaving us with just 1 heat left of this boys' championship 100-meter semis. Another guy that finished nicely in that previous heat, though, former New York State 200-meter champion Nikita Domashenko of the Salt City Sprint Club based in Syracuse.
So moving on to Heat 3 here. We got Jamal Wilmot in lane 2, Tommy Tansky in lane 3, Makai Prather in lane 4, Zamari Saunders in 5, Miles Outerbridge in 6, Landon Josephs in 7, Manny Blake in 8, and Jaden Kennedy in 9. And again, that bubble time, 10:54. If you're not in the top 2, you definitely need to make sure that you're in underneath that bubble time.
Mark, if you looked at this field without context, you would think that this is the championship final. You'll look at Zamari Sanders. He's taking place in lane number 5. He's the defending New Balance national champion in the 100 and 200. He's from West Palm Beach in Florida. He won last year with a 10:35. And you got the New Jersey State champion down in lane 2. That's Jamel Wilmot of North Brunswick. Miles Outerbridge, another great Floridian sprinter from Montverde. And you can't forget about the man who won it all indoors, Makai Prather of Westlake in 4. 60-meter champion back in Boston.
So here we go. Final Heat 3 here. And very close there in lanes 3, 4, and 5. Prather, Saunders, and Outerbridge.
Oh, Sanders with the separation.
Sanders.
And a 10:25.
With a legal 1.6. That is putting a mark out for that final tomorrow.
Zamari Sanders, who won both of the titles as we mentioned last year. I mean, he just coasted away from that field. He is feeling primed and ready to defend his New Balance Nationals title. And he will get to meet everybody once that time comes. The future Tennessee Volunteer, the #1 sprinter in Florida, who's also a 6-time state champion to go along with his 4-time All-American honors. He is looking like he wants to add some more hardware. A great run by Jaden Kennedy out of lane number 9. You could barely see his forehead there on the bottom, but he makes it on automatically with a 10:36.
You can see it now there on that front shot, but like you said, the walls are so high, you couldn't really see it initially. But Kennedy, again, like you mentioned, such a great time for him as well. Will not go without being noticed here for the final tomorrow, 10:36. Very impressive time, and that puts him in the mix for tomorrow's final.
And so if we look at all of our qualifiers for the boys' championship 100 meters, you've got our heat winners in Miles Van Abel, Braden Pickett. Makai Prather was a bubble qualifier, so he and Tommy Tonsky of Avionics, the collective, they will advance as the bubblers. 10:51 is what it took if you placed outside of your top 2 in your heat, by the way. You've also got Olaranmi Oyalami, David Nabucco of the St. James Academy, Jaden Kennedy of Express Track, and the man who won it all last year, ready to go for another, Zamari Sanders of West Palm Beach, Florida.
Going to be an amazing final tomorrow. Again, a lot of it will depend on how the wind is kind of shifting around here for our final tomorrow, but we expect some pretty fast times and some great competition between at least the entire field, but certainly those top 2 or 3 athletes there, Saunders, Kennedy, and Nabucco.
As we are expecting for the ladies in the championship girls 100-meter semifinals, the next event on the track. Same rules apply for the men. And what's so intriguing about this is the only occasion this weekend, Mark, where we are seeing the incorporation of the big Q. Every other preliminary to final is all about time. Here, it's about placement. So let's say if this heat theoretically gets hit with a stiff headwind and the times maybe aren't where these athletes want them to be, if you place top 2, you could still make it on.
Yeah, I mean that's something that the athletes have to contend with. If you look between the difference between Heat 1 and Heat 3, Heat 1 could have amazing wind and Heat 3 could have a headwind. So you just never know. Again, with the swirling winds around here.
You look at this field in lane number 2, Demolade Onakanmi of Mississauga Olympians Club. Lane 3, Cameron Tatum of the Michigan Mustangs. Lane 4, from the house out of D.C., Janiyah Brown. Lane 5 of the Mustang Track Club, Morgan Good. Lane 6, the second fastest freshman in the country, all conditions behind only the great Melanie Doggett of Georgia. This is Zoe Holt of Bradford Prep, hailing from North Carolina. Bradford Prep Charter School, 11:25 with just 2.1 meters per second in her back, so barely over the allowable limit for her lifetime best. Lauren Gardner of Speed Incentives in 7, Brinley Gilfillan of Colchester High School in 8, and Sierra Williams of Lexington High out of South Carolina in lane 9. A clean start in heat number 1 of 3 of the semifinals on ice. Get off by Holt. Good is going with her in lane number 5. The top 2 will automatically advance, and these top 2 are separating. Gave a little bit of a lean there at the end as though they were racing for a championship. It is Good who takes the win for perhaps a little bragging rights, but either way, she and Zoe Holt get to embrace, or they are not racing for the last time this weekend over 100 meters.
Nope, it's good to know when you're still
Was that pun
in day
intended?
1.
It's good to know.
Yeah, it's good to know that was not intended. But it is good to know when you're in day 1. You don't want to make all those plans, all those travels to come out here and end everything on day 1. Is we get a little dance there. Too good from Good. That was a pun intended. Yeah, you want to make sure that you at least make it to day 2. You're more than likely you're doing other events. A lot of sprinters do obviously other longer sprints, but they also do possibly some field events as well. But it's nice to know that you're going to be heading on to that final. And again, just dominant performance there from Holt and Good. I mean, they were definitely the class of that heat.
I think Morgan Good took it a little personal when we were talking about her fellow North Carolinian Zoe Holt, who very much earned her way into the conversation. But Morgan Good, the 7A state champion over the 100 meters, is 5th in the 200, but she's got a 23.87 PR there. She just matched her 11.41 that it took her to become a state champion as a junior. So Morgan Good, Zoe Holt, your auto cues with Lauren Gardner of Speed Incentives, assuming the early bubble at 11.79. Entire field nearly broke 12 there with Sierra Williams right at 12 flat. You just look at the bubble time that it took to advance from this morning's preliminaries as the 24th fastest, 11.99 by Sophia Gaskins of McNamara Mustangs, who just so happens to be one of the 8 women in this field. We've got Taylor Kurtz of Rochester Mayo in 2, Janelia Williams of the Robeson Eagles in 3, Aubrey Wilson of Trial by Fire 4, defending champ Siani Wynn in 5, Zaray Hawkins of True Speed Athletics in 6, Grace Bethel Hero Sprint Club 7, Raina Lawson of Flying Falcons Elite 8, and Sophia Gaskins in 9. How about the future Florida Gator Siani Wynn of Pennsauken, New Jersey, just across the river. Business as usual for her out of lane number 5. She qualifies with an 11.45 into 2.2 meters per second headwinds.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, the wind is just constantly shifting in here. I mean, sometimes they're getting 1.6 behind them. Sometimes they're getting 2.2 right in their faces. So, it's obviously going to affect the times a little bit. But, Good had a 0.8 in the heat before, ran 11.41. Wynn had a 2.2 in her face and still ran 11.45. So, trust me, they're well aware of those headwinds, those athletes. And Wynn, while she may have ran slower, is still thinking to herself, yeah, but I did a 2.2 headwind.
I think our viewers,
that might be worth about 11.39, 11.4 maybe.
She's even running 11.37 season best into 0.7 meters per second. But either way, you just see the way he holds form so strong. Siani Wynn, multi-time New Jersey state champion and record holder. Aubrey Wilson of Trial by Fire Track Club out of Nashville coming through for second. Azare Hawkins in third, and Janelia Williams, the New York state champion, finishes fourth in 11.87. Hawkins, a huge run for her out of True Speed from Ohio as she becomes the new bubbler, overtaking Lauren Gardner of Speed Incentives from the previous heat.
Again, just like the boys, top 2 automatic, top 2 times after that over the 18 other athletes that are going to be running in these 3 heats. So you do definitely want to make sure that you get one of those automatic times, or make sure, as we mentioned before, get in one of those races with a good tailwind.
as we get ready to bring on the third and final section of the girls' championship semifinals. We've got Esmia Thomas, the New York State 60-meter champion, in 2. Adeza Anderson of Somerville, South Carolina, in 3. Peyton Ganther of St. John Striders in 4. Maya Arundel, former middle school 400 New Balance champion from the Bullis School, in 5. Vanessa Waite, the powerhouse, in 6. Amira Neesmith of Cheltenham, 7. Lauren Dura of Yard Athletics in 8, and Kayla Smith of Bristow in 9. They're underway. Arundel's run a windy 11:27 out at Arcadia this season, and she's beginning to show her strength. She's joined by Vanessa Waite as they come to the line. It'll be 1 and 2, close for second, as Ganther was there in the mix, but it'll be a wind legal 11:31 for Maya Arundel. Vanessa Waite snags the second spot, with the next 2 going both sub 11:7s. How about that? 11:40 for Waite, but 11:31 for Maya Arundel.
Again, just in that third heat, laying down that monster time. Not a huge tailwind there for Arundel, but to go out there and lay out a 11:31 is very impressive. Waite, very solid time there. But Arundel has got to now be thinking to herself, going to sleep. I've got a dominant time over this field. All I need to do is do exactly what I did right there in this race. Power home there. You see that little bit of acceleration there at 50 meters that really just solidified that win.
Her first race in a Bullis School uniform was a freshman national record in the 300 meters, a 37:42 at New York City's Armory. And here at Franklin Field in Philadelphia, where she became a middle school national champion with iconic Force Track Club, she has booked her ticket as the fastest qualifier to the 100-meter national final.
Well, that definitely kicked start this afternoon with some amazing times. Finals, semifinals, to get things set up tomorrow for some more finals here in the glamour event of the 100 meters.
And so with that, your top 8 qualifiers, including your non-auto winners, are there. They've been certified. We'll see them tomorrow, and we will see you in just a few moments for a championship final in its own right, the wheelchair boys 400 on the flip side.
Shake it time and ring it, go on, get yourself a whistle and blow. I just wanna holler when my soul feels free, now blow. Talking to the people in the breeze overseas, now blow.
New Balance, we got now.
How do you have a thing here with nothing in there? Good evening, everybody. I'm Action Bronson, coming to you live with a breaking sneaker report. The all-new Ellipse. New Balance has What do you get when you mix modern comfort with ancient wisdom? The all-new Ellipse. Fresh foam midsole grounds the new Ellipse design in a familiar and trusted cushioning experience that combines unmatched comfort with long-distance durability. It's a multi-layer air mesh upper, which is lightweight and breathable while creating a sleek and novel visual that stands out from the everyday running pack, which just means it's a vibe.
right, we are back here at Franklin Field in Philadelphia, and we've got some field event action coming down to the top 6 of the freshman boys pole vault national championship. It looks like we've only got Mark Baginski of Richmond Hill, Colt Craig of Cal River Valley, who is on the runway right now. He is only missed at his opening height, which was 3.95 meters, or 12 feet, 11 and a half. He is now looking to be getting ready for his first attempt at 4.25 meters, as the other 5 in this competition have all cleared 4.15. So first of 3 attempts, Colt Craig. Oh, that was too easy.
Wow, very impressive there from Craig. Again, like you said, he passed all the way through 3.80, 12.5 and a half. So
Big
he's
result
now leading
for the man from Caledonia River Valley out of Ohio, as he will send us back to the starting line, Mark. And these guys are getting some practice starts in for the wheelchair 400 meters.
Yep, we do have now our boys 400 meter championship wheelchair. So just one very, very fast track lap around here. In lane 8, Joel Tapia from Somerville, New Jersey. And in lane 6 from Pittsburgh, PA, we're going to have Holden Schwamberger.
I just love how locked in Tapia is, though. He's got the shades, matching kits with the bike. Oh, man, he is locked and ready to go. And so, too, is Schwamberger from the opposite side of the Keystone State. And our last competitor right here in lane number 4.
Mitchell Everly at a Zelenopol, PA. Hope I pronounced that right. It's sometimes hard. It's okay to mispronounce the last name. Just don't mispronounce an entire town's name. But we do have 3 young men here on the track here. 1 lap around this field. 400-meter championship wheelchair. Everly, Schwamberger, and Tapia.
Really curious to see how Everly negotiates the rail directly on his inside. Everybody else is going to have a little bit more track space. I've seen some athletes do the wheelchair 300 meters indoors, so it is far from an impossibility. And these guys show us that just about anything is far from an impossibility. Some of the most inspiring athletes in any discipline.
No, it's great that years ago that they've incorporated these wheelchair events into the national championship. So you used to have their own separate national championship, but really to have them incorporated here, as we have Schwamberger taking things out very solid there in lane 6. He comes down the backstretch here. Again, only 1 lap. If you're not out after it, this race could be over very quickly, because once these athletes hit their top speed, they are moving. And it's Tapia on the outside in lane 8 that is somewhat near Schwamberger. But now Schwamberger comes off of that final turn here and down the home stretch. And all he needs to do is maintain this to win the championship boys 400-meter wheelchair. And he's coming down the line here. Tapia not in sight, and it is all Schwamberger. His time, 1:06:02.
Wow.
A dominant performance in there in the 400 meters. Tapia, 1:11:51. So about a good solid 5.5 seconds behind Schwamberger, who really was out in the first 75 meters. The race was already his. All he needed to do was, not hurt something, not, have a lane violation, stay in your lane, which is not easy for these sprints in wheelchairs, because you're controlling the turn while you're also trying to use that forward momentum with the wheels. So you really do have to make sure that you stay in your lane there for the sprint, lane, run wheelchair events.
You think it's hard maintaining your speed in a flat 400? Try it with a wheelchair. And Holden Schwamberger came in on an absolute mission today. His PR, 68:03 prior to this. He takes 2 entire seconds off of it to win the national title.
I always say it's one thing to make it here. I mean, every athlete that makes it here, wheelchair, jumps, throws, sprints, distance, whatever it may be, should be unbelievably thrilled that you're here. To win, a whole other thing. To PR, maybe set a meet record, even better.
We are about to match that energy now for the girls' edition of the championship wheelchair 400-meter dash. They're getting our trio of competitors lined up. Well, they get the crowd extra ignited here. Did we mention it's the fastest party on the planet? We're not going to let you get bored of that line now. The crowd is always respectful and appreciative of these athletes, no matter their circumstances. And so here they are being given final instructions for getting underway. You see the full start list here for the girls' championship wheelchair 400. We will show it to you once again. There they are. Sabrina Mercurio of Malvern, PA, Claire Lachaume of Fairport, and Mary McDonald of Taunton, Mass. Getting to see as much of them all as we can while they're in the same view. We can't exactly tell you now which direction this race will take, but based on what we saw throughout the state championship season, we could have a few indicators.
Again, another athlete that I've been able to see a lot of, Mary McDonald. This young lady started wheelchair racing maybe about 5 or 6 years ago. Very, very young age, and came up with admiring a lot of amazing Boston Marathon wheelchair athletes, and a lot of those athletes admired her at the same time.
Massachusetts Miss Amazing is Mary McDonald's nickname. She'll be on the outside in lane 8 from Taunton. Here is Claire Lachaume, a 7th grader from Fairport, New York, out of the Rochester area. More on her in a minute. And then also from the Pennsylvania front is Sabrina Mercurio of Malvern, looking to make it a Pennsylvania sweep after Holden Schwamberger of Pittsburgh took home the previous section. Claire Lachaume, last week at the New York State Championships near her hometown in Webster Schrader, she ran 4 wheelchair events: the 100, the 200, the 400, and the 1500. In fact, she didn't do the 200. It was the 800 and the 15 that she did instead, but she set a 68-67 PR to win her state qualifiers just to give herself that chance. She has won 3 races in a row and is looking to make it a quadrifecta. Claire Lachaume, the 7th grader, who also just so happens to hold the wheelchair 400 state record in New York with that 68-67. She was so close to it at the state meet in 68-89. Looking at the battle for second, you've got Mary McDonald currently in that position ahead of Sabrina Mercurio. Keep in mind, Mary McDonald is a different Paralympic category. She's a T53, unlike Lachaume, who's in a different category. She is looking to start her future in a sport that she loves and do it at the best place possible. Your New Balance national champion, Claire Lachaume, and I think this time she PRs. 68.01, yes she does. Breaking her own state record in the wheelchair 400. She's still in 7th grade. We are going to get used to seeing this.
Absolutely amazing there from Lachaume. At such a young age, a huge future ahead for that young lady.
And how about Mary McDonald taking a crack at the wheelchair 400? She, coming off of an indoor season where she won the 800, drops it down to the 4 and goes 77-63 to take the silver.
Well, it definitely should be known. I mean, the wheelchair athletes, it's amazing the range of distances that they can compete in. They'll do everything from the 100 meters to a half marathon. Tatiana McFadden, one of the legendary recent wheelchair athletes, she would compete at the Olympic level in the 200 and 400, and that's coming off of a season where she's, winning the World Marathon Majors, 6 marathons over 6 continents. So it's amazing the range that those athletes are able to compete in.
We just saw some of it on display. We are likely to see some more of it throughout the rest of the weekend, but now we come to some of the most talented stars over the flat 400. Boys middle school 400-meter championship, 7 total heats based on time, Mark Davis. And let me tell you, if there is an event that almost symbolizes trackflation, we more often than not see it from an event like the 400.
The times that some high school athletes have been running in the middle sprints in the 200 and 400 this year have been absolutely spectacular. We were talking about that at the top of our show here, about how the times that athletes have been running this year have just been absolutely amazing. It seems like every week or every weekend there's some new massive, the state record goes down or a national record goes down or an age group record goes down, and it just seems like it's all been really building up. And those athletes now are going to be on display for our audience here, and you're going to get to see what a lot of true track fans have been witnessing all season long. Is just some absolutely amazing times. And again, when you've got 7 heats here, things are going to be building and building and building throughout these heats, and we expect some very fast times.
It would not be a shocker to me to see some mid to low 50s in these earlier heats. We've seen a couple instances in our middle school and freshman editions of the mile where a particular slow heat, quote unquote, like I remember one of the slower heats of the girls underclassmen mile, you would see a 4:53 still with 2 heats remaining after that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, athletes can unfortunately just not have good early seasons or mid-seasons when they got their qualifying time, or they qualified in maybe a different event, because you can qualify in other events from other distance events or other length events. But, they'll come in and they feel the energy, and they get really wrapped up in things and just happen to run a very, very fast time. As we take a look now here at our Heat 1 of our boys middle school 400-meter final. In 3, Nate Charlie. In lane 4, Kamani Means Jr. In 5, Austin Roberts. In 6, Cade Portillo. In 7, Colin Winters. In lane 8, Sean Doran Jr. And in lane 9, Matthew Smith.
So a lot of pretty cool track clubs being represented here. You see Matthew Smith, for example. He's representing the USA Jamaica Track Club, one that I've gotten the chance to cover numerous times at meets based out of the DMV. You look at USA Jamaica and just their unique philosophy. It's USAJA, they use the abbreviations, but you just look at some of what they have to offer. They offer ages 5 to 19, and just the philosophy, you can imagine, is second to none there. Their coaches, you look at their website, they've got an entire Meet the Coaches page. You got Coach Sean, Coach K, Coach Jabril, Coach David, Coach Robert, Coach Nicola, Coach Peace, and Coach D. All of them are USATF Level 1 minimum certified coaches, and some of them even NFHS and nationally qualified athletic administrators with all sorts of backgrounds, many of them coming from the great sprinting nation of Jamaica. So they're really working hard to instill that background in the next generation of athletes, and many other track clubs from their own philosophies are looking to do the same, and that's what we're going to see here from these middle schoolers.
Yeah, you can see on the screen there, it looks like the officials are kind of gathering in a small area. It looks like they're taking, I thought originally they were maybe working on a pair of blocks, but it looks like they're actually kind of taking a look at the track itself.
I know the
quite
stagger
sure.
marks, yeah, they can definitely get confusing, as I mentioned before, with not just the odd length of the track, but with just how many stagger marks are on any given turn. At the Penn Relays Carnival, they typically run the 400-meter hurdles on this side of the track where they're at right now, so they're likely just looking to make sure that each start line is of the proper distance.
Yeah, it seems to be what they're kind of trying to lay down, that start line, just to make sure it's all set for these 7 heats here of our boys 400 meters. Again, Charlie, Means Jr., Roberts, Portillo, Winters, Dorn Jr., and Smith. Those are going to be the athletes. You know, it's tough being in that first heat. I mean, you have the advantage of laying out that first mark. But after that, you really everything's out of your hands. You have no control. You don't know what's going to happen for the next 6 50-second races. That are going to happen. 52-second races are going to happen after you. You have no control. It's got to be a little nerve-wracking. You put out that really good time. Maybe you win your heat, but then all of a sudden you just start to see your time just drop down a little bit. As we get ready to once again take a look, I think we're going to head things back here to the pole vault. And indeed, we're now at that 4.35 height there. Baginski cleared that 4.25. We saw Colt Craig clear that 4.25. And then Brennan Rodig also cleared at 4.25. So it's down to 3 athletes.
And keep in mind, Colt Craig can only become freshman national champion if he clears the highest height. Because if you look at the misses prior, Mark Baginski of Richmond Hill, Ontario, he has not missed yet. Both Colt Craig and Brennan Rodig have missed on earlier heights. Craig on his opening height, as we mentioned before, but he has cleared every height since, now trying to extend it into the 14-foot stratosphere. Here's his first attempt.
Yeah, if neither of them get past this height, then like you said, it's all Baginski, because he has not missed. He passed his first 2 heights of 350 and 365, and then has won and done the last 5 heights.
Colt Craig, 7th place as a freshman at his Ohio State Championships, 14'6" for a PR. Definitely watch out for him on the left of your screen as we get underway with the first heat of the 400.
So boys 400 middle school now, 7 heats underway here. And you can see again that athlete running in lane 3 on the inside of the rail. It's quite interesting to see that. But that looks like lane 5 there, Austin Roberts.
A 55-2 performer in his own right out of Hughes Middle School from Western Virginia, but he's got a little bit of catching to do on Cade Portillo of Quick Speed.
So Portillo comes off of that final turn there with no one in sight here. Cade Portillo, he'll be putting down that first time of the day here of these 7 heats, and he does 51-51.
Oh my. In the first heat, and we're already going 51-51.
I think you said I would not be surprised at seeing something around 50-51 in this first couple of heats. And sure enough, we get a 51-51. Roberts comes in second, 52-77. Matthew Smith, as you can see there, 53-42.
I mean, this entire field just went sub-55. There are boys at levels of this sport that would be happy to be running 55s by their senior year. Again, that might not be the New Balance Nationals level, but it is a level nonetheless. You guys consider walking through the same hallways in your middle school as these boys right here and just thinking they are some of the fastest kids on the planet. It is surreal. 51-51 for Cade Portillo of Quick Speed. Definitely living up to his track and field club's name. And Austin Roberts, 52-77 for him. As Mark mentioned, according to the database, 55-2 was his previous best, like I mentioned. Whether or not that reflects the truth, that is still an incredible time.
No, it's, again, you're all of a sudden at the national championships, and almost anything can happen, especially when you've been, if you've got the right coaching and the right training, and you've been really gearing yourselves for this particular meet. That's when those big PRs happen on the big stage. As you can see, the athletes now on the track here for Heat 2. Elijah Osborne Jr. in 3, Slinka in 4, Tyrell Edmonds in 5, Leo Costanza in 6, Emmanuel Adwedi in 7, Justin Reed Jr. in 9. So they are off here with Maxwell Cook not a start.
That left a little bit more room for Justin Reed as far as athletes on his inside, but so far, Emmanuel Aduti of Tomball, Texas has already made up that stagger in lane 7. Watch for him in white. And also look in lane 3. Elijah Osborne Jr. of Four Quarter Horses Racing and Track.
I was going to say, Adueti went out really, really strong, but he started to tie up there right at 200 meters, and then it really was Osborne Jr. who then took control, running a little bit more conservative in the first 200. But now he's starting to get challenged his final 50 meters here. But Elijah Osborne Jr. will hold on there for the win, 52-21. A little bit more of a expected time for a middle schooler. But
even so,
still a very, very good solid time there for Osborne Jr. Edmonds in second, 53.01, and Adam Slinka at a Hatfield, PA, 53.37. But again, Adueti went out very, very hard. To me, that's almost the exact opposite of somebody really stepping up. That's almost going a little too much, getting maybe too caught up in the excitement. I can't imagine his coach told him to go out that incredibly hard to try to win it in the first 200.
Then again, I don't think he or his coach were expecting lane 8 to be vacant. And seeing lane 5 as far ahead as he did, he probably wanted to see some of that early momentum without understanding in the moment, in the heat of the moment and adrenaline, just the pain that would ensue from there. But how about Elijah Osborne Jr. from South Orange, New Jersey, Four Quarter Horses Track Club? He takes over a second off of his 53.52 PR to win Heat 2.
And you see now the athletes on the track here in Heat 3 of our boys middle school 400-meter final. Cooper Pound in 1, Jaden Spann in 2, Zoltan Weaver in 3, Liam McGuigan in 4, Colson Ing in 5, Kinu Lawson in 6, Thomas Brahman in 7, Levi Herrera in 8, and Nicholas Alepa in 9. And they are off here. All 9 lanes getting represented here in this race. And out in 7, Brahman looks very strong. Coming down this backstretch. Also in lane 9, Alepa. But it's basically Brahman, Herrera, and Alepa.
Jaden Spann of Full Circle in lane 2 also looking decent, but man, Thomas Brahman has gone out with extreme confidence. Let's see if Alepa from Ridgewood, New Jersey can reel him in, and so too Levi Herrera of Grapevine, Texas in 8.
Alepa Herrera now passing Brahman.
Ooh.
So that looked like Alepa there holding on for the win out of Ridgewood, New Jersey, 52.95. Brahman holds on for second, 53.24. And Levi Herrera, who also went out with Brahman and Alepa, 53.29 for third place. So Brahman couldn't quite hold on to the challenge there from Alepa and Herrera, where he definitely held on from Herrera, but Alepa coming around in the last 50 to 60 meters there to take Heat 3.
And as a result, of course, back-to-back Heat wins for the Garden State. New Jersey, Elijah Osborne of South Orange in the previous section, and now Nicholas Alepa of Ridgewood in Heat number 3. Lane number 9 is so difficult to run with, let alone many of these athletes may go to high schools where there are only 6 lanes, or even some New York City schools with just 5, and some other schools that don't even have a home track. So having to run on the outside with little to gauge, when you get passed on the inside, you cannot afford to let yourself get mentally out of the race. You have to stay in it and trust the gears that you have, and that is exactly what Mr. Alepa just did there.
Well, I don't want to date myself and talk about the dirt tracks that I used to have to race on in San Diego. But anyways, moving on here, Heat 4 of our middle school boys 400 meters. Giovanni Cochran in 1, Richard Martin in 2, Yevon King in 3, Zachary Kawahara in 4, Yakis Mims Horton in 5, John Kane in 6, Isaac Mora in 7, Stevie Jeffrey in 8, and Hunter Maynard in 9.
You recognize the name of the man in lane number 5. Yakis Mims Horton is the younger brother of the Pennsylvania State record holder Jaden Horton Mims, who is now a collegiate at the University of Florida. And Yakis of Mo Betta Track Club has gone out very nicely in lane number 5.
Nobody's really quite made up that stagger except maybe Cochran there in 1. So Cochran's going to come off this line there, and he's going to be closer. But look at, you can see the entire pack there. Martin looking really well in 2 as well, and King in 3. And that's King in lane 3, just inside the railing there. And King,
wow,
Yavon King, 51-44, takes over the overall lead there for Martinsburg, West Virginia. Yavon King, 51-44. Stevie Jeffrey, 51-79. And Yakis Mims Horton, 51-84. So 3 very solid times, all 3 athletes under that 52-second barrier here in Heat 4.
Javion King, the West Virginia product, just became the 41st fastest athlete in his entire state right there. An incredible effort out of lane 3. He kept Mims Horton in his sights in the entire first 300 meters and made his move at the right time, and nobody was catching that young man back. Way to go, Javion King.
And King moves up again into that pole position of first place with Jeffries and Mims Horton's times. They now sit in respectively in 3rd and 4th. So Portillo still in that 2nd position. But Javion King now 51-44 as we get ready for Heat 5. Edward Jones Jr. in 1, Sean Jones in 2, Hunter Wolf in 3, Brady Holchek in 4, Christopher Baxley in 5, Kalen Geisler in 6, Keith Suchi in 7, Ryan Rose in 9. So lane 8 is a no start. So again, a little bit of breathing space there between Suchi and Rose in lanes 7 and 9.
Uh-oh.
Whoop. So that was a very quick second shot for false start. So I don't know if that was a gun issue or if that was an actual false start by one of our athletes. But usually you don't see that so quick after each other. But we'll see what the refs, sometimes they can give the field a green card, which is basically just the general field. You want to see that. You don't want to see red. You know, speaking of World Cup lingo, red card is a bad card to see.
Precisely. And it looks to be...
That looks to be a green card.
Yes.
Eric, is that...
Or yellow. It's hard to tell with the glare of the sunlight, but either way, that was definitely not red.
It was not red.
I am a strong pro-tan per color test, so I tend to see more green light than red light, but I can guarantee you that was not a red.
I'm just straight up colorblind. So, I mean, I can definitely tell the difference between yellow and red, but, you know, from this far away and with the glare, sometimes you just don't quite know. But we will get this race going again. They're in the blocks here, and we'll try to do it one more time. And looks like we do have a clean start here with this field.
So far, if anybody's made any impacts on that stagger, it is Christopher Baxley of Aiken, the 8th grader in lane number 5. He's running this almost like a 200 or 300. Look at the strides.
Powering there, Baxley. And he doesn't seem to be giving up quite yet. So the real test now, though, is going to be coming off this final turn, because you do have challengers on the outside, Suchi, Rose, and Geisler. But he's still got a decent, it's almost just wishing that finish line will come sooner and sooner and sooner. Get to that finish line, Baxley, and you will win this heat.
Wow. 50 seconds.
50.86, and it almost looked like he was kind of letting up there right before the line. I mean, almost like maybe he was just really super tired running that fast, but 50.83 officially there for Baxley. Hunter Wolf 51.70 and Keith Suchi 51.98. Again, 3 athletes under 52 seconds here at the middle school level, but we do have our first sub 51 second there in Christopher Baxley out of Aiken.
And we've got a lot of Chris Baxley fans in our live YouTube comments section. That was a crowd-pleasing performance for sure, and the way he ran it was just so brave. He strode out brilliantly in that first 200, and you were definitely sensing some tension entering that last 200, but he never let go. And even in that final 100 meters, when you sensed he was maybe slowing down, decelerating a little bit, he just kept on striding out, and all the way to the line he went. First man sub 51 on the day. Last year, a 50.83 would have placed you tied for 9th in the overall final, and we've still got 2 heats to go.
Speaking of which, Heat 6 on the track now here. Aiden Cotton in 1, Lawrence Wortham in 2, Brendan Williams in 3, Mason Robson in 4, Blake Johnson in 5, Christian Blanco in 6, Grayson Haley in 7, Shamar Madry in 8, and Gideon Weldon in 9. So again, that top time now, 50.83. Christopher Baxley from Heat 5. And another double gun out there by our officials. And we'll wait to see what the call is going to be on this. And the officials are amazing officials, I should always preface. Will make a decision on what they're going to show. And I couldn't quite see that as the official went behind the tent. On the camera there, we didn't get a close-up shot. But at this point in time, it doesn't look like anybody has been taken out of the field. You hate to see that. You know, you come all the way here, you don't want to see an athlete. But again, it's part of the sport. They've got to learn at some point. So, again, Cotton, Wortham, Williams, Robson, Johnson, Blanco, Haley, Madry, and Weldon. Intact field, 9 athletes, Heat 6. And we're underway here.
Good start by Christian Blanco of William Penn Charter from the local Philadelphia area. He's making up good ground in lane 6. But you've also got some inside pressure from the Ohioan, Mason Robson in 4.
Also keep an eye on that outside lane there. Gideon Weldon got out pretty good there. Doesn't really have quite the long stride of our other athletes. But Madry and Weldon, and again, still on the outside with that lead. Gideon Weldon, MVP track and field. Getting a challenge there, though, on the inside from Williams. Williams might have just caught there. No, Gideon Weldon holds on for the win. 50.93. Brendan Williams comes up short there. Can't quite run down Weldon at a lane 9 and runs 51.01. Robson at a lane 4, 51.13. So 50.93. Again, we do get underneath 51 seconds, but not good enough necessarily to take over the top spot.
You called it early on there, Mark. Weldon looked so comfortable on the outside lane. He was running entirely his own race, and he just looked so relaxed heading into the final turn, and that is so tough to do in the 400 as the lactic begins to accumulate, but he exemplified that form and held on to it coming home despite all of that speed coming on his inside from Williams.
Well, here we go, folks. Heat 7. This is really our fast-seated section here. In lane 1, Jaden Morrison. In lane 2, Hunter Gammett.
That's Gunnar Hammett in lane number 2, the 800 and 600 meter age group world record holder. He had a DQ in this 400 meters last year, but still ran 50.57 as a 7th grader. He is going to be looking for redemption here. You just look at the rest of this field, Mark, though, that he'll be vying with.
Speaking of which, lane 3, Darian Clemens. In lane 4, Emmanuel Ponder. In lane 5, Darius Bowling. In lane 6, Kamani Wright. In lane 7, Donald Green. In lane 8, Samuel Stribling Jr. And rounding out the field there in lane 9, Brennan McCoy.
So much returning talent from the New Balance National Indoor Championships, including the man who won it all in Boston in lane number 7 from Southern Sprinters Elite, just a 7th grader, Donald Green. We're getting a good look at the man to his inside, Darius Bowling, who was 3rd behind him. Darius from Prospect Park in Brooklyn, New York, has made such great progress since mid-March when he was running 51 flat. He's now running 49.92. We've got multiple guys that have broken 50 here. Donald Green, 49.75, his lifetime best, the U.S. number 2.
So it looks like we've got 2 late scratches there, Morrison from 1 and Clemens from 3. So the field now down to 7 athletes. Just gives the odds for all these great athletes, again, like we said, that we saw in the indoor championships, now returning to the outdoor championships. But hopefully we don't lose another athlete here, as we've got yet again another official second start here.
Tell me about it. That's a 3-peat for double guns.
Yeah. Last 3 heats here.
We've got a vacancy in lane.
So that looks to be,
4.
looks like they're using a yellow card. Usually they use green and red, so maybe they're getting into the World Cup spirit and using a yellow and a red. So it looked like that was a yellow. I'm not sure if that was for ponder or bowling.
We can only ponder.
We can only ponder if it was for bowling.
Again, Donald Green, the 2nd fastest in his age group, is really impressed. They call him Trey G3 or Donnie the Don from Southern Sprinters Elite. He is right there on the bottom of screen, looking to repeat his indoor title. Kamani Wright, one on his inside, was 4th in that race as well. And Darius Bowling was already 6th in the 100 today. Gunnar Hammett, expect him to arrive late in this race out of lane number 2.
Clean start.
And Donald Green already out quickly. Let's see how quickly he can maintain his pace. Darius Bowling, the 22:34 all conditions 200-meter sprinter, though. He's gotten the quickest start.
Again, those outside lanes doing really well at this facility, but now you start to see the move there from Bowling, White, and Green starting to make moves here.
What an impressive response by Kamani Wright. He wants to upgrade that 4th place finish indoors to a goal here outdoors, but he's got company, Mark.
Coming down the home stretch there. That is lane 6 there, Kamani Wright.
Here comes Trey G3. It's going to be close. Wright takes it. Kamani Wright. Wow, look at the times.
49.40 for Kamani Wright. Absolutely amazing there from not only Wright, but also from Green. Getting well underneath that 50-second barrier. Donald Green, Southern Sprinters Elite, 49.55. Gunnar Hammett not getting underneath that 50-second barrier, but does come up in 3rd with a 50.14. So that does establish our top 3 overall over all 7 heats.
PRs for the top 2, my goodness. Even Gunnar Hammett out of lane number 2 going 50.14, and we know this isn't even his best event mark. Just watch them coming down to finish. Wright made such great moves to respond to the early pressure of Bowling, but Donald Green III was always going to be there to give him a challenge, but he never let go of that pace. Green,
yeah, I mean, you had to.
Late.
He had to see. He had to at least sense that Green was coming there, just on his outside, and just had to keep pushing through, maintain your form. It's what your coach tells you.
As best as you can, of course.
Yeah, as best as you can.
These guys are young, so even if their form doesn't look as polished as, let's say, a professional like a Michael Norman, who's currently making his return to the world stage, or others like Vernon Norwood, one of our great New Balance pros, even if their form isn't as polished as those guys yet, they have got plenty of time to learn. and plenty to learn from today's appearance here in the Middle School National Championship. How about that freshman pole vault, though? Last we checked, we were down to 3, and now we're down to 1. Here was the jump that secured the win for Colt Craig of Caledonia River Valley. He had to set a PR to move on. We mentioned he had a few misses to deal with, but he is now on top. He beat his PR not once but twice, up to 14'9", and we will wait to see if he extends it even higher as we now shift gears to the girls' middle school championship 400-meter dash. Meet starting to run a little bit behind schedule now, as this event was on tap to depart at 3:53 p.m. If you're just joining us, we welcome you either way. Live here on day 1 of New Balance Nationals. Carson Gambaro alongside Mark Davis. We've got a total of 8 heats coming your way for this event. 5 athletes in Heat 1. Sydney Brown in 5 from Angel Flight. Bryn Arone of Providence Cobras in 6. And I am a Colin Skelton of Metro Cobras Boston in 7. Nyla Croft of Delco Stallions in 8. And Kuna Sasha Madas King of Midas Touch in 9.
Looking really well there on the inside in lane 5 there. Sydney Brown. But also, again, once again, these outside lanes looking really good here. Croft and Menace King.
They were just greeted by a huge gust heading into that turn. Let's see how it affects them, if at all. Sydney Brown has both of the outside competitors in her sights, but she knows just how hard she needs to work in order to reel them in. She's doing the work, 150 out, though, and she has taken the lead coming off of the final turn. Croft holding on to second, the local girl for the Delco Stallions. And then Madas King of Midas Touch, but nobody's catching Sydney Brown. The 8th grader from Angel Flight will take flight through the finish, and she might have broken 60 in the first heat. It was close. She goes 60-33, but either way, that's a tone setter.
That I was just going to say, that's, as they would say, the cliche, laying down the mark. You know, that, again, gives something for these other athletes in these next several heats to think about. I mean, I suspect that we're going to get under 60, but it's still something to think about when you have that first time out there almost underneath that 60-second barrier.
I mean, there were a large amount of athletes that had come to this stage last year that did not break the 60-minute barrier. And that is not to discount them at all. That's just to further add to the stage that they are on here at New Balance Nationals. You consider yourself as someone who's relatively new to the sport, and the next thing you know, once you discover your talents, you're in a national championship. We've got Shaylin Guevara of MATC, Layla Gill of St. James, Juliana Batista of Red Bank, New Jersey, Malia McKenzie of Speedsters, and Nora Wooters Almeida of Cold Spring Harbor in lanes 5 through 9.
So they head into this backstretch here, and then out on the outside, Wooters Almeida looking very good there, but also in lane 6 there, Lila Gill.
She is really tracking the athletes on her outside. Layla Gill, one of 2 7th graders to go along with Batista. She is about to make contact on the stagger with Malia McKenzie, the 8th grader of Speedsters. In between them, Batista's still there as she'll lead now coming off of the final turn. It's Batista, McKenzie, and Gill, and Wooters Almeida rallying late, but it's going to be Juliana Batista out of New Jersey, Red Bank. There's your first sub-60 in the middle school girls 400, 59.68.
I said I suspect there would be one. I guess I just should have said, I tell you what, in the next heat there's going to be a sub-60. No, that was a great run by Batista. You saw her coming off that final turn, still battling out with McKenzie and Almeida and Gill, and pretty much the entire field. And it just seemed like she had that little extra gear coming off that turn, and that really just drove her to that finish line and drove her to that win in that heat.
And drove her to a new personal record, down from 59.76 at the USATF New Jersey Association Junior Olympic Championships just a week ago. In fact, 2 weeks ago now, on the 6th and 7th of June. Juliana Batista, your first and only thus far below 60, with Malia McKenzie of Speedsters out of Elmhurst, Illinois, taking second. Still with 6 sections to go. Your meet record to put it on your long-term radar in this girls' middle school 400 is a 53.73 by a woman whose name we've already called as the fastest 100-meter qualifier today for the championship division, Maya Arundel of Iconic Force. Next up, Heat 3. And we are incorporating lane 1 to the equation here. That'll be held by Giselle Madden of Above Expectations, Stella Trombetta of Speed Skills in 2, Nala Collins of McKim Knights in 3, Lauren Rittenhouse of Defiance out of Ohio in 4, Sophia Short of Hershey Blaze in 5 as we've got a double gun. Hopefully we'll be able to welcome out all the rest of our field as we await the official verdict.
So sometimes, again, with these younger athletes, they're still learning the nerves, they're still learning the atmosphere. Looks like the athlete that the official is talking to is not using blocks, so sometimes that could be a little bit more difficult. They're not quite set down in those blocks, and so they're standing and they're just a little tense and maybe a little nervy.
That was Bria James of Motor City Track, the recipient of that critique from the official. She comes in as one of the top indoor returners. She was in the top 20 nationally, having run 59.60 for a PR. She's second from the outside. You've also got Jocelyn Daniel of St. Joe's, Illinois in 6, Lucy Cortese of Monomoy in 7, and on the outside in 9 is Ashley Crew of Jaguar Track. So you can definitely sense some adrenaline for Bria James, who had to have a word from the official before getting underway second time, but she's playing nice and reserved through the first 200 meters. Also in the mix, Stella Trombetta, way on the inside from Speed Skills in 2.
Bria James looking very strong there on the outside.
Coming over from Detroit, Michigan, the Motor City Track Club, her twin sister Bailey James was the New Balance National Middle School runner-up. Let's see if she can maintain her advantage. Stella Trombetta on her inside, bearing down with every stride. It's going to be James and Trombetta taking it through the line 1 and 2. What a run. What a PR for Bria James. Low 59s for the 7th grader. So low that she went below 59. 58.61.
She let it all out there on the line there, diving at the line, going to the ground. And luckily able to get up, looking very good there, but 58.61, very impressive there. Sheila Trombetta coming on very strong, like you said, on the inside. Surprising that inside and those outside lanes have been so kind of almost dominant right now. It seems like maybe the middle lanes that normally should be the faster athletes aren't necessarily doing as good.
Keep in mind, we saw Anaya Walker of Orlando, Florida win the middle school girls 100 meters out of that same lane too, so Stella Trombetta of Speed Skills taking full advantage of that draw. That is now 6 total athletes sub 60, still with 5 heats to go. This is section number 4, London Dancy of Track Sharks in 1. Kara McEnany of Godspeed Track and Field in 2. Alora Wilson of Speed Skills in 3. Emma Cook of Haverford in 4. Leighton King of Penfield in 5. Fiona Nolan of the Elgin Sharks in 6. She's another Illinois product just outside of the Chicago area. Kaylee Harriott of the St. James Academy from Virginia in 7. Brooklyn Gibson, her teammate in 8. And Jaden Mapanda of Glen Arden Track in 9. Minus those vacancies, we've still got a field of 7. And it's the St. James Strivers. Lanes 7 and 8. Kaylee Harriott and Brooklyn Gibson, respectively, pushing each other like it's a glorified practice, at least through this first 150 and change. They're likely going to have some company on their inside towards the rail. Emma Cook of Haverford is starting to get into her running. Watch for her in the white top as they come around the Franklin Field turn. And it'll be Cook to lead on the inside. But even further down at the rail, you've got Alora Wilson of Speed Skills trying to avenge her teammate Stella Trombetta, who is so close to a win in the previous heat. It's going to go to the line, but Alora Wilson's going to do it. Alora Wilson of Speed Skills. Just off the leading time with a 58.80. And Emma Cook in 59.04 will move into the number 3 spot just behind Alora Wilson.
Great battle there between those two athletes down the home stretch. But it was Wilson there, very strong there coming off the last 120 meters. Hold on for that win that moves her up into that second position. But again, we still have Bria James with that top time of 58.61. Emma Koch with that strong performance in second place moves up into third overall in 59.04.
You can just sense some of the adrenaline when these ladies come off of the turn, getting ready to make those inside passes. I know not everybody prefers the inside lanes, but I used to always love them in the 400. You'd almost like wait your turn to get to the front, and once it was your turn, you just felt like the fastest person on planet Earth, whether or not that was the case. And we'll look to see who captures that adrenaline in heat number 5. You got Lauren Martinez, La Harza, Palmetto Bay, Florida. Arabella Smith of Atlanta, Georgia. Riley Vavrick of Fairport out of Rochester, New York. Skylar Oliver of St. James Academy from Virginia. Sarah Barrows-Deer of Randallstown, Maryland. Alexis Duffy of Godspeed. Shamika Wiley of Trial by Fire from Nashville. Kelly McCabe, another speed skills standout in 8. And then Brielle Hall of 288 Track Club from Coney Island, a 6th grader in 9.
Hall looking pretty good there, but as well McCabe and Wiley all up in the mix. But it looks like lane 4 there, Skylar Oliver looks to have just about made up the stagger there on those outside lanes. We'll see as they come off of this turn.
Watch for Barrows-Deer in lane 5 from Randallstown, Maryland. She has a Bullis School uniform on right now, and she is starting to round up athletes as they come into the final stretches. You've still got Alexis Duffy, Shamika Wiley of Trial by Fire in 7. As they come to the line, it's going to be close. And on the outside with a dip, Kelly McCabe of Speed Skills.
I think that was McCabe.
In 8. And it was 58.74 by just 0.03 of a second.
What a finish there for McCabe. It seemed like Wiley was just running away with this, and then all of a sudden in the last 30 to 40 meters, couldn't really tell if it was Wiley slowing down or McCabe just maintaining. We'll try to get another look at that, to look at their form there, but McCabe coming on very strong there in the last 20 to 30 meters to run a 58.74. That moves her now up into 2nd overall. Wiley up into 3rd overall.
So now 4 athletes beneath the 59-second barrier. If we do a little more comparing and contrasting, last year in our middle school girls finals, we had a total of 33 athletes dip beneath that mark. You just see all the athletes in their various stages of pain in that race, but they all fought through it brilliantly. Great race.
Yeah, it seemed like it was just more Wiley just kind of losing her form. You see almost right before the finish line there, she had that move to her right that just showed a little bit of lack of control over kind of what her body was going through there. And it was all McCabe that just powered home strong.
With very impressive turnover to boot. You got Saya Cage of Riverdale Baptist in lane 1 of this 6th and upcoming section. Mariah Doss, of Plus 2 University. Evelyn Fuller of Salisbury, Vermont in 3. Samantha Akpan of Speedsters in 4. Dior Battle of MATC in 5. Nori Cochran of USA Jamaica in 6. McKenna McLeod of USA Jamaica in 7. Charlie Cherry of Shore in 8. And Kyla Phillips of Motor City Track in 9.
Keep an eye out there for McLeod and Sherry. More so, McLeod there in lane 7. Looking very good, already making up the stagger on lane 8 and 9. McKenna McLeod. Can she hold on there, though? Sherry went out just about with her and is now falling behind.
A good finish coming on by Dior Battle of MATC, but you got to watch out for McKenna McLeod. She was 3rd at New Balance Nationals Indoor. It's going to be McLeod into the final 20, but here comes Dior Battle. What a rally from 4th to 1st. That looked like a Quincy Hall type finish right there as she goes 57.68.
Well, hey, we're going to just keep the theme going. She battled for that win.
Oh, yes, Dior Battle. Just an incredible running of her own race right there. She is a local Philadelphia product out of our Mother of Consolation Parish School. And look at this. You look at her previous best of 59.39. She took over a second and a half off of that mark.
So we get that time now under 58 seconds, 57.68 for Battle. McLeod holding on now for that second position at 58.09, but what a race there by Battle. You could really tell the coach is teaching strength at the end of a 400 because she just really came on strong in the last 50 to 60 meters when it looked like it was all going to be McLeod.
And so as the flags continue to blow, it looks to be home stretch tailwinds for these 400-meter athletes. Dior Battle, your leader, into the final two sections, 57.68. As we've now got Jaya Rogers of Motor City, Samira Daly of Chelsea Greyhounds, Dakota Washington of Cap City Blazers, Alyssa Plowden of T4P. Hopefully, we will still have at least those four in the rest as they have to call them back.
Should be mentioned, Battle's time there puts her in the top 50 in the country with that time of 57.68. That actually moves her up into 49th position overall in the country. So very impressive time already, still with 2 heats to go.
And especially given the fact that it's been such a long season and a lot of those marks, 48 ahead of what we just saw from Battle, have been run at various points in the season. Very impressive indeed. We have also got in this field Hope Barber of Drive Phase, Madison McCrary of Golden Elite, and Truly Paskings of Velocity Express. You just look at the array here. There's 3 athletes in 7 through 9, and the other 4 in lanes 1 through 4. It looks like 2 separate races, almost like a 3-bend stagger, but it is not. It is 2, and it is Hope Barber of Drive Phase in 7, leading the outside race with Samira Daly of Chelsea Greyhounds in 2, chasing her down.
Barber got out very strong there in the first 200, 250. But now, again, it's just going to be a point of holding on challengers, especially, as you mentioned, on the inside there, Daly. But it doesn't look like anybody's going to really be able to challenge Barber.
The 56.13 performer. This is going to be quick. Was she below 56? It was low in that margin, 56.15, nearly matching her lifetime best. Hope Barber of Fayetteville, Georgia, out of Drive Phase Incorporated, will take the overall lead with that mark. Truly Paskings of Velocity Express, we talked about her in lane number 9. She rallies nicely to take the number 2 spot, just out dipping Alyssa Plowden of T4P, 57.41 to 57.46. 4 athletes sub 58, 3 of them in this latest heat. And you just look at that phenomenal run once more by Hope Barber.
56.15. That now puts her 8th overall in the country for the year.
And she stayed so nice and tall coming through that finish line. Almost looked like she had similar finishing form to Sonia Richards-Ross with her famous lean to solidify the London 2012 Olympic gold medal. Many athletes have aspired to be like the greats that have come before them, including these 9 in the fastest seeded section: Jaden Rollins, Lana Lucas, Janelle McKnight, Bailey James, Aubrey Burt, Alexandria Frazier, Rhea Cooper, Aaliyah Gamble, and Kai Axo.
So this is our seeded heat here, and in lane 7 there, Rhea Cooper out very strong, already making up the stagger on lane 8 and 9, Gamble and Axum. And it is all Rhea Cooper right now.
The New Balance National Indoor 400-meter champion for middle school. She has run 55.47, but that was to place second at the Under Armour National. She was behind Alexandria Frazier there, the 8th grader out of Miami Gardens and IMG Academy. She's trying to get revenge here today. Watch for Frazier in 6, Cooper in 7, and all the way towards the inside in 2. Lana Lucas, the 100 speedster, is charging from Trial by Fire out of Nashville, and she will almost get there. It's close. I think she does.
Did. Wow. What a come from behind win there. Lucas there, 55:08. Running the third fastest time in the country and taking the win here with an absolutely monster finish down the home stretch. I think she was in third or fourth place coming off that turn and just out of nowhere just came down and crushed this field with a very, very fast time, 55:08. Raya Cooper holds on 55:43 and Aubrey Burt 55.95. So once again, our top three coming out of our seeded heat, but 55.08, an absolutely amazing time, and what a way to do it there for Lana Lucas.
A multi-time junior Olympic champion over the 400 meters as well, has some of the best young range for sprinters nationwide, and she just showcased every inch of it there. Just look at how fast she turns over with those arms, foot to the floor. A great time for Cooper, who will set a PR in second. She'll collect a silver double between Under Armour and New Balance, but it is gold. It is all gold for Lana Lucas.
Like you said, you mentioned the form there at the end. It just looked very strong, in control. It's hard to do at the end of 400 meters. I mean, that race hurts. I've run a few, not a lot. I run a few. Michael Johnson and I had the same agent back in the day, so I used to travel with him and used to hear stories about really what a 400 meter felt like him, and even for a guy that can run as fast as he did, and it hurt. It really, really hurt. For sprinters, that is tough. So to maintain that form the way that Lucas did, what I'm getting to, shows why she's able to run that fast and be a national champion.
So to her 11:86 100-meter PR from earlier today, her first day below 12 seconds there, and now she's a middle school national champion at New Balance. You talk about difficulty in holding your form at the end of a 400. It gets even harder when you add on 4 other events prior in your day.
Well, that it is, and that brings us to our decathlon 400 meters. These athletes are doing 10 events over a 2-day period. This is their 400-meter run, and we have 2 heats here. Joel Moreland, Owen Fulford, Tyson Stroop, Ryan McCormick, Nathaniel Johnson, Chandler Thompson, and Maximilian Mancabelli.
I know a couple people were tuning in to watch Nate Johnson, a.k.a. Highlight Nate, the 3-peat New York State pentathlon champion, the first athlete ever to win that title 3 years in a row, as they're being called right back up from the blocks. Not sure if that was because of the huge gust of wind that just came through, but either way, those are the conditions. It is whipping out here. Johnson, your current overall decathlon leader through 4 events at 31.84. He was your fastest 100 sprinter, your furthest long jumper at 7.19 meters. And that raises another important point about the man on the bottom right center of your screen, Nate Johnson. He nearly broke the New York State record in the long jump at his Section 1 state qualifiers meet, jumping 25 feet, 3 3/4 inches. The state record is only an inch further than that. And that was part of a pent.
Well, and I tell you what, though, with decathletes or heptathletes, to be really good, you're going to have 1, if not maybe 2 specialty events. So you can almost find every great decathlete, every great heptathlete, and find out that they're an amazing long jumper, an amazing pole vaulter, or one of the events. They could probably not only make a national championship, but would be vying close for a national championship. So it takes that to really be a good decathlete. You have to have that one really great event that can also maybe spill over into some other events. So like if it's shot and javelin, or if it's 400 and hurdles, whatever it may be. But they are in it now in the 400 meters at the end of a very long day, just day 1 here for our decathletes.
And Johnson is absolutely out right now. He's run 47.93, so he's not just good at the 100 and the long jump. He can stretch it out to a 1/4 mile. He leads through 200, and a good run on his inside as well. In lane number 5, that is Tyson Stroop of Massachusetts.
Stroop currently sitting 5th overall. This is going to really help him in his points. And we'll see where this puts him at the end of the final day one so far.
.48.60 for Johnson. And it's officially given to Ryan McCormick for second. I got my Massachusetts athletes mixed up there. McCormick, who won the decathlon variant at the MSTCA multi-event meet. He will ultimately come through in second here. Also the Division IV Massachusetts pentathlon state champion, so apologies on the earlier miss ID. Chandler Thompson of Knoxville, Tennessee, coming through in third in that heat. But either way, Nate Johnson extending his lead minimum by 41 points from that race.
Yeah, Moreland now moves up into the second position, not only getting second, but then moving up second overall in the decathlon. Stroop does move up from 5th to 4th with his time, and McCormick now in third place in the overall standings after day one. I mean, there's still another heat to go here, but it's looking pretty good there for Nathaniel Johnson, thinking to himself that, you know, he's got a lead of a little over 200 points there, 256 points going into day two. You got to feel pretty comfortable, get some good rest, hydrate, refuel with as much food as your body can probably handle, and get ready for day two. Speaking of which, we've got heat 2 here on our decathlon 400 meters. You've got Gunnar Benedicts, Stoke Gills, Dalton Lingo, Darren Couch, Jacob Medanilla, Clayton Blanton, Waylon Spirdowis, and Kai Sorling. Those are your athletes here in Heat 2 of our decathlon 400 meters, the end of day one. I'm sure these athletes are happy to be done with it all. And Spirdowis in 8 looking pretty good there, but in lane 7 as well. Blanton now making a very strong move here with about 150 meters to go and pulling away from this field. Clayton Blanton, Middle Tennessee Athletics, coming down the home stretch. This is going to do very well for his standings there. He's currently sitting 11th, but you got to figure that this is going to move him up the rankings overall in decathlon, winning that heat, and it does. It moves him all the way from 11th to 5th place overall. So that's how you finish a day one. That's how you put the rest of what you got from day one on the line.
Yes, sir. Clayton Blanton, the junior from Ravenwood High School in Brentwood, Tennessee, clocks the third fastest 400 meters of our decathletes, 51.19, just a smidge off of his 50.23 lifetime best. That placed him third in that event, ironically, at his state meet when he ran and achieved his decathlon PR. He had a variant PR of 62.91 and even a 66.18 earlier in the season. So Clayton Blanton, across all events, has really shown exceptional versatility, and we're going to get to see him show us plenty more of that in the days to come. Yeah, things are looking good here for him.
Yeah, I mean, and again, that's going to be a big confidence booster for Blanton going into day two, knowing that you can finish strong like that in that event. I mean, they've got a little bit longer distance to finish day two with, but if that has any indication of how to finish a day of decathlon, Blanton sure did that. And speaking of the multi-events, we now move things over to our side of the track here for our women's decathlon, finishing day one with a 200-meter run.
That's right, the women's heptathlon, 7 events in total, and the thing I love about the heptathlon for the ladies is that this is the harder day. They do 4 events on day one. If we look at the overall standings, they have already hurdled, high jumped, and thrown the shot put. All they've got to do tomorrow, all they've got to do is long jump, javelin throw, and the 800 meters, which believe me, is more than a full day's worth of work at the office, let alone weekend. But looking at our overall standings, really curious to see how the lady in lane number 5 of the second heat will perform. That'll be Ella Mikulich, your top current placer. Everybody else in this heat and the next are going to be trying to chase down the future Oklahoma Sooner from Minnesink Valley, New York.
She had a real good high jump there, winning the high jump in 182, scoring over 1,000 points, and then runner-up in the shot put earlier with a throw of 1097 to get 593 points. Didn't do as good in the hurdles earlier in the day, but again, those that high jump and that shot put set her up really well. We'll see what she can do in that 200 again in Heat 2.
More on Mikulich later. We've got Viola Willent, Sydney Schoenbeck, Claire Downer, Tessa Trujillo, Eliana Schneider, Jordan Summers, Ashton Morgan, and Chisholm Jones in this first section. Those are their orders between lanes 2 and 9. And interestingly, it looks like lane 5 is vacant, so no Tessa Trujillo of BCA out of Bentonville, Arkansas. Trujillo ultimately did not make it to New Balance Nationals, so we can wish her the best in her future multi-event career, as she is still a junior. And in the rest of this field, there are only 2 seniors. You've got Sydney Schoenbeck, the multi-time Vermont State champion out of lane number 3. Sydney, a combined 11 state titles in the Green Mountain State across all sorts of different events. Watch out for her on the inside. Eliana Schneider in lane number 6 from Lebanon, Pennsylvania. The home state girl, the other senior. 4th from your left. And they are away in the first of 2 sections for the heptathlon 200 meters. And it's a good start by Viola Willent of Lower Merion, another Pennsylvanian in the mix as they come off of that far turn. Right on the outside of that Franklin Field rail is Claire Downer of True Speed Athletics. She'll lead coming to the final stretches. Willent rallying on her inside. And that'll be your order coming to the finish line. A close finish. 25:64, the unofficial winning time for Claire Downer. Rounded down 100th, 25:63 with 0.6 meters per second at their backs. So some nice tailwinds to help bolster their scores.
Yeah, she made a good move there coming off the turn with about 110, 115 meters to go. Just made a really nice, just almost kind of changed gears, had an acceleration point and just powered home to hold off Willett. And Downer, that moves her up into the number 1 position. That 830 points that she just got there in that 200 moves her up into pole position in the women's heptathlon. Willent obviously into 2nd, Summers into 3rd. But again, we still have this second heat with some of our earlier leaders in the decathlon.
I'd imagine in this heptathlon that they are going to soon reclaim some of those top positions as we see the scores from that first heat. Jordan Summers, Chisholm Jones, Sydney Schoenbeck and Eliana Schneider below 27 seconds. Again, they've had a busy day today. Already having hurdled, high jumped, and thrown the shot, but like Mark said earlier, Ella Mikulich did exceptionally well in the high jump, and it's no question why. She, 2 years ago, won the New Balance national title in the high jump, and now she's doing all 7 events. She also won the pentathlon at last year's New York State Championships. So the future Oklahoma Sooner from Minnesink Valley will be dangerous, but locked in on lane number 6, Adrienne Bowden, the U.S. leader from Demon Running Club out of Kennett in Pennsylvania. She is going to be dangerous as well. She's a 24-23 sprinter to win the Chestnut Championship. You've also got Sydney Taylor, Stella Purdy, Hayden Higgins, Bella Galeas, Evie Wilson, and Anna Keeney. So many great multi-event specialists. And it'll be Adrienne Bowden and Hayden Higgins. What a move by the junior of Eastlake on the inside. And she will seize momentum coming home. It is Higgins, it is Bowden, And Sydney Taylor of the McNamara Mustangs on the inside, 24:01, and even 980 points for Hayden Higgins.
What an amazing time there for Higgins. That moves her all the way up, back up into second overall. Sorry, third now. Times are being put in there.
That was huge, Mark. Her previous 200-meter best was a 24:29 from the Under Armour National Championships back home in Florida, here where she comes from in Tarpon Springs. But man, coming up here to New Balance, her form is absolutely phenomenal right now.
980 points will help put her in third position overall at the end of day one there. Hayden Higgins, Adrian Bowden there with 943 points moves her up into second, but remaining back up at the top prior to the 200 here after those two great events there in the high jump and shot put we mentioned before. Ella Mikulek, 857 points there, running at 25:33. She only got sixth place, but that was enough to make sure that she maintains the lead there going into day two. 3,336 points to 3,235 for Bowden.
Ella Mikulich will get to maintain her lead by 101 points. The multi-time New York State champion, Adrian Bowden of Demon Running Club, the New Balance National Indoor Pentathlon champion, looking to strike back and defend her spot atop the national throne. Her U.S. number one, a 54.63 that she'll look to take aim at through the rest of the competition. And Hayden Higgins moving in the right direction with Anna Keeney, who is a Tennessee State champion in the 100 hurdles and long jump as well, in fourth. Sydney Taylor also beyond 3,000 points. As we take a look at the circumvention here at Franklin Field, we got the flags blowing in all different directions, as has been the case on this gusty afternoon. But we're so happy that you decided to spend it with us here at New Balance Nationals. Carson Gambaro and Mark Davis getting ready for the next event. We are getting ready to bring on the batons, Mark. Sprint medley relays coming up soon.
Yeah, we've got about 10 minutes until it starts, but I tell you what, one of my favorite all-time events in track and field to watch is the sprint medley. Just an absolute powerhouse of running. Such a great mixture of 100, 200, and 400. It goes so quick. It's such powerful running by all of the athletes on the girls' side and boys' side. And I'm really looking forward to seeing this championship final. We've got several heats to decide it. On the boys' side, we will have 6 heats. More than likely, our winner will come out of that 6th heat. And on the girls' side, we will have 7 heats. But that will begin, that's expected to begin right around 4:44, 4:45. As again, you mentioned that the gusts of wind are kind of picking up here and there and around this kind of nighttime, late afternoon, early evening time. We expect the winds to die down a little bit for our distance races later on, but right now this period of wind will kind of disrupt some of the times that we would love to see from these sprint medleys and from these teams, but I doubt it will dampen it too much. We're up a little higher here in the stands, and you can see definitely the flags are blowing on top of the stadium here as we see the athletes getting escorted over from Heat 1 over to their beginning lane. It will go 100, 100, 200, 400.
This will be a 2248.
2248.
It's a 1600.
Sorry.
We did used to have the 800 sprint
medley relay. We did have the 800 sprint medley. This is the sprint medley. So 2248. So this is a great. It's a great distance. You get involved, not only your sprinters, but your middle distance runners can run on relays now here at the same time. Sometimes you would see them mix things up in a 4x4, but you definitely get the extension of those power type runners in 200s up to the 800 meters. So they will start things over here on this backstretch. and then they'll pass off to the home stretch here. So we can see the camera angle down, just down below here is where they'll start the first leg. So they'll do half a lap, hand off, they'll do a half a lap. And then the single lap 400 and then the double lap 800 to finish things off.
Now what's interesting about this distance, Mark, is that they're going to be running it like a 4x4 with a 3-bended stagger. And so not until the 400-meter legs reach the far side from where they start, they're going to stay in their lanes until the starting gun and then. And so handoffs are going to be especially important. We may see some teams go for blind exchanges. It's not exactly the most common in a 4x2. Some teams will prefer to take it safe with visual passes, but they're probably going to treat this a little bit more like a 4x100-meter relay than a 4x4 in the early stages.
Yeah, especially for these first two, possibly even into that third leg. We see the athletes now on the track here getting warmed up, setting their blocks, and get ready to get things underway here in Heat 1. We got McNamara Mustangs in 3, Motor City Track in 4, Toms River East in 5, Horseheads in 6, Raleigh Wildcats in 7, Swarm Elite TC in 8, and Hayes Elite TC in 9. Gotta love that name in 6 there, Horseheads. Very unique name there, but again, a lot of these athletes have opportunities to run in other individual events, but a lot of times with these sprint and DMR relays, you've got the whole is greater than the individual, basically, in that type of situation. So some of these athletes wouldn't have gotten a chance to qualify in an individual event had they not been part of a relay, one of these relays. They may not be here, but a lot of these teams also do have that one and possibly even 2 superstars that are here competing for an individual championship in either the 100, 200, 400, or maybe even 800.
You mentioned Horseheads, the team in lane number 6. They come from New York State's southern tier, just to the west of the Binghamton area, and they've got some pretty good athletes out here. Baraka Schmidt, Chase Luangsawan, Patrick Laney, and on anchor, the future Stony Brook Seawolf, Nick Kowal, who's a 417 miler, who even ran a 155.92 800 at New Balance Nationals indoor for a PR. So he'll be strong for them out of lane number 6, but you got plenty of other established, talented programs. The McNamara Mustangs, Bishop McNamara, Forestville, Maryland. What can you say? You hear their name, you know they're going to bring talent. Same with Motor City Track Club. This is only McNamara and Motor City's B teams that we're going to be seeing on the inside. That's how deep they are. They can bring 2 teams to nationals.
Yeah, you'll see their A teams later on. Motor City's got their A team in Heat 5. McNamara's got their A team in what is essentially our seeded heat of lane 6. So again, I mentioned the idea of being able to have a team qualify here with athletes that may not necessarily ever make it into an individual race, but to have 2 teams qualify and even have one of those teams in that seeded race is going to be amazing here. So again, McNamara, Motor City, Toms River, Horseheads, Raleigh Wildcats, Swarm Elite, and Hayes Elite. Athletes in their block here. And we'll get a good idea of when those athletes are heading around to what was the home stretch earlier as they get ready to hand off to the 200.
By the Raleigh Wildcats in 7. They've still got plenty of distance on the stagger, but the McNamara Mustangs, oh boy, their second leg left way too early, and that's not good news for them out of lane 3.
Nope, that just dropped things down here.
Still Raleigh Wildcats on
the
Raleigh
Wildcats
Justice
in
Camacho.
lane 7 there. We'll see the handoff right here, but coming on strong there in lane 4, Motor City. Motor City looked really good, but now in lane 3, McNamara Mustangs They've now got a whole lap here to try to establish a lead for that 800-meter leg.
And they have opened the Franklin Field rail out from lane 4 to allow the McNamara Mustangs and Edward Lamothe, who's their scheduled 400 leg, to cut out instead of in. That's just one of the many unique factors of this track. They're going to reinstate it as they fight for position behind. Look at this four-way battle now.
Yeah, they're definitely, we're not done with Motor City as the rest of the field now starts to come up and engulf.
Here comes Horsehead's Patrick Laney shifting to the inside, a little zigzag motion as Raleigh Wildcats went back to the front.
Raleigh now, that battle of four teams all coming to the handoff spot here in the 800, and it was Raleigh initially that takes the lead.
And now it's Motor City in front. Christian Collier for the B team out of Detroit has already built nearly a 10-meter gap. He's not looking to leave this thing up to chance, still with nearly 600 meters left to go.
Well, it kind of depends. If he's a better 400-meter runner, he may be going out a little bit faster than what he's normal to for an 800. This 800 could really bite you in the last 250, 300 meters if you go out too strong here. But Raleigh Wildcats still holding on for second. And here we go, the Bell Lap, 2:30 at the Bell Lap here in Heat 1.
And here comes the future Stony Brook Seawolf into second. There's Nick Kowal for Horseheads. We mentioned his strength, the 4:17 indoor miler, but does he have enough speed to get back at Collier, who's looking like he's beginning to tire out front? I think he's got another gear save for this final 250. We'll see who's got the right timing mark. It's Motor City into the final 200. Here comes Horseheads. Nick Kowal rocking the shades on this 90-degree sunny day in Philly. Let's see if he can come from behind. He's done it the steadiest way possible to get to this point in the race. Now he's going to have to go for a slingshot. Collier was waiting for this. Kowal striking. And it's Nick Kowal to deliver Horseheads home for the victory.
3:31.41 lays down the first time of the afternoon here in our boys sprint medley. But Nicholas Kowal running very well there in the final 70 to 80 meters to come around Collier from Motor City track and take Heat 1 here.
I think Collier was more than happy with his time. He came in with a 1:59 Open 800 PR on record. And so for him to come back here outdoors and drop a 1:56, even despite finishing second, that's a huge accomplishment for him.
Yeah, I mean, even for a relay, that's still about a 1:57 at the slowest all out. So very impressive there for Collier. I mean, very strong for him to go out that hard in that leg and still try to hold on. But it was Kowal just was too much there for Horseheads. And now we're heading into Heat 2 here in our boys sprint medley. Gales TC in 3, Williamstown TC in 4, Poly Flyers in 5, Castle Rock North in 6, boys from Illinois in 7.
I like the way that you enunciated
that. Like that. I saw that. I had to do that. Boys from Illinois in 7, Spirit of Pre in 8, and Purple TC in 9. And we could probably all guess where Spirit of Pre is from.
They're from Saline, Michigan.
They're not from Oregon.
They are not.
Okay,
no,
I guess there's just some spirit across the country there.
There sure is. I could definitely tell you that. We got a lot of Midwestern teams in this field. In fact, the boys from Illinois, of course, Spirit of Pre, and even Purple Track Club from Ann Arbor, Michigan. So they'll be well represented towards the outside of the track. And believe me, I was under the same impression as you when I had first.
Yeah, you see that. You just
so.
Pretty much kind of assume.
Either way, they've definitely got some talented names I recognize. Shannon Palmer, I see, scheduled to run their second leg. He's represented the Ann Arbor Track Club on previous occasions with Spirit of Pre now. And definitely one of the men of the future to watch.
U.S. #1 leading time so far. Long Beach Polly Cal from the Texas Relays running 3:23.83. But we are off now here in Heat 2. Gales TC, Williamstown TC, Poly Flyers, Council Rock North, Boys from Illinois, Spirit of Pre and Purple TC.
Looked like most of those handoffs were A-okay.
It looks like they're all just about dead even with each other here.
Now coming through towards the rail on the inside. Look at Williamstown from New Jersey in 4.
It did look like Williamstown there was able to make that first exchange nice and clean there, and has now been making up the stagger here in this first 100 meters of this 400-meter leg.
So now they'll cut in at the top of the backstretch. It is still Williamstown. The Jersey boys out front. Cutting in from the outside. Looks to be Spirit of Pre right on their shoulder. It's a very smooth cut in. Might have been Council Rock North too. You can't forget about the Pennsylvania boys. They've been consistent members of championship DMRs at Penn Relays. It is Spirit of Pre though, moving on the outside. Williamstown will lead heading into the final carry, but not by much at all. If at all.
Spirit of Pre, though, with a little bit better exchange there. And that's Wes Rogan now with the job of running this 800 meters, and quickly in the first 100 opened up about a 5-10 meter lead on Williamstown TC and the rest of the field here.
And not a bad guy to have on this 800-meter carry is Wesley Rogan, who runs 1:55.77, one of the faster sophomores in the entire state of Michigan. For his high school out of Saline, now repping Spirit of Pre. But he's got some company on his immediate rear. It looks like the Gales Track Club has moved up into second over Williamstown, our early leaders.
So 1 lap to go here for Wes Rogan. But he's, again, as you mentioned,
that's Poly Flyers.
That's Poly Flyers there.
Had it mixed up at first.
Yeah, Poly Flyers is the one challenger that looks like they may have a shot on Wes Rogan and Spirit of Pre.
And they've got Elijah Isbell do the Poly Flyers. He's a 1:53.43 anchor for the men from Baltimore. He was second in his state championship final in Maryland. He doesn't want to finish second in this heat, but he's still got some work to do if he wants to catch Rogan and Spirit of Pre.
He needs to do it soon, and he's probably going to be look for that move off of this turn, just like in the previous heat here. And here comes Elijah Isbell. He's got to get up around on the outside there. This finish line is a lot shorter than normal outdoor tracks. Doesn't look like he's going to have enough there. And Wes Rogan and Spirit of Pre are going to hold on here for the win. It just seemed like Isbell just kind of ran out of steam there coming off that final turn. Couldn't quite run down Wes Rogan.
And so the Poly Flyers will have to settle for second and fourth overall, but either way, the fastest anchor split on this relay will go to Elijah Isbell. Wes Rogan, though, never ever panicked. He had a great exchange from his teammate Cruz Hansen. You saw the stutter by Williamstown. That definitely cost them some momentum off the exchange. And whenever one team sacrifices momentum, it's up there to be grabbed, and Spirit of Pre took over.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like as if you were starting the race. I mean, if you have a bad start, that could really affect your psychology early in the race, if not over the entire leg that you're going to be racing. but it just gives that momentum of that athlete in the lead to get that space that they need to really manhandle and kind of control the race. Meanwhile, we're getting ready to move into Heat 3 here of our boys' sprint medley. North Rockland TC in lane 1, Eastern Vikings TC in 2, Western Cary TC in 3, Highlander Track and Field in 4, Uniondale Knights in 5, LB Bruin TC in 6, LaSalle Academy TC in 7, Frog Leg TC in 8, and Old Bridge TC in 9. So we have got all lanes booked.
That we do. And we've got a lot of interesting teams here. You look at LaSalle Academy. I believe they are coming over from Providence, Rhode Island, if I'm not mistaken. There are numerous LaSalle Academies, and we did have LaSalle on schedule for some different athletes initially, but either way, that will just go to show the depth that they have. You've got some strong teams a little bit nearer by North Rockland, the famous alma mater of the Caitlin Toohey family. They'll be anchored home by New York State 1,600-meter champion who ran 4:08 off of a 56-second last lap, Claudel Sherry. And you got Uniondale Knights, a team that's run 3:16 in the 4x4 this year, and plenty of other talent. Frog Leg Track Club as well. They're another Michigan team out of Temperance, Bedford in Michigan. Maddie Duke, a 152 800-meter anchor leg scheduled for them.
So that's LaSalle Academy out of Providence, Rhode Island. In lane 7.
So our suspicions have been confirmed for the Rams, and they're leaving nothing up to chance right here. They are moving. They'll be easily the first of that exchange.
LaSalle and Frog Leg. In 7 there, LaSalle Academy. Looking very strong here.
The LB Bruins trying to reel them all in as they hand over to the 400 legs.
So that was Uniondale also up in that mix. When you see right when they hand off, there are at least 3 or 4 teams handing off just about within a second of each other. So you can see they're all going to cut in, and this is going to be a little interesting here when they get ready to cut in. Finding the rail, making sure you're on that is ever important.
And LaSalle got position at the perfect time, but here come the Eastern Vikings from New Jersey out of Voorhees. Their teammate Natalie Dumas is across the country right now, just a year after she became a star here at New Balance, winning the 4 hurdles, Open 400 and the 800. What a 400 leg here by them, handing over into their 800 anchor, Brandon Lehman.
So you got LaSalle up in there, Eastern Vikings up in there. This race is definitely not over with 2 laps still to be run.
The Lake Braddock Bruins have just fallen back into 4th. Look at this early surge by the Uniondale Knights. We talked about all these.
Uniondale Knights making a really good strong move there on the what is now the backstretch.
That was Ross Wallace, and it's funny because you hear me talk about all these Michigan teams representing here. Ross Wallace actually transferred from the state of Michigan before he moved to Long Island to compete with the Uniondale Knights, which is ironically the home site of the fastest all-conditions 4x4 ever run, that 2:54.21 that was eventually taken off the books due to some doping violations after the fact. But either way, there is plenty of history in the relays there. But how about our new leaders?
North Rockland making a big move here just before the bell lap, trying to establish themselves in this heat. North Rockland, Mark Cherry running very strong here in the last 400 to 500 meters of this 800-meter leg. It just seems to be pulling away here with 200 meters to go. Mark Cherry and North Rockland TC, but not quite done yet. Interesting again, there's still only about 100 meters to go, even though they haven't come out of this turn yet. So he's got this lead, and it looks very, very strong.
He's a future Georgetown Hoya, and as we mentioned, he closed a 4:08 mile in the 56. Claudel Sherry is going to bring North Rockland home.
Claudel Mark Sherry, 151.95.
Oh my!
That was a huge move with about 500 meters to go just before that bell lap. He went all the way from like third or fourth place, took the lead, and never looked back. Impressive final leg there for Claudel Mark Sherry. 151.95 again for his split. Their time 3:26.93. That is just about 3 seconds off the U.S. number 1, and we're only in Heat 3.
Claudel Sherry completed the distance triple crown in the state of New York, winning the Class A and Federation titles in cross country. He went on to win the indoor 1,600 meters in an infamous race where he celebrated a little bit before the line and nearly gave up the win, but he had it with certainty in full control. Keep in mind, not just the 56-second last lap at States last week, but they went out in 2:07, and he still closed in his first sub-4:10 in the 1,600 meters. He is so steady, no matter what distance you throw him on. And so long as North Rockland remained in that race was theirs. How about Frog Leg 2? We mentioned Matty Duke. He brought them home in third, also beneath 3:30 with Eastern Vikings. Matty Duke at 1:53.18 split, the second fastest thus far.
Well, we'll see who's the fastest now here in Heat 4. Twinsburg in 1, Oakton in 2, South Farm TC in 4, Firebird TC in 7, Tiger Elite in 8, and K-Zoom TC in 9.
Okay, so in this full section.
So there's a few gaps, a huge gap there between lanes 4 and 7. It almost looks like it's two different races going on, so it's very difficult for those athletes on those inside lanes in lanes 1, 2, and 4 to even really get a good idea. But on the backside of that, lanes 7, 8, and 9 have really no idea where lanes 1, 2, and 4 are.
It's almost like the 4x200 meters, how they run it here at Franklin Field with the way that field was spread so far apart, but we're now starting to see the stagger unwind. K-Zoom Track Club looks good on the outside, and so too in 7, Firebird Track Club out of Kellenberg Memorial High School on Long Island.
I think that was Firebird that got that first exchange there, but now in lane 4 there, South Farm TC making a very strong move here in this 400-meter leg, and he's making up the stagger. Look, he's definitely got to have made up the stagger on 9. I mean, he's in lane 4, starting to waver a little bit here.
The men from Middletown, Connecticut. South Farm Track Club made a big move, but it looks like they have most certainly been passed. How about this third leg to take over the lead? That is hip number 6, it looks like, or is it hip 8? I believe it's 8, and it is Tiger Elite with the lead now.
No, that was K-Zoom.
It was 9.
9. K-Zoom TC Elite. Now with a strong lead here going into 800 meters, but a pack of 3 chasing South Farm TC, Tiger Elite, and Firebird TC all in the hunt. And what has happened here, the K-Zoom TC, their 800-meter runner, just kind of seemed to shut down.
That looked like Hobtum Samuel in the NCAA's 10K last week. He did not want to lead that race whatsoever. Probably trying to leave it up to a sit and kick is Elijah Thompson, their half-miler coming home. But look at Firebird in the gold. They've got the New York State Catholic High School Athletic Association state champion in Zach Paggi, who's really emerged this year. Finished runner-up indoors in the overall state 600 and has dropped his 800 time down to a 152.
So that is Firebird TC now going into the bell lap here, but being challenged by South Farm TC. South Farm trying to hold on there. Xavier Laudati.
Xavier Laudati, the senior from Xavier High School in Middletown, Connecticut, trying to run the race of his life, as that's what he'd need given that he's a 158 open man coming in. Tiger Elite is trying to find something in fourth, but it looks like Firebird is away into the final 200 meters.
Zach Paggi just having too much for the rest of these athletes.
It looks like Hugo Hamnet, the future Holy Cross Crusader, has moved his way into second for his team, Tiger Elite.
Tiger Elite's running out of time in this race because Paggi is just coming home too strong, too quick, and too soon for anybody else to catch him.
And that was such a controlled run home for Zach Paggi, a 157.16. We've already remarked upon his ceiling. 332.81 for Firebirds. Looked to be a little windy out there, so as you said, that conditions was definitely going to affect the time, but just an overall well-executed race. I don't think there was ever a doubt in his mind that he would be the first to cross that line. You saw the way he steadily moved his way up from the number 4 spot when he took the baton, and that lead ultimately ended up being his.
There's nothing like running on a windy track where it's literally, it'd be one thing if it was kind of going across the track, but when it's going down one end or one side and coming back the other side, you're just getting this weird, almost kind of like you get blown in your face for half of it, and then all of a sudden you're like falling over yourself in the other half of it. And it's such a weird euphoria when you're running in races like that. I can always tell you about running in Eugene, notorious for windy days there. And it just seems like so many times it's so frustrating when you've got that, when you're running anything from an 800 meters up and you're just constantly being just kind of like yanked back and forth and shaken forward and backward throughout the whole race. And it's so frustrating. I mean, you'd just rather it just be windy in your face the whole time or windy behind you the whole time. I know you can't have that. You can't have that perfect swirling wind, but it's just nothing like a hard wind in your face and then a hard wind from your back. It just throws off your rhythm, your pace, your everything. It's very difficult.
I prefer it in workouts. I like some headwinds on some repeat 200s. It's pretty character building in my opinion.
Not too bad. Not too bad. Well, we'll see how the wind is in this Heat 5 of the boys sprint medley. Marauders TC in 1, Robinson TC in 2, Eastside Prep in 3, West Springfield TC in 4, North Track in 5, Motor City Track 18 in 6, Harriman in 7, Archbishop Carroll in 8, and Master School TC in 9. Some big running programs here. Archbishop Carroll, Harriman, Motor City's A team. These are some big teams in here. We're going to expect some fast times from these young men.
You mentioned Motor City. They're the team that placed 4th in last year's sprint medley relay, and they return 2 of their legs, Alex Patterson and Rondre Austin, on schedule as they get ready to hand over into
Archbishop
the 400
Carroll,
leg. How about the Lions from DC? They had a couple good leadoff legs from Jaden Jones and LJ Williams, and now it's in the hands of the man who nearly stole them the national title from Quincy Wilson and Bullis. They've got Austin Smith on schedule for the 400-meter leg. Archbishop Carroll with a sizable advantage. Gosh, just feel that wind here at Franklin Field. I'm not sure if this is Austin Smith. I believe Carroll may or may not have done some order shuffling.
Either way, now getting run down here by, looks like that is Motor City's A team.
How about the men from Detroit, Michigan? Rondre Austin, the second returner for them. Oh, a tumble by the incoming runner from Carroll, but they get it cleanly with De'Ara Fletcher up against Shondell Warren into the final 800.
So Archbishop momentarily had the lead, at least coming across the line from that leg, but then Motor City now taking the lead here on the backstretch. Again, a bit of a spill there at that exchange, but it's all Archbishop Carroll and Motor City out in front. 600 meters to go here in this 800-meter leg, and it looks like Motor City now is trying to gain a little bit of space there on Archbishop.
And you've got a lot of prominent chasers to watch out here for, Mark. West Springfield, a perennial 4x800-meter relay powerhouse, comes in. fresh off of a third place finish in the Virginia State Championships for Class 6. They're a 745 team, so we know they've got 800-meter talent. And everybody else just trying to catch up to Motor City and Archbishop Carroll. You can't forget about North Track either. They're the defending champs in the SMR, and they've got Taj Wilson, a 151 man, but Motor City doesn't care.
That just looked like the peloton in the Tour de France, just engulfing our early leaders. And now you can see Motor City, that young man, he's starting to lean back a little bit there on the backstretch with about 200 meters to go. And that right there is screaming loss of form.
Shondell Warren, the Michigan State bronze medalist over 800, trying to maintain, but coming from way back. It's looking like he is going to have some company heading into the home stretch. And moving up side by side, Anchor to move his team into the lead.
There was a huge pack that included East Side, but you just didn't know who was going to really make the move after those two early leaders. But it was definitely East Side in the end. That entire pack made such a strong move to catch up to those two leaders with a bell lap to go. But it was indeed Carranza with a 153.35 anchor leg to take East Side Prep to the win there in Heat 5. And a very, very strong win.
That'll officially be the number 2 performance across the boards. North Rockland holding the lead. And how about William Carranza, the triple 800, 1600, 3200 champion, 2A states for Maryland. He really brought things home there nicely. You look at that anchor split, 153.35. That's faster than his lifetime best of 154.06 that it took him to win states.
Impressive times, but we now are getting ready for our seated section here in the boys sprint medley. And here we go, leading out our field here. In lane 1, Wolverine TC.
That sky's the limit. It was a mix-up on the order, but you've got to watch out for this team as they were All-Americans indoors, having placed 4th behind only 3 others. Owen Conley, a 151 splitter to come on that anchor.
And in lane 2, it's Lexington.
They've got Dontrell and Latrell Hughes, a couple of matching names to come on that last 2 legs.
And now let's welcome Sky's the Limit TC.
That looks like Calvert Hall. I'm just looking at the names to make sure they match here. Clearly something's been out of order, but this is Hackensack. 7 Garcia ran a sub 150 anchor to nearly catch Toms River North last year, and this is the McNamara Mustangs. They've got Jaden Smith, who's been really familiarizing himself with the 800, and some great sprinters to come before. You just look at the reaction by the Colonial Forge boys. They say, that's not us. Is it really our turn? Yes, it is. You've earned your way to this stage, fellas. Colonial Forge. And up next, Episcopal Academy, the local PA boys. They're hiding. Come on, the spotlight is on. This is their time. A Boss Hunter, the Pennsylvania indoor champion over the 200 and 400. The future UNC Tar Heel, their biggest name on 400 leg. And the last team to come out, looks like we've got 1 or 2 more. I'm curious to see if Wolverine or Hershey Blaze will toe the line. If they do, Hershey Blaze has another great 800-meter stud in Joseph Murphy. But that looks to be it here, Mark.
Yeah, those were our intros. The timing was a little off on the scoreboard and the athletes coming out, and that confused the athletes and confused us a little bit. But needless to say, the teams are on the field now. They're heading on over to the start after their intros. And again, Wolverine TC in 1, Lexington in 2, Sky's the Limit in 3, Hershey Blaze in 4, Calvert Hall College in 5, Hackensack in 6, McNamara Mustangs in 7, Forge TC in 8, and Episcopal Academy TC in 9. Your seated section here in the boys sprint medley. Again, our U.S. number 1 currently right now, 323.86. Long Beach Poly out of California, having run that at the Texas Relays. Meet record 3:23.08 from West Springfield out of Virginia. That was set 4 years ago on our national record. That's been around for a long time, folks. 3:19.58. New Bern, North Carolina, set way back in 2009. That is almost a completely different sport ago.
You talk about it. 2009 is a year that many of these gentlemen were not even alive to see. And so if they go extra fast today, then they could have an opportunity to make some history. But either way, West Springfield's meet record, you heard me mention just how consistent a team like that is in the 4x8. I think that meet record all but exemplifies that, because not only do you need diverse sprint talent from the 100 up to the 4, but you need a closer on the final 2 laps to shoulder that half of the relay. I mentioned Owen Conley off the top, who has got his fastest 800 meters on record from New Balance Nationals Indoor when he split 151. He is headed out to the University of Wyoming after this year with a team scheduled to take lane number 3.
So much can be made up for in that 800 meters. I mean, if you have a difference between having a 152, 153 runner or having a 148, 149 runner, I mean, that's 4 or 5 seconds that you're cutting off your time. I mean, you're not going to really cut off an amazing amount of time in your 200s, a little bit in that 400, but really that 800, if you can get that runner into a really good position and you've got a solid anchor leg, then you can run a really fast time. But we are getting ready to see the start here of our seated section in our championship boys sprint medley. Wolverine, Lexington, Sky's the Limit, Hershey Blaze, Calvert Hall, Hackensack, McNamara Forge, and Episcopal Academy.
Interestingly, Colonial Forge, team in lane 8, I do not see their Class 6 state champion from Virginia, Aiden Lynn, a 149.85 guy.
So it looks like we do have 2 late scratches there in Lexington and Wolverine.
And so we begin. 2 200-meter legs. Hackensack's got a couple of brothers, twin brothers on the leadoff leg.
I saw them in the airport, I believe, this morning, actually.
Devin and Dustin DeCambra, they are younger brothers of Virginia Tech standout Dylan DeCambra. So watch out for them out of lane number 6.
So the second leg now getting ready to come in and hand off to our 400-meter runners. And that looks like Hackensack there, or possibly there on the outside, Episcopal Academy. Hackensack in
lane 6 there with some early work to do, but remember, Seven Garcia is to come on the anchor as we sort out here on the second leg now. Terrence Dorsey taking over the lead for the McNamara Mustangs. Episcopal Academy, I believe they used a Boss Hunter on one of their 200-meter legs, if at all. And so we'll look to see if they can maintain this as Calvert Hall with Max Miller looking to put his anchorman Kai Watkins in position.
So McNamara Mustangs now coming down the home stretch here to hand off to the final leg here. 800 meters, 2 laps to glory. But this race is still wide open.
And Jaden Smith takes it in front, and now in second comes Caleb Young, the man who won the freshman New Balance national title last year, being pursued by 152-man Kai Watkins from Calvert Hall.
Jaden Smith getting out strong there, but he has not been able to shake those challengers.
And keep in mind those 800-meter splits. 133.20 was McNamara's leading split. They're going to need to split right around a 152, at least from that point to the finish line, in order to get this win. Hackensack may very well need a 150, if not greater, from Seven Garcia this time. The future USC Trojan with a headband in fourth, making up steady ground for the Jersey boys.
Coming down the home stretch here for the bell lap. Kai Watkins, Calvert Hall, trying to get up on the shoulder of Jaden Smith here with less than a lap to go. 4-horse race here.
And they are all single file. It's a question of when does Seven Garcia make his move. He's been so steady up to this point. Kai Watkins just trying to hang on to that anchor pace being set entirely by Jaden Smith. Here comes Caleb Young. Episcopal Academy, the local Philly area boys from Newtown Square. And now, Seven Garcia's into third for Hackensack. The reigning runners-up trying to get the gold this time.
Young looking really strong here. He's the one in charge coming off of that turn.
But Garcia's got 46.6 400 speed. This is going to be a fight. Look at Young.
Caleb Young, like I said, just looked too strong. As soon as he took charge in that final turn, it was all going to be him. 3:24.20.
And look at those anchor splits. 150.51 for Caleb Young, defending home turf and holding off Hackensack, who once again has to settle for the silver on another sub 150 by Seven Garcia. I'll tell you, this man has so much unexplored potential in the 800. His fastest open PR is a 153.
Very impressive there. Just not quite enough there for Seven Garcia. And again, he came back from so far. It might have just been a little bit too much to make up in the final 400 meters. But Caleb Young, again, looking really strong here as we see the exchange.
And how about the confidence to put Fahim Outland on the 400-meter leg, knowing you've got another 46 guy in Abbas Hunter. I mentioned he was also a 200-meter state champion. He helped establish them position so that Caleb Young could do this.
Garcia, when you saw that exchange, he was about 5 or 10 meters behind the field. He was not part of that original 3 going into this 800 meters, and he just kept moving his way up. And that's why you get a 149.98 out of your runner, is making that kind of move. But again, off that final turn, Caleb Young, once he went into the lead, it just did not look like he was going to let that go. And they are the national champions there with their time, 3:24.20.
I remember just a few years ago, I got to watch this team win a distance medley relay national title at Nike Indoor Nationals, and here they come to New Balance Nationals Outdoors to win the sprint medley relay. EA 1785 sometimes is what they've been known as in years past. Either way, a program with embedded history here in Pennsylvania. Add some more at the fastest party on the planet. New Balance Nationals sending things over to a septet of female heats. Girls Championship Sprint Medley Relay getting underway. We are back ahead of schedule by around 3 to 4 minutes. And we've got Cheltenham, Riverdale Country Day, Winchester, Koalas, Jackalope, and Spirit of Priest. So we got a couple different animals represented in this one.
Same distances as the boys ran, 200, 200, 400, 800. And again, with the 7 heats, our Heat 7 is designated our seeded section, but don't count out some of those teams in sections 5 and 6. They will place. They will give something for Heat 7 to think about.
And don't count out the Koalas Track Club from New Rochelle, New York. Ursuline School more formally. They did take a few audacious steps towards the inside of the lane line upon the exchange and are now being quickly reeled in by the teams on their outside. They are still marginally in front, but not for long. Now moving in front is Jackalope Track Club, handing over into the 400 leg.
That still looked to be Colas there with the lead there. At least the initial exchange was ahead of those teams on the outside there. Jackalope and Spirit of Pre.
Both of those two from Michigan. Pinckney High School is where Jackalope calls home, but look out on the inside. Here comes Winchester to try and challenge them. It looks like Avery Baston on his third leg has put her team up to the front. Then it's Jackalope. Koala's trying to strike back. Again, their track club team name was spelled Colas, as in K-O-L-A-S, but their school mascot is the Koalas, so that was a simple typo. Don't get it twisted.
Cheltenham with a big move here, coming into the exchange into the 800 meters to really set up their athlete
That is
Willa Cheney.
Willa Cheney, like you said, Mark, taking over on the anchor. A combined first 800 of 152.97, and now Riverdale Country Day moves into second. Now, keep in mind the New York teams that I mentioned in Riverdale and the Koalas are without two of their best 800-meter specialists, Vivian Osfeld and Jane Hickey, respectively. Hickey, a multi-time New Balance All-American over the half mile, and a 2:03 girl. We wish her all of the best in her recovery before going on to represent the UNC Tar Heels, and the same to Osfeld before heading over to New Haven, Connecticut to be a Yale Bulldog. Willa Cheney, though, has the lead in her home state and is going to try and hold it under all that pressure coming from behind.
That was a great 400-meter run there from Nena Iba to set up Cheney here for this 800 meters to give her that lead and that control in this race as she comes down the home stretch here for the bell lap. Race is not quite over yet.
The junior from Cheltenham just went out and around a 66. Keep in mind her personal record on record is a 2:20, so she is trying to run away from this field, but Jalen Ray of Jackalope has just moved her way up into second over Sarah Stark of Riverdale.
Ray looked really good there, getting ready to go into that bell lap. And Cheney may have just gone out a little too hard. Ray's only got about 300 meters or less.
And she's got a 2:12.96 PR, does Jalen Ray. She ran that to win a meet called the Distance Night Under the Lights at the Park in Canton, Michigan. And here she is, hundreds of miles to her east and south in Philadelphia, with the hometown Pennsylvanian in her sights. Going around the outside, Jalen Ray. It's Jackalope to lead off the final turn in the opening section of the Girls' Championship SMR. And now we watch the clock to see just how fast they'll go. This is going to be well below 2:20 on the anchor as they took it at 1:55, around a 2:14 mid on the split for Jalen Ray. 2:14.98 official for a 4:10.96. And so that will set us up nicely. Our top four, all sub 4:20. Now time to hear from our boys SMR champs, Episcopal Academy.
I'm here with the champions of the boys sprint medley relay. Give it up for Episcopal Academy. To have this win next to your team, what's the message you want to send home?
Hey man, we had to bring it back for the city. Yeah, it's been a rocky season. We just wanted to come out here and see what we could do. Never thought we would win it, but here we are. Seems boss, we wasn't supposed to run this. We're not supposed to be here, but it was God's fate. It feels good to come out here and run with the team for the last time. I'm gonna miss y'all boys, yeah.
Well, for our last dinner, who's buying dinner tonight for the celebration?
I got it.
You guys did it. Congratulations. You're champions of the boys sprint medley relay.
Thank you so much, Namisha Coleman. The first time we get to hear from her this weekend, getting to talk to the winners, Episcopal Academy. Dinner appears to be on Abbas Hunter, who ran the second 200-meter leg. I wonder if the same will hold true for Devea Crow of Jackalope, who helped her team in the same position clock that 4:10.96 to set the early lead.
Can't wait to work with Namisha tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to that. We'll be doing the broadcast, so we'll get to hear a lot more from her throughout the rest of the weekend. She is just an absolute ball of energy down there with the athletes, and it's just going to be phenomenal work with her this weekend.
My feelings are the same for our good friend Dave Milner, who will join the crew with us tomorrow as well. As for myself, Carson Gambaro, and Mark Davis, we are taking you through the second of 7 heats in the Girls' Championship Sprint Medley Relay. We've got Duxbury in 3, the Lady Warriors in 4, the Lancers Track Club in 5, Andover Warriors in 6, Nittany Track and Field in 7. I believe they are from State College, Pennsylvania, hence the nickname, home of the Penn State Nittany Lions. Squack in 8, and Ramsey from New Jersey in 9. So not a ton of movement on the stagger thus far through the first 200. Looks like the outside 5 lanes moving the best. And a good mixture of visual and blind passes as they come around the Wall of Fame turn here at Franklin Field. Lane 6, Andover Warriors. Claire Paulus on his second leg has already caught Nittany and Squawk. Ramsey trying to hold them at bay as they hand over to the 400 leg. Quick turnaround, and it's in the hands of the Andover Warriors in front. Alana Fleming taking a stick in front, but will she hold it in front? I don't think so. They're coming off the turn closer to the rail. It looks like the Lady Warriors have a little something to say about this break, and this is going to be tight as they emerge from their lanes. And that looks to be the squad from lane number 7, Nittany Track and Field, having taken the advantage with a great run by Sadie Kosher.
Coming down the home stretch here, handing off again for this 800-meter leg.
Sadie Kosher, according to the great resource known as the internet, is a dual sport athlete between soccer and track and field, so very well suited for the quarter mile with a 60.51 PR, and she's put her team in the lead heading into Evelyn Yunkin, who will try and hold off Rose Healy of the Squack Track Club, who's moved ahead from that second place position. It's going to be down to, at maximum, I don't know, we could see if some chasers emerge later, but this is a pretty wide gap to close.
Yeah, you wouldn't see making up this amount of distance here with less than 200 meters to go, 150 meters to go. So you got to figure here, Yunkin's going to be taking this thing home for Nittany TNF.
We got 500 meters to officially decide that. Rose Healy has just been caught by the rest of the pack. The Andover Warriors and Duxbury both on the move. But as we prepare to take the bell, let's check on halfway. Wow, Nittany threw in sub 64. That was around a 63 flat on their opening 400 meters. Now into second, it's the Andover Warriors with Rose Kiley. She's passed up Rose Healy and company, but still has around 40 meters to close on Nittany.
This is by far one of the most dominant 800-meter legs that we've seen so far in both the boys and girls sprint medley. This is not leaving anything up to chance here for Evelyn Yunkin and Nittany Track and Field.
Yunkin, an athlete with spectacular range. She finished 8th place in the high school girls 3A state championship for Pennsylvania in a 2:12:37, and she was even second in her district for the AAA championships in the 1600 meters. She's a sub 5 miler. Perfect athlete to put in this anchor position, and she will carry Nittany home for the win, needing a 4:10.96 or better to take the lead, and they'll demolish that. 4:03 high for Nittany on a 2:13.21 anchor by Evie Yunkin.
That's the type of 800-meter time that, you know, will put your team, even if you're only running in the early heats, that's going to help your team place very, very well. Having an anchor leg like that, and again, being able to make up so much more time on the rest of the field. And the second fastest athlete was running 2:18, 2:19, so that, you know, putting 5-6 seconds on the set, you know, on the next team, again, will put you in good pole position to at least get close to maybe a top 12, top 10, top 12 finish.
Well, just having a quick flashback to last year's championship sprint medley relay. Of course, it ended up going in 2025 to the ladies of Rumson Fairhaven from New Jersey in a 3:50.10. So definitely will not be enough to win, just given the talent that is to come. But like you said, we're going to be watching for those fringe positions, because to say you placed anywhere near the top 10 at nationals, That's bragging rights right there.
Well, and especially if you're coming out of those the early heats. I mean, that's something to really be proud of. As you know, you get ranked accordingly, and you get put in those early heats, and you know, to really prove yourself that, you know, next year, or that you should have maybe this year been ranked a little bit higher and put in one of the later heats. That'll be impressive. Meanwhile, we're going to head into Heat 3.
And we've got Eldersburg in 1, Amherst in 2, Crofton Track Club in 3, Hackley in 4, lane 6. The Potomac Panthers, lane 7, Natick, Massachusetts, lane 8, Grace Christian. And on the outside, watch for West Windsor, Plainsboro North. They're scheduled to anchor with Allison Lee, the senior, who's got incredible range. She's a 440 miler who hasn't run a ton of true 800s. We will see what she can make of her 213 abilities to date.
Obviously, I'm familiar with Natick High School, just a couple doors down from where I am in Needham, Massachusetts. I know the coach there very well, Kathy Fleming. Her husband is Jack Fleming, CEO of the Boston Marathon and the Boston Athletic Association. So I just saw Kathy down there below at the start. And know Kathy comes from an amazing career herself at Providence, and as well as a decent professional career afterwards, which is when I got to know her. But now she's the coach at Natick and has done really well with that program over the last several years.
Natick took the stick in third. They have kept their 400-meter state and New England champion Chloe Elder fresh for this relay. It is now in the hands of Christina Daigle, but we've got to watch out front, because look at Crofton. They did a perfect exchange between second and third leg. Eldersburg being swallowed up by some chasers as well. And so we will see who ultimately slots in from there. You got Amherst in between. They've had a strong 400 leg thus far from Olalara Baptiste. And they are lining up to take the baton on this 2-lap anchor. We're talking all about these Massachusetts team. How about Olalara Baptiste, a 55-89 400-meter performer. She was third at the Massachusetts Meet of Champions and the New England Championships, behind the aforementioned Chloe Elder, who sat out this race for Natick in order to save up for some more championship efforts this weekend. Now taking it in second is Crofton, and in third, the New Jersey State 3,200-meter runner-up, Allison Lee.
What an absolutely amazing 400-meter lay there from Baptiste. Just came on so strong in the final 100, 150 meters of that 400-meter leg to really set Ella Austin up. But Ella's now getting challenged there.
Caitlin Waters of Crofton moving her way to the front. The sophomore from Gambrills, Maryland, a 2:11 performer who won her state championships for the 4A division by nearly 3 seconds. I don't know if she is going to have the opportunity to win by as much, but she wants to.
Made a big move here in the first 400 meters. Not only flying past Austin, but establishing a decent separation here with a lap to go.
And I believe West Windsor, Plainsboro North has subbed out Allison Lee from their lineup. She was initially on schedule to run the anchor leg, but after having taken a close-up look at their bid, that is not her. So we will wait to see the future Penn Quaker on her future home track as we watch the sophomore go. Caitlin Waters took the stick at a 154.45. Her composite split around a 130 at that moment that I was beginning to mention it. So not a half bad clip through 600 meters. Now we'll see what she can hold it through in with the elements on all sides of her.
Yeah, I mean, in the first 200 meters, it seemed like Austin was going to be able to keep up with Waters once Waters came around her. And she kind of held on to like about that 10 meter lead. I should say 10 meters just behind Walters. But this final lap, it was all Waters.
The pack starting to catch up and overtake Amherst for second, but nobody is going to catch the Crofton Track Club. They'll be right at 4:10. That should be your second fastest winning time of today. And overall, a 2:15 anchor all alone by Caitlin Waters. And what's so amazing about that is that if you look at what it took her to win that 4A state title. A 2:15 would not have won her that state title, but she would have still placed top 6 with that split that she ran completely solo in the last 3 quarters.
It just goes to show the performance of these athletes near the end of the season here. They're on this great stage here at the New Balance National Outdoor Championships, and they're putting on a show. The conditions aren't perfect. They're not terrible, but they're not perfect. It's still windy. You can still see the tents blowing down there. So to still come out here and run those times is quite impressive.
4 heats to go. Our leaders remain the Nittany Track and Field Club from State College, Pennsylvania, 403.63. Not only do they have the overall lead, but they've got the overall split leads in both the first 800 and the last 800. And so we have got section number 4 coming out onto the line. The B team for the squad that holds the national record is in this race. Union Catholic in lane number 1 set the national record earlier this season out at Arcadia in a 3:47.35. The Vikings are here. We've also got Top of the Hill in 2. Charlotte Country Day in 3. The Germantown Jaguars in 4. The Gators of NYC Track Club in 5. Out of the Chapin School, one of the independent schools in the city. South Farms from Middletown, Connecticut should be in lane number 6. Greenwich Track Club in 7. A whole lot of Connecticut representation out here. Warwick Track Club from New York in 8. And the McNamara Mustangs, the A team from Forestville, Maryland, Bishop McNamara in 9. So another 2:2:48 sprint medley relay as we get faster and faster per the seedings, though end results have indicated otherwise. McNamara, Jayla Washington out to the early lead in lane number 9. Greenwich trying to make up ground on Warwick, one to their outside as we get ready for the first exchange. I believe Greenwich might have gotten it even if not slightly before McNamara. We'll get a much clearer indication as they come around the far bend heading towards the 400-meter legs. Also looking good in the middle of the track. The Gators of NYC, Sophia Omoloju, took it from Georgette Shealy, who's a very strong sub-25 sprinter as a freshman. Handing over into the 3rd leg. A nice run also by Charlotte Country Day in lane number 3 in the blue. But it's still the McNamara Mustangs wide on the outside to be caught. They're going to break in from both sides of that lane 4 rail here at Franklin Field. McNamara going to quickly secure position as they go right into lane 4. Look out for some of those teams towards the inside. They nearly cut in a little too far, but they are all still upright as they stride their way around this far turn. Things are really bunching up here. We've got a pass coming around the outside. A smooth, smooth move into the lead, and we might have another one coming. That's Union Catholic. What a leg by Sadie Thompson to set up Jasmine Perron on the anchor leg. Sadie Thompson, for those of you unaware, her sister Sophia Thompson, a regular member of the national record-holding distance medley relay, let alone sprint. We are, of course, going to get to see plenty from the Vikings out of Scotch Plains, New Jersey this weekend. And this is just their B team right here. They are not unaccompanied at all. Looks like they've been passed back into 3rd. Charlotte Country Day. McNamara Mustangs up there. Gators Track Club from New York City. They've got Fairfax Walker, who looks to have moved to the front. She was a state finalist in the indoor 600-meter dash, so she's got plenty of speed endurance to go along with her 800-meter assets. A 2:13.97 performer is Walker. She even ran a 2:13.87 at Track 9 NYC to win her division there. But she is going to be put under some major fire here. There's Charlotte Country Day back in the mix. in the blue kit. Gators NYC back in second, and trying to move up from third is the Germantown Jaguars, the Pennsylvanians. Union Catholic in fourth. The leaders at the Exchange getting swallowed up further and further into the depths of this pack. As continuing to escape away is Mary Reinhardt for Charlotte Country Day.
That entire pack was together with a lap to go. And Reinhardt is just completely pulled away from this field.
A huge, huge run by the sophomore from Charlotte Country Day, whose PR of 2:17.95 stems way back in April at the A6 Carolina Distance Carnival. She's gone for it from the gun. Could she be paying for it? The 2:13 runner, the 2:13 freshman, Fairfax Walker. For the Gators NYC from the Shaped School will strike back with supreme timing. 4:08 for the win on a 2:16.85 anchor.
That was a bold move from Reinhardt with a lap to go to get that kind of gap on some of these athletes here. And Walker just running a spectacular final leg along with Reinhardt. They both ran 2:16, but definitely Walker did it the right way. Came on strong at the end in the last 100 meters and just pulled away to win here. 4:08.65. Still not beating that time of Nittany 4:03.63 from Heat 2. So we still have Heat 2 leading. I know we've got some big heats coming up though here.
We sure do, and it would not be worth missing the fact that even though Mary Reinhardt got past, she still crushed her open PR with that split of 2:16.93. The fastest split from that heat went to Warwick Track Club's Reagan Smith, a future Rhode Island Ram bound for the Ocean State. We'll be seeing plenty more of her in the future as we get ready to pivot things forward to section number 5 of 7. Nittany's time is held since the second heat. Will that remain?
That's impressive. I mean, you could maybe say the win, you could maybe not say the win, or it's just the race tactics. Some of these heats here in 3 and 4 have been a little bit more kind of tactical in the final 800 meters. And we're going to really probably start to see some big moves more in the 400 meters. That's going to probably open up these races here in these last 2 to 3 heats on top of a really good 800.
So it's Western Cary, North Rockland, Lower Marion, Ramapo, New Jersey, Pope John the 23rd, Connecticut, St. Louis Tribe, Courageous Track Club, and Canton Track Club. Watch out for Connecticut in lane number 6, the team colloquially known as the Thunderbirds from Long Island, New York. They have absolutely bolted this first 200 meters. They have got 54.43 800 performer on the 400, Alicia Wilkerson. She was the New York State runner-up, and 2 from their outside, Courageous with Melise Brown. Definitely going to be another team to watch. Oh my.
Look at this opening first 200 meters to really establish, again, just even a solid 400 meters going to give their anchor leg a whole lot of breathing room if they can keep this up in this 3rd and 400 meter leg.
The team from Detroit, Michigan going for some visual passes into the 400 meter leg. Melise Brown, a 23.94 200 meter runner, just to expand on her name. As for who led them off, Layla Hawkins on the second leg, and now it's in the hands of Kaylin Ivey on the 400 carry. Ivey, the junior from Courageous, has run 56.22 over the quarter mile at the Motor City Nationals Elite Meet last year, in fact. So she's got some stock to back up that this is indeed her, and a big time gap at that to hold on to.
Coming down the home stretch here, getting ready to hand off to that anchor leg with still a sizable lead. There's going to be a lot that Courageous still has to do in order to maintain this lead, still with 2 laps to go, but with a 40 meter lead and less than 2 laps to go, it's looking very good.
And so too for Ramapo, New Jersey, who has moved its way up into the number 2 spot. I believe they are in 3rd right now. I saw a hit 4 in 3rd with Pope John the 23rd behind them. Either way, courageous. You look at that 800-meter composite split of 1:45.38. That is 5 seconds faster than our previous leaders from Nittany held at the exact same point in the race.
Yeah, this is when we're going to start seeing that 3 number in the first number here in our finish time. We've been teasing that 4-minute barrier here in the sprint medley on the girls' side, but I have a feeling that this is going to go down at this point.
It's going to be difficult, though, because Layla Phillips is a 2:20 runner at her best, the anchor woman for this squad. And she's starting to really pay for that opening lap as the others catch up. St. Louis Tribe into 2nd place now that it's been confirmed. They had Layla Murray on that 400-meter leg to put them in position, and it's now Aaliyah Rogers bringing it home for the Missouri natives. Aaliyah Rogers, a 2:11 800-meter performer at her lifetime best. Ran that to place 2nd in the Class 4 state championship back in 2024, and she's gone out hard, having passed up Courageous.
Keep an eye out there. Lower Marion AC, Paige Evans has been coming on strong while all the other athletes have been slowing down. Paige Evans has just been eating up the space here for Lower Marion AC. This is going to be a very fast time. I think she's going to be able to catch her here down the home stretch. Paige Evans, does she have one more gear? And she does.
She is a 2:12 performer after all, so you can't count out the local Pennsylvania girls. Lower Marion with the Mamba mentality coming through. Of course, the famous high school for the late, great Kobe Bryant. 4:03.52.
2:10.46 for that split.
Wow.
For Paige Evans. She just looked so strong there with a lap to go. And it wasn't so much that she was running way faster. The other leaders were just starting to slow down so much. Paige just had to maintain her speed, and she just flew past everybody there all the way to the win here in a 4:03.52, just taking over the lead, the overall lead in the girls sprint medley over Nittany. So 4:03.52 to Nittany's 4:03.63. So we still have not broken that 4-minute barrier, but we do still have 2 more heats to go. Got to figure that 7th heat will go under 4, but this one might even be pretty close.
Paige Evans, the junior out of Ardmore, PA, has been really focusing on the sprints, it feels like, this outdoor season. She did run the 800 at New Balance Nationals indoor for an indoor best of 2:16, but this year she's been running the 100s, the 200s, and the 400s at her district championships out of the PIAA for District 1, of course, right here in the Philadelphia area. And you could tell she had all of that speed and fitness saved up for that final stretch. We have got 2 heats to go. We're in our proverbial final stretch of this girls' sprint medley relay national championship here at New Balance. 4:03.52 the time to beat. We've got Guilderland B team in 1, Roxbury in 2, Green Wave Track Club in 3, Windsor, the Warriors from Connecticut, a team to watch in 4, Motor City's B team in 5, NV Demarest of New Jersey in 6, Cornwall Track Club out of New York in 8, and then the Knights on the outside in 9.
So you got both Guilderland and Motor City with not only their A teams in Heat 7, but their B teams in the perennial heat right just before. So those are 2 really good teams for the coach to be able to interchange those athletes out to find that perfect combination in the sprint medley.
Guilderland and Motor City were 1 and 2 at New Balance Nationals indoor, and we will see how their intermediate squads can set the tone. So far, Cornwall with Madison Riccardi, the 100 hurdles and 400 hurdles state champion for Class B in New York, has handed off in first with plenty of advantage for the Dragons.
getting out very strong there.
But here comes Motor City. I can hear their track club and fan squad cheering on as they make the pass on the outside of Windsor. Heading over into the third leg, it's going to be Jasmine Urena to Lydia Simo for Cornwall. It looks like Windsor looks to be making a good move on the inside of Motor City in second.
Windsor and Motor City, all three of them, and along with Cornwall, all exchanged at the same time. Cornwall looked really strong on the outside, but by the time that baton got exchanged, Windsor and Motor City were right back in it.
And Windsor's definitely a team to watch here as they've got 2025 Connecticut State Open champion Paige Wilson, a 55.02 lifetime performer, has not reached that form this season, but when you got that baton in your hand, Mark, you are a different animal.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing it for the team. There's nothing like running a relay. I mean, you have that little extra motivation. You don't want to let the other athletes down, and so you do really want to give it everything you have.
And Lydia Simo has done just that for the Cornwall Dragons, handing over into her anchor leg. This is Cassandra Enos, who's had to fill in for their regular anchor, Olivia Saburka, who came down with a foot injury at last week's outdoor state championships, It was indoors in 2024 where Saburka had anchored Cornwall home to the state title, so you know they have entrenched middle distance depth. Not to mention some of the greats beforehand, like the Carrie Belogas and the Ashlyn Cuffs.
Enos's
classic
lead,
New York names.
Enos's lead on initially has been eaten up pretty decent. I mean, Sophie Menker has made up a little bit of room. They probably need to get a little bit closer here as they get ready to go into this bell lap. But they've got to hope that Enos is going to slow down.
Lots of time to make those moves, Mark. We've got Motor City in second. Windsor looks to have fallen back to fourth. They've got Maya Donzella, who was this year's 800-meter bronze medalist in CIACs. She's been passed by Sophie Estroms of Envy Demarest of New Jersey, but that gap has not really shrunken that much. Maybe by a second, but no more than that. Cassandra Enos for the Cornwall Dragons. Roxbury from New Jersey also moving well.
Benfati from Roxbury looks good there on the outside in that chase pack.
They're the team in the black kit nestled between Motor City and Windsor, two of the teams we were highlighting earlier, as Cassandra Enos. Not as much wind as there was earlier, but that doesn't make running a solo effort in an 800 any easier. They'll be fighting it out with each other and the clock. It looks like Donzella has found a little something extra for the Windsor Warriors, moving around the outside. She's a 209 performer. Not many classier athletes to have in this position. And here she comes. Around the far turn, Windsor. Cornwall. That won't exactly be your top two. With the number one, no question. Windsor's going to have enough to get to the line in 4:07, roughly on the dot. And running through the line second, Green Wave with Riley Fair all the way up from sixth at the exchange.
Yeah, that was a great performance there from Fair for Green Wave to get into that second position. Very strong final 300 meters for her. But Donzella made that move with just under 200 meters to go and did not look back. 2:15.64 split there for Donzella. Fair 2:15.72. So two of the faster.
And pardon me saying Donzella is a 2:09 runner. She's not there yet. She's a 2:14 runner. It was 2:09 what it took to win the Connecticut State Championships, but she comes within a second of her PR in a 2:15.64 to win that penultimate heat. Now, the main event. The fastest seeded section of the girls' 1,600-meter sprint medley relay at New Balance Nationals. Coming out first, they've got the order right this time. These are the Jets of East Meadow to be anchored home by Zariah Hall, the future Miami Hurricane, a 2:07 performer at her lifetime best. Eager to get out next, the Weston Monsters. Good reaction time thus far by them. And now the Burn Hills Track Club, who had held the longest indoor to outdoor track season 4x4 Pete, 7 track seasons in a row between indoor 22 and outdoor 25 with at least one state title in the 4x4. Raider Track Club will be strong out of lane number 4. And would you listen to the crowd for the indoor runners-up, trying to upgrade to the gold, Motor City Track Club. And now the indoor champions who also won outdoors in 2023, fresh off of a school record to win their state title in the 4x4, Guilderland in New York. Now the national record holders, maybe not their all-out A-squad lineup, but they've still got talent. Union Catholic in 7. From Lake Braddock in Virginia, the LB Bruins Track Club out of lane 8. And rounding out this lineup, Mark, from St. John's College, more formally known as the DC Cadets, they're in lane number 9.
Absolutely great field here. They'll be going after that Heat 5 winning time of 4:03.52 from Lower Merion AC with that monster finish there from Paige Evans. But the talent is definitely out here on that track as they get walked across the Franklin Field infield over to the start after being introed.
And just to take a little deeper look at some of these lineups, you look at Motor City, a team that's been always present and accounted for in this SMR. They won the title in 2025 at New Balance Nationals indoors. And from that lineup, they return both Nevaeh Burns, a 53-44 400-meter sprinter, and Peyton Gee, who is on schedule to lead the Detroit ladies off. But one on their outside, a team that I don't think has gotten enough recognition on the national level for just what they have done. Guilderland Track Club. Before the year 2023, when they won their first SMR national title, they had never won the Section 2 championships, indoors or out. Section 2, of course, based out of the Albany area, for those familiar. They had never won their sectional title beforehand. They did it for the first time then, and they have won every year since. Four-peating indoors and outdoors. They are going to be dangerous. But Yona McCarthy, their freshman, will be put under the pressure to lead them off. Union Catholic always has depth. They'll be on their outside in 7. Raider Track Club. Watch out for them. In lane number 4, they come here with some good squads out of Central Catholic High School in Massachusetts.
That Guilderland team running 350.38 just last week at the New York State Class A 4x4 title. So they've definitely got the speed in this squad to get things out early. It's just going to be a matter of how well Felacoop on that anchor leg can run and put them in contention to break 4 and maybe even challenge that meet record.
The meet record 350.10 by Rumson Fairhaven, a team with so much talent. Clemmy Lilly on the 800-meter anchor. At Izzy Rodriguez, just such depth. Guilderland won in 356 indoors and has a school record of 355.93 from the Glendy Laux games in 2023. They had just been hoping to break 4 on that given day. I remember it like it was yesterday. Can they complete the indoor-outdoor sweep? We're about to find out in a few extended moments as they were called to a stand-up. No gun was fired, so I don't think there will be any infractions. Sometimes if a team is a little too unsteady, they'll dish out a card. But it does not appear to be the case here.
No, there's jitters. I mean, these athletes are fast. They are good. They are experienced. But this is the championship race. A little bit of a wiggle. It does look like we do have something down here in lane 1. And that is East Meadow. So it looks like their athlete being cautioned, either taking too much time with their blocks or just not really quite settled.
Maybe trying to make sure they're fast, and yes, they do need to make sure they're okay, of course, as well. They're all cleared to go again. Again, from your right to your left, East Meadow, Weston Monsters, Burnt Hills, Raider, Motor City, Guilderland, Union Catholic, Lake Braddock Bruins, and DC Cadets as they're called up again. And back down again.
There we go.
Heat 7 of 7. Championship Girls Sprint Medley Relay at New Balance Nationals. $200, $200, $400, $800. Watch for Motor City in the middle and Guilderland one of their outside. So far it looks like Union Catholic has also gotten a good start on this opening half lap. And wide on the outside, the DC Cadets in white. Motor City passes up Guilderland.
Wow.
Again, Guilderland has its youngest and least experienced relay member, Fiona McCarthy. She ran a 12.73 though in the 100 earlier for the freshman. So she'll try and put her team in position as they come around this far turn. Motor City really looking good, and they are going to have a real stud to come on that 400 leg. As we mentioned, Nevaeh Burns, a 53.44 performer, is getting set to take the stick from Aubrey Douglas. Here comes the second pass. Guilderland moving well with Parker Steele, who anchored the 4x4 last year. They've got it in the hands of their school record holder at 55.81, Lauren Bernash. And we'll have the strongest 800 leg to come in Addison Velacoop, a 2:07 lifetime performer, as these quarter milers are greeted by a nice tailwind on the backstretch.
Again, I really think in this championship seeded section, it's going to be how well can they set up this 800 meter, because you've got two great 800 meter runners in Guilderland and Motor City. And so one of those two teams needs to have that lead, and right now it's all Motor City.
The indoor runners up trying to stay away from the indoor champions, who are buried in fourth right now. Coming into the home stretch now, a gentle headwind, at least indicated about what I could feel. Nevaeh Burns has built the gap, and into Leah Thomas she goes. Just about dead even for second between the Lake Braddock Bruins and Union Catholic.
Yeah, that was a great 400 meter leg there from Amelia Cole for LB Bruins to put them into that second position, at least temporarily. Velacoop retakes over the second position.
It looks like she's actually back in fifth right now, so Guilderland has a lot of work to do. Over 50 meters of gap. This is going to be a difficult indoor title defense for the Lady Dutch. And Motor City less than 600 meters away from taking it back to Detroit, Michigan. Let's see if Leah Thomas, a 2:14 performer, can hold this up. Sophia Finland is on the anchor for the Lake Braddock Bruins, but it looks like Union Catholic with Aubrey Devers has moved up into that position.
Yep.
They've got all the history on their side. Just thinking, if you're Devers, that you're in the position that Paige Shepard has held on countless occasions has got to feel exciting, and so too Addison Velacoop. She's moved into third for Guilderland, as it is now the bell lap for Motor City.
Devers looking pretty strong there. I mean, Thomas has not really let up too much, but it's all going to change here on this backstretch. If Devers can have just one more move in her back pocket with less than 200 meters to go coming up, but she's got to make that move soon and hope that Thomas comes back. Thomas hasn't really quite broken stride yet.
Once again, new to this lineup from the indoor team that won in 2025, that is, Leah Thomas, with the entire city of Detroit on her side, rounding the Wall of Fame turn with the 2:10 closer, Aubrey Devers charging. Here comes Addison Velacoop for Guilderland, but it's going to be too much to do for the indoor champs. It's down to Motor City. And Union Catholic, the national record holders, coming back. It's going to go all the way to the wire. And Motor City hangs on.
Wow. What a championship final there. What a run. Leah Thomas holding on, 2:13.90 for her split. They run 3:58.14.
And a 2:13.90 anchor. We mentioned Leah Thomas and her 2:14 capability. She had to go a little bit quicker to get the win today. Aubrey Devers, coming from way back, was just 15 hundredths and a step or two shy. A great, great run by Union Catholic without a bulk of its national record lineup, still breaking 4 minutes. and we're still waiting on confirmation on the times behind. But either way, a phenomenal race from start to finish.
Very courageous run there from Aubrey Devers. Never gave up. Still with even 200 meters to go, she had a lot of room to make up. In her mind, kept thinking, keep going, keep going. You could see the gap here. With 200 meters to go, it seemed like Devers was not going to get anywhere near Thomas, but she kept pushing, kept driving. Thomas started to lose her form a little bit here at the end, and Devers almost was able to capitalize on that.
Addison Velacoop confirmed with the fastest anchor split of 2:11, make that 2:10.62 for Gilderland. Another top 3 finish for them. But their national title quest will have to go to other events as we continue. Motor City Track Club back on top in the SMR as we get ready for some championship distance racing to come hereafter. They are holding the boys in the championship 5,000 meters for a moment. But it is all about the Motor City. Feels like every time we get to that championship season in the SMR, it doesn't matter where, it doesn't matter when, Motor City Track Club is one of those teams.
Yeah, you would have thought that Gilderland would have been a little bit more in the mix earlier on, but their 200s and 400 legs just didn't quite step up to a point like Motor City did. And then Union Catholic, their 400 and 800 legs really came on strong, and it was just too much for Velacoop to make up at the end. I mean, eventually you just run out of room, and even Devers ran out of room basically, and she was halfway closer to Thomas than Velacoop was.
The Motor City Track Club chant, they just did a Motor City chant. Their camp just did a Motor City chant. Right there on the bottom left of your screen, those are the Motor City fans, the Motor City fam. They are victorious, and I think really their race just goes to show you why it is a sprint medley relay. It's not just a let's have the fastest 800 meter and hope we can win relay. Those first 3 legs matter too.
Yeah, it does. I mean, when you get down, when you're vying for a national championship, it's every leg's going to count. Every little fraction counts. The handoff, the confidence that you put your team in, the position that you put your teammate in when you hand off that baton is so very important. You don't want them to have to fight through traffic. You want them in the lead or close to the lead with clean space to run, make the moves that they need to make. And Motor City did that. They literally won it from the gun and stayed out in front, stayed out of traffic, didn't have to go around anybody, didn't have to make any big moves, and held on for that win. And now, after all of that amazing sprinting / middle distance running, we move on to our championship boys 5,000 meters. We will have 2 very loaded heats here in the sense of size of fields. This heat 1, 18 runners, and then our seated section, 19 runners. So the wind is still blowing out there. 5K runners don't really enjoy the wind whatsoever. No matter how many times you have it to your back, you're just always going to be running into it half the time. That is science, folks. But they're going to be out here. They're going to give it their best. And this is Namisha Coleman, who's going to have our Motor City Track Club champions.
All right. Give it up for your girls sprint medley relay champions. You girls are the national champions. What message do you have to send to your track club, to the fans watching at home, and your parents who brought you here?
I just want to tell y'all I love y'all, and this wouldn't be possible without y'all. Finish your race. It don't matter if you're losing or not. I love my team, my mom. None of this would happen without Coach Brandon, Coach Chris, none of y'all.
I want to say thank you so much. You guys are great. And you can always come back stronger even if you lose the first time.
Thank you, ladies. Congratulations.
All right, and thank you to Namisha for introducing us to those ladies from Motor City Track. And again, now we move on to our boys 5,000 meter championship final. 2 heats. This is our unseeded heat first, and then we will have our seeded heat. 18 athletes expected to start this heat. Oh, and we already have a spill early on, which again, what I was saying, when you've got 18, 19, 20 athletes in there, it just, unfortunately, that's going to happen, these tight turns, and somebody just gets entangled a little bit. And if that happens within the first 50 to 75 meters, it is an absolute obligation for the starters to shoot their guns again and restart.
It was Ethan Thorne of the Cavalier Track Club from Virginia out of Lord Botort. Just took a little somersault there. He gets right back up on his feet, so clearly not fazed by it. Really excited to see how he does here today, as according to his records, he's yet to run an official 5,000 meters on the track. He has a registered PR of 14:40.62, so that may have flown beneath my particular chosen radar. Either way, we're going to give him a second chance. Second from your outside. He's got the shades. And he is also a Virginia Class 3 cross-country state champion.
So it does look like we have 3 non-starters, so our field is still 15 athletes. Still sizable field here in our 12.5 laps around, 12.5 tour laps around Franklin Field here. They'll get plenty of time to pass their teammates, their coaches, their parents, their friends, their families, and even us and you, the viewer.
It's like a little history tour around one of the oldest venues in the nation. Again, 1895 here at Franklin Field. As they jockey for position early, they hit the first 200 at around 33-34. That's Noel Lorenzen of Utica, Michigan out front.
Yeah, I think in a 5K, I've run a couple. I've run one here, I've run a mile here, I've run a steeple here, and I've run a 5K here. And only the 5K was the one that did well. Terrible steeple and terrible mile. But, no, you want to get, most athletes want to be out in front in those first 3 to 4 positions, or you want to be in the very back. I've never liked necessarily being anywhere in the middle. It just seemed like there was just too many people making moves in front of you, too many people making moves behind you. You get boxed in, people start going out in lanes 3 and 4. Next thing you know, when you do need to make a move, there's just nowhere to go. So I would usually prefer to be right around the second, third position, just behind the leader. That way I can always just kind of look around a little bit and see if anybody from behind is getting ready to make the move. And then I would always be well up in front enough to be able to make that move once that happens.
It looks like Mohammed was confirmed your early leader, and he's still holding that position, but he's got some company up here through 400 meters. Trying to move on his outside in the red kit. That's Jack Steineman of the North Catholic Trojans, and Trent Tebow right there on the rail for Lansing out of New York. He's the Class C cross-country state champion. So we got a couple of guys bringing cross-country experience. I've gotten to see Trent run some sub-15 5Ks in his own right. A 14:44:12 guy. So, yeah, we got some pretty good talent in this first of 2 sections.
Yeah, it just goes to show what it actually took to make the A-seeded section in this race. I would pretty much remember 4, 5, 6 years ago. I mean, you get under 15 minutes and you're in the A section. No big deal. No problem. But now when you start looking at guys need to break 14:30, 14:40 to get into that A section.
Mohammed. Pretty good distance standout from Green Level out of Cary, North Carolina. He was our early leader through the first 600, but now through the K, as you can see, they come through 2:58.89. They're sub-15 pace already. It is now Jack Steineman who's taking the front with our early faller, Ethan Thorne, slotting it behind him. They're running just beneath 72 seconds per lap, which is what it would take to get to an even 15. So I'd like to see just how many guys are willing to stay on that pace, or at least get back to it, as we now see the third split coming through at 73.16.
You can see the athletes, they set out a water table out here. It is on the warmer side, and it's even warmer down on the track. So if you're used to it, some athletes aren't necessarily used to taking water in the middle of a race, but their coaches might have been able to prep them for that, knowing that we were going to have warmer conditions here throughout this end of the week and into the weekend.
And so Jack Steineman, the sophomore from North Catholic out of Cranberry Township in Pennsylvania's District 7, looking to come here and throw down a nice track 5K. He's a 4:18 miler at his best, and he was even part of the championship boys 3,000 meters at the Penn Relays, and he just threw in a 70 right there. So he felt comfortable with the early paces. I believe he had to wipe the sweat off his brow there, but still, Jack Steineman, local PA boy, repping out on the front.
Yeah, like you said, they're right on that 15-minute pace, 2:58.89 at 1,000, so 1/5 of that, right around just under maybe 14:55 pace. We'll see where they're coming through here in this mile.
Look at the splash and dash there for the waters.
Right around 4:40, 4:45 for the mile, roughly. So this is typically where you would settle down, especially when the pack is still this compact and still includes this many athletes. This is when it can start to get tactical. If somebody doesn't make a move soon, this pace will start to slow down, and they'll end up having to run very, very fast in the final kilometer or two if they do want to break 15 minutes.
It's always that middle kilometer, or middle kilometers really, where you see that settling down, like you said. And so,
well, unless somebody makes a move, if somebody makes a move, it forces the rest of the field to keep up the pace to make sure that that athlete or that couple of athletes don't get away. But when it's still a big pack, it's now down to 2 packs, but when you still have a pack of 7 or 8 guys in front and a chase pack of 7 or 8 guys, and they're all within a couple of seconds of each other, it becomes very, very tactical. Now, somebody may make a surge just to try to break that up, but then it'll probably slow down again.
To me, that's almost like what Jack Steineman was doing off of the rip when he brought the pace back from those 73s to 70s. But we'll see if somebody else has an answer for that as they head around probably the most advantageous part of the track to be. You can see the shade peeking over the far side where they run the 100 meters and finish for all other sprint races here on the open frontier at NBNO. That's back-to-back 70s for Jack Steineman. We'll see if he has another one as Mohammed, our early leader, moving all the way up from 7th place to rejoin the top 3 just on the shoulder of Trent Tebow.
So that was a 71 mid there. So they've slowed down a little tiny bit. But again, yeah, it was probably, you get those initial laps of, 68, 69, and then when it does settle and your coach all of a sudden says, you're running 15-minute pace, you got to pick it up, then you start to make these little surges here and there. But unless you make that really bold move to break things up, that risky bold move to break things up, if you're not out in the first 1,000 to 2,000 meters, if you're not out at your normal PR pace, unfortunately, you're probably going to have to race this tactically. You're going to have to be smart about it, because if you're not going to be able to show how good you are in this field, you're going to have to show how good you race in this field.
Now, keep in mind, a lot of these guys are relatively new to track 5Ks. Yes, they have PRs listed, but most of those are by conversion from either cross-country or another track result. You'll look at a guy like Will Dearlam of Evansville, F.J. Wright's High School out of Evansville, Indiana. He's a guy that comes in with an impressive 3,200-meter PR of 9:03.72, but according to his track record, he's yet to exactly run a track 5K. So we will see just how he responds here as we have got Mohammed moving on. Steineman's outside, well ahead of him. Mohammed into the lead as he was off the start. Steineman going for some water in the immediate response. And Trent Tebow, I haven't really seen him go for some water in a while. He's been cool to minimize his distance and try and stay in on that rail.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, a lot of these athletes have never run a 5K on the track. They're able to qualify with 3,200 meter and 2 mile times. And, you know, a whole extra mile could be a whole other different race for some of these guys.
So we'll look to see how they respond. I'm not really recognizing any returners thus far. We may have a few guys to note once we arrive at the second and fastest seeded section of this 5,000 meter championship, as they just came through the 3K split, 8:53.34. So that looks to have been the quickest kilometer split yet, as Mohamed just dropped his second consecutive 70-second split. That's quite the mouthful right there. But either way, he's keeping the pace nice and consistent.
You handled that well. I was impressed.
Always striving for better here. Now Tebow finally goes for the water, the man you see in third. I'll tell you, he has some of the smartest racing instincts of anybody that I've gotten the chance to cover throughout New York State, is not just indicated by his 9:02 PR, but his future university. He's future Ivy Leaguer bound for Columbia. So we'll see if he can assess this well.
Mohamed establishing a nice solid lead here with about a little less than 1/3 of the race left to go here. Steinman leading that chase back with Thibault.
Mohamed still with a nice gap. The Eastern Michigan University commit, bound for the Eagles, of course, in the city of brotherly love, home of the Philadelphia Eagles. Might not exactly be home territory for him based on where he's headed and where he's from out of North Carolina. But so far, he's making himself at home out up front.
Yeah, and really, I mean, Mohamed is he's running 70s and everybody else is running 71. So Mohamed's not really running away with this race. He's just running that 1 second or half a second faster than the rest of the field. If Steinman and that chase group could just try to find that little extra gear and start trying to run low 70s and maybe even a couple of high 69s, they'll reel him back in. But you don't want to leave Mohamed out there too long, because eventually his low 70s and their low 71s is just going to give Mohamed a second every lap and pulling ahead. And that doesn't seem like a lot. And on camera you can see there, it doesn't seem like he's really pulling away that much.
When we check this latest lap split, I think the chase group has responded to your cue there, Mark, to start reeling him in.
I think you would think I was the coach or the dad on trackside yelling at them what they need to be doing.
I mean, hey, coming from a guy that's ran pretty solid 5Ks in comparison to his signature event, the steeplechase here at Franklin Field, not a bad guy to take a word from.
So that was a 73 for Mohamed, and the rest of the field, that chase back running 72. So again, it's not so much they've picked it up, they just haven't slowed down as much as Mohamed has.
His latest K was around a 2:58 as they crossed the 4 kilometer split at 11:51. All four of these guys can finish sub 15 on the occasion, but you got to think that that next trio, especially Steinman, who's worked his way right up on the coattail of Mohamed, are going to have something to offer him.
Yeah, Thibault and Thorne, if they don't go with Steinman here, as he tries to at least get up on the shoulder there of Mohamed. And again, as I say that, they do close that gap, and that looks like that's Thibault who...
Trent Tebow is actually in fourth right now. He is trying to stay patient in these final 2 laps as they will finish on the far side. Ethan Thorne, both he and Tebow cross-country state champions, so you know they've got the strength. But Mohamed just has had a response for every single move made on him since he took the lead.
Yeah, it was interesting what just happened in the last 100, 150 meters. Steinman got right up on his shoulders. Tebow also got in the mix there, and that seemed to kind of wake Mohamed back up here.
Can he stay awake and stay ready for any potential more moves? Jack Steinman is covering around that far turn, and it looks like most of the field behind Muhammad is pretty equidistant right now, so this race is just spreading apart and condensing like an accordion, but there's only 1 lap left, so only so many more moves can be made. It's time to turn to whatever you've got left on this hot and sunny day here in Philadelphia.
Well, the wind has died down. There's no excuses for being able to run your fastest lap that you can. It's just going to be a matter of whether that's Muhammad or that's Steinman with the fastest lap. Tebow and Thorne don't look like they're going to be able to challenge. They may be able to catch Steinman if they can get kicking. Muhammad there took, you see that little look on the inside here, and he's waving to the crowd, getting them riled up.
And taking a look over his left shoulder, Muhammad, he wants to hear it from Franklin Field. This is Oroforming 101 either way. We already know he has secured himself a Division I commit to Eastern Michigan University. We may or may not see him back here at Franklin Field as a collegian, but he wants to end his high school career with a win. Oh boy, Jack Steinman is closing on him. Let's see if Muhammad can hold him off.
Steinman now almost being encouraged by a bit of that showboating from Muhammad. Muhammad needs to back up that showboating, and Steinman is coming on very strong here. If Steinman were to win, I just think he ran out of room. But Muhammad played with fire there, trying to egg on not only the crowd, but possibly his opponent there in Steinman. And Steinman took the bait, went after him, and just barely came up short there. 14:49.72 is the time for Muhammad. And he just holds on there. Hopefully there's some mutual respect between those two athletes. You don't want Simon getting too upset by a little bit of the showboating, and hoping Simon saw it as, hey, let's get the crowd into it. It's, let's keep things right.
Big sigh of relief there for Muhammad of Chop City Track Club. Man, oh man. He closed pretty well, 68.41, the second fastest close of any athlete we've seen thus far. But Jack Steinman made up 2+ seconds on him to nearly spoil the party. Trent Tebow as well. He closed in 69.22 to run away from Ethan Thorne in the battle for third. But man, Muhammad, he's going to be sleeping, well, hopefully good tonight after that one. If he gave up that lead, I don't know if I would be saying the same.
That would have been a tough way to lose after doing that. But next up, we've got our championship 5K, our seeded section coming up next year. And now we're going to have introductions and meet those athletes in our championship 5K. Wearing hip number 1 from Clearwater, Florida, Isaiah Howelschel. Wearing hip number 2, Anthony Antonol. Wearing hip number 3 from 6 Mile TC, Brandon Cloud. Wearing hip number 4 from Nittany Track and Field, Luke Bradbury. Wearing hip number 5 from Spartan Distance Elite, Jonathan Sketchek. Wearing hip 6 from Panther TC, Xander Rettenor. Wearing hip number 7 from Bishop Girton, Ethan Fisher. Wearing hip number 8 from Royal Pines, Jack Dennehy. Wearing hip number 9 from Cavalier TC, Eric Duncan. Wearing hip number 10 from Cedar Crest, Travis Fermansky. Wearing hip number 11 from Jasper, Indiana, Calvin Seitz. Wearing hip number 12 from Lower Marion AC, Nicholas Mazzaro. Wearing hip number 13 from Lower Midian, Alexander Mazzaro. Wearing hip number 14 from Charlotte County Day, Adam Haggart. Hip number 15 from Royal Pines, Reynolds Young. And hip number 16 from Boiling Springs, South Carolina, Luke Hurley. And wearing hip number 19 from Valor TC Portland, Sam Levadier. And wearing hip number 18, let's give it up and welcome Jackson Spencer from Harriman, your only sub 14-minute 5K runner in this field. College level time from Jackson Spencer.
13:54.70 to solo the New Balance Nationals indoor title. Jackson Spencer has simply become the face of high school boys distance running. You look at what he's done through the years, he's a sub 150 800-meter guy. He ran 3:57.24 to win the Hoka Festival of Miles, set a national scholastic record over 3,200 meters at Arcadia in an 8:31.80. And here he is in his final 5K as a high schooler, at least representing New Balance. He says he's got some exciting racing plans for the postseason. But right now, this is just the beginning of what is sure to be a busy weekend for the future BYU Cougar.
This guy is just, Jackson Spencer is just literally on an entire different level. I mean, when you look at the times that he's posting, these are times that already Division I teams are looking at, and he's just going to keep getting faster. I mean, these types of times, Division I runners are running still into their freshman, sophomore, and junior year, and he's already hitting these types of times in his senior year in high school. An absolutely fascinating athlete with tremendous amount of accolades, and he's going to be heading down to that BYU program already stacked to the hilt with runners, already with an amazing coaching staff, and we really could expect quite a show if he wants to put it on here today, because even if he runs at the pace of some of the best other athletes in this race, he's just going to be out there jogging.
Jackson Spencer, of course, is also heading to the site of the current national record holder of the 5,000 meters, Danny Simmons, who is spending his first couple of years of college on Mission, which is where Jackson Spencer will begin. So he won't be competing straight away, but like you said, the college level talent and professionalism that this kid brings to the table. I was watching his interview back from after Hoka Festival of Miles, and running a 3:57.24, he was slightly disappointed in the time, given that he closed in 60 seconds there, was hoping to get a little bit closer to Alan Webb's record. But when you can arrive at a place where a 3:57 is disappointing, that just goes to show you the standard that this man brings as they get underway. 12 and a half laps, Mark Davis.
Yeah, it's, I mean, you look at the times that, somebody like he's been running and some of these other athletes that we're going to see out throughout the weekend, that idea of a 3:57 mile being a disappointing race, just my mind just can't really fathom that. I understand it. I know that is the sport now. It's the shoes, it's the training, it's the knowledge, it's the coaching experience. These coaches now, you don't just have necessarily a English teacher coaching the cross country and track team. You have men and women that are well educated in base-based training and the type of training that these athletes need. And so these athletes are just getting faster, and you put the technology in there, and it's a 3:57 mile will be a disappointing race for some of these athletes.
You've got some guys, though, that would be delighted to stay where they are in their current positions, most notably Alex Mazzeo from Lower Merion, one of two Mazzeo twins in this. His twin brother Nick looks to be a little bit further back in the pack. And interestingly enough, these two are going to be heading in different directions after their days here in the Philly area are done as high schoolers at least. Nick will be coming here to be a Penn Quaker, but Alex heading up to New York, committed to Cornell, the recent 3,200-meter Pennsylvania state champion in 8:52.16. He is going to lead the chase pack, entering as the New Balance indoor bronze medalist.
You just saw there, and the pack was right on Spencer there early, and then all of a sudden in about 150 meter stretch, Spencer just kind of went, okay, I don't want to run slow, I don't want to make it tactical, I'm just going to get out here, establish a lead. You see that little look over the shoulder to see what that lead is in fact. Don't want to get too crazy, but you do probably want to run to your ability, to your level, and that's what Jackson Spencer's doing right now.
Already taken an early water drink, that was likely in his plans. Of course, he gets the luxury to train at altitude to build that invincible aerobic base. Behind him, Reynolds Young of Royal Pines has taken the lead over Alex Mazzeo. You've also got Sam Laverdiere, who is the Brooks Cross Country Northeast Regional Champion, beat out the Mazzeo brothers there. And also Calvin Seitz of Jasper, Indiana, who's a junior already committed to the University of Oregon.
I was announcing at that cross-country meet, and Laverdiere just had such a great race, and I really enjoyed meeting his father and talking to them about the Foot Locker course, or what was the Brooks course. Back when I ran it, it was even the Kenny course.
It's Franklin Park, and we're here at Franklin Field. The connections are endless.
It's changed, but the San Diego course for the national championships, and just talking to them about prepping to heading out to San Diego for the national championship. So great family there, and Sam's had a really solid junior and senior year.
As we have our first official kilometer split for Jackson Spencer, it's a 2:44.05. He's splitting right around 65s for his latest go-arounds. We got 2 races happening within one as all the chasers collect their hydration. Alex Mazzeo trying to hype up the local Philly crowd. He's back into second. Sights buried on the inside, and I like what Nick Mazzeo's doing too. He seems to be minimizing his distance, already showing that familiar with his future track.
Yeah, in those big packs, you can start to find yourself running in lane 2 way more than you need to, and it's okay when you're on a straightaway, but when you're on those turns and you're constantly in lane 2 on the verge of lane 3 in the larger packs, over 5,000 meters, you're running a lot further distance than everybody else. So you want to be on the rail, but you want to be clean on the rail. You don't want to be on the rail and have too many people all around you, right in front of you, right on the outside of you, right behind you. Legs get tripped up and what have you. But meanwhile, Spencer Jackson, sorry, I keep saying it the wrong way. Spencer, let's just call him Spencer. Jackson Spencer has been just continuing to establish himself out in front here. He's on his own pace. That 2:44.05 for the first kilometer, 13:45 pace. That's well within his range. And really, he could go out there in that 13:45 pace, settle down a little bit, make it comfortable, and then just pick it back up in the end and change those gears. Meanwhile, these other athletes that are 14:10 to 14:15 athletes are going to have to work hard just to jostle themselves for most likely second place.
It's pretty reminiscent, Mark, of what we saw from Jackson Spencer at the New Balance Nationals Indoor when he went after Danny Simmons' national record pace of 13:38.86. Might not have been able to sustain that. I think he's more so just trying to give himself a good challenge and see how long he can hold to a pace that's pretty comparable to that, and perhaps use some of his newfound miling wheels to kick off of that.
Yeah, but I mean, outdoors and indoors are very different in the sense of you get this kind of lead indoors, you're still seeing people. I mean, you're still seeing the leader, and you know exactly where everybody is, and the leaders just see you. You know, maybe just on the other side of the track, but you're only about 100 yards away. Once Spencer starts really building this lead, these athletes are going to be going into their turns. They're going to look over for him, and all they're going to see are tents because they're just not going to be able to see him anymore. And at that point, they really are all just going to be saying to themselves, okay, I guess I'm battling for second. And you're going to have a great strategic race there for second place with some of these athletes, you know, with Mazzeo, Seitz, you know, the Mazzeo brothers, I should say. Laverdiere still in that third chase pack. So we're still going to see some good racing here, but what we are seeing, as we suspected, is a masterclass talent at a high school level here in Jackson Spencer.
I'd imagine Nick Mazzeo is going to have some of the strongest closing speed in that pack. He won the John Hay Pennsylvania Distance Festival in the mile with a 4:06.82, so he's got some good wheels to close. Might not be in that same 3:57 level, U.S. number 4 all-time that we've seen from Jackson Spencer. But again, 2 separate races within one. Nick Mazzeo's just passed up his brother Alex into third behind Calvin Seitz. And now looking to be leading that chase pack as Spencer comes to that halfway point. He is just beneath 14-minute pace, so very strong solo effort for Jackson. It looks like it's hard to tell who's making their way up behind the Mazzeo brothers. Could be Ethan Fisher of Bishop Girton. More on that later. Travis Formansky, the cross-country Pennsylvania State champion either way, looks to be positioned in the number 6 position. It was ironically Nick Mazzeo who had been favored to win that race before Formansky pulled an upset at the time, but that was just part of his announcement of his arrival. He is now a future Ole Miss Rebel. Watch for him in his final time running 5K in a Cedar Crest uniform.
So Spencer's just kind of settled into those 68s, 69 pace, which is still well ahead of this field. He hasn't continued to keep pulling away. The rest of the field are also running 68s. They're going to start making the move here soon. Seitz and Mazzio and the Mazzio brothers are going to start making that move soon.
You got to keep in mind that this is just the start of a very long potential weekend for Jackson Spencer. He's listed as an alternate for the championship boys 4x-mile. And now that I double check my start list, yes, that is still the case. He is not going to come back for a 5K mile double tonight. But either way, the championship 4x8 is tomorrow. The championship DMR is on Sunday. And Jackson Spencer, with all that in mind, is going to have well over 4.5 miles of racing in him this weekend.
So 8:24 at 3K. So he slowed around. If he were to break 14, if he were to run 13:45, he would have needed to be closer to right around that 8:15. So he's about 9 seconds behind. So he's right around on about 13:53, 13:54 pace.
And when I was suspecting who was moving up in the battle for the third chase group, you see that second group still Calvin Seitz of Indiana, and then Nick and Alex Mazzeo.
Is that Luke Hurley there? I think leading that chase pack.
Luke Hurley, yes, I did see a hip number 16, and I knew I wasn't completely foolish. Yes, it is Luke Hurley of Bowling Springs, South Carolina, who is leading that chase
just
group.
pulled off the track.
Well, he was leading them.
So we decided, I'm glad that we at least were able to give him his limelight before he decided that his day was up.
But Jackson Spencer has used no rabbiting whatsoever, and that's really what you've got to admire. Mark, you talked about the contrast of an indoor effort to an outdoor effort. The conditions, not just being able to see nobody but the crowd in front of you and all of those New Balance banners that you're proudly representing as an NIL athlete, but you've got conditions, heat, wind, beating down on every single angle of you.
Yeah, I mean, it's the wind has died down dramatically here, but the heat index is still pretty high. He's still having to battle himself. He's having to battle that heat a little bit. And he's slowing down a little bit, 69s. I'm not quite sure if Seitz and the Mazzio brothers can catch him.
Looks to be Nick in second, leading over Alex. Again, Nick, the future Penn Quaker. Alex committed to the Cornell Big Red. And the future Oregon Duck Jr. in fourth, Calvin Seitz. And now the future Ole Miss Rebel moving up into fifth. There's Travis Formansky left the screen. Nice run for the man rocking the shades from Cedar Crest.
So 3 laps to go here for Spencer. It's pretty much just him against the clock. We would all love to see a sub 14. He just needs to kind of keep that pace going. He's starting to run those 69s, high 69. That was the last one was a 69.73.
He's going to need to definitely accelerate over the final 1,200 meters as he came through 9:34.24 with a mile to go. Jackson Spencer, of course, would need to close in a 4:26, not a 4:36, which is what 69-second pace is. But again, just knowing his wanting for more from his close at Hoka Festival of Miles, I think, like I said before, this is a good chance to see if he can summon a kick in a stage of fatigue.
Yeah, I mean, it came across with a kilometer to go, and he's gonna he would have had to run probably about another 2:40, 2:45, which was his opening kilometer. I don't see him being able to do that if he wants to break 14 minutes. So we may not quite see that 14-minute barrier broken, unless, again, like you said, if he can sum up something, if he can say to himself, you know what, I just been out here jogging. I'm running 15 seconds slower. Yes, the heat's here, but I'm running 15 seconds slower than I normally do. I have a little bit more in me. But he's now chasing other athletes that are being lapped. That might be a little bit of a motivation. It's also bodies that you have to go around. Back in my day, the etiquette used to be there would be an official to tell the lapped athlete to move out to lane 2 and 3 so the athlete wouldn't have to go around. But now the etiquette is you go around, if you're getting lapped, you hold your ground, you stay in lane 1. Some people look at that and go, why isn't that person getting out of the way? It's like, no, if they got out of the way at the wrong time and there's miscommunication, that's when you get tangled up. You stay in the position, you let the runner pass you on the outside.
And that's what our lap runners have done for Jackson Spencer, who is still well on pace to challenge Noah Bontrager's meet record of 14:20.89 that it took to win this event last year. The man from Shipshewana, Indiana, who won the indoor mile title as well. His record could soon be history.
It's going to be. I mean, all Spencer has to run is an 80, and I mean he's been jogging 69. So, I mean, he's going to break that time by about 10 seconds if he really wants to kick. Depending on how much energy he has, he's going to probably put that meet record into another realm that somebody's going to be chasing for a few years here.
He picked it up to a 68. You just saw who passed on your frame. That was the Northeast Regional Champion, Sam Laverdiere, even one of our earlier leaders. Jack Dennehy of Royal Pines, nearly a lap down. It's Jackson Spencer's show with 100 meters to go.
Spencer now off of that final turn. It looks like he's chasing down athletes, but he's just passing athletes. And some of those athletes going wide for him to give the champion his due respect here as he crosses the finish line in what is obviously a new meet record and a dominant performance here in the 5,000. Probably one of the more dominant performances you will see in any of the distance races here throughout this weekend here at the New Balance National Outdoor Championships. And he looks a little spent. He wasn't out there jogging.
He found a 65.07 last lap, so definitely not a jog home, definitely not a hammer drop either by Spencer's standards, but that is just the level of the sport of track and field that young man has arrived at. And you look at the Mazzeo brothers, they get their 2-3 here in their last New Balance Nationals at Franklin Field, the Lower Merion boys, Nick and Alex.
And Nick gets the bragging rights for the family tonight, 14:27.32. Alex coming up short there in the Mazzeo family, but gets third place, 14:36.
Yeah.
And for a while there, Fermansky was ahead of Seitz, but Seitz came on very strong there with a 61.80. Calvin Seitz, final lap to re-secure that fourth position. He had given up earlier to Fermansky. Fermansky running a 62.35. Ethan Fisher 62.10. So some very fast finishing times for those athletes trying to get into that top 6 position.
And you got to really credit their commitment to each of their game plans. Once many of those chasers saw Jackson Spencer go out front, they said, okay, I don't have a shot if I'm going with him. I'm going to save whatever I can for that last lap. I'm going to judge this race my own way. And that is exactly what those guys, Calvin Seitz, Travis Fermansky, Ethan Fisher, even a couple other guys closing strong like Luke Bradbury, who had a 63.87 last lap. That was the mindset they carried, and they executed well.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much more you can say about Spencer other than good luck to him in college. I mean, it is going to be a big step up into those college rankings of 1345 as an average D1, D2 athlete. And but if he can get his summer training in, it'll be right.
One last look at the champion Jackson Spencer in the men's 5,000 meters as we get ready to pivot to the video board for the introductions to the one and only section of the girls' championship 5,000 meters here at New Balance. Getting ready to welcome on our 23 scheduled competitors into Franklin Field, beginning with hip number 1 from the great Midwest in Del Mar, Iowa, Izzy Harden. Hip number 2, Adeline Davis of the Garden State Track Club. Hip number 3 out of Wellsboro, Pennsylvania. One of our many local PA gals, there's Lauren Kosek. Hip number 4 belongs to Bailey Houghton of Renegade Running. Hip number 5 from Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, Morgan Miller. Look at a lot of these conversion PRs, close to 17 flat. Same for Lexi Cole of Comsawag, New York. And her fellow New Yorker in hip number 7, Melia Murphy from New York City. Over to St. John's Prep we go to Margaret Duffy in hip number 8. Into Holy Cross for hip 9, Julia Flanagan. Amelia Medlin draws hip 10 from Wilmington, North Carolina. And one of our other top Pennsylvanians, Reese Miller, all smiles, all waves, with hip number 11 for Monarchs Track Club. And then it's Joanna Kenny of North Shore, New York. She comes in hip number 12, followed by Ella Nyber, the effective U.S. leader from Clover, South Carolina. Kaylee Kaiser of Union Catholic, 14. Jaslyn Garmer of Knoxville, Tennessee. One of 2 very important sisters we're about to meet. She's got hip 15. Madeline Dorsch of Jackson Springs, North Carolina, in hip number 16. You've got Libby Dowdy of Creek Running Club in 17, followed by Maddie Lane, formerly known as Madeline, from Hopkinton, home of the Northeast Regional NCAA Championship. She's got hip 18. Sophia Solozzi of Athens, Ohio in 19. Callista Garmer, the defending champion, also from Knoxville, Tennessee, twin sister of the aforementioned Jaslyn. And here's Zoe McNabb of Champlain Valley, qualified for NXN with her team back in the fall. You've got Emma Hoffman of Plainwell, Michigan, and rounding us out, cannot wait to see what this young lady does. 15:32 for a lifetime best, Avery Lowen of Bowden, Georgia.
Wow, that was an absolute mouthful there, Carson. That is a lot of athletes, 23 athletes. You would have thought this would have been split up into like maybe a 13 and a 12 or something like that, but they kind of decided it looked like with just 23, having an 11 and 12 or 12 and 11 or 13 and 10 just wasn't going to be worth it, so we're putting them all in one race, and they're all going to battle it out.
Well, you look at the standards that they had set for this year's New Balance Nationals Outdoor, 5,000 meters of 17:18 as the automatic standard. There were no provisional acceptances for these 5Ks, so that definitely helped weed out the competitors to get the highest quality field possible. You consider the 2-mile conversion standard, 10:45 or 10:40.91 for the 32, 9:57.07. If you're not breaking 10 in the 3K, even if you are breaking 10 in the 3K, that's not even a guarantee to get into this 5,000 meters. So huge quality, but none greater. And some of the ladies from the great Southeast, you look at the woman who won last year, Callista Garmer. She and her twin sister, Jaslyn Garmer, again, both Furman commits. Garmer set a meet record of 16:18.14 last year. But you heard my excitement that I could not contain for Avery Lowen of Bowden, Georgia. Undefeated this outdoor season, the U.S. national leader over 2 miles at 9:45.40. Her 2-mile PR is faster than the 3K conversion standard. That's how good she is.
I mean, again, you're going to see another really expected dominant performance here in this 5,000. You have this great field, but you look at the times that they came in, you can bunch everybody up in one big pile, and then you just have that lone star out in front, just like Spencer was in the boys' race. You've got that here in Lowen.
There's Avery on the very left of your screen. In this field of 23, running 12 and a half laps. Out of a double waterfall, remember the meet record, 16:18.14, a number we will mention many a times, set last year by Callista Garmer in a really well-judged effort. Was nearly caught at the end by Natasha Dudek, but it looks like Avery Lowen doesn't plan to be caught by anybody as she strides into the early breakaway. Just as you forecasted, Mark Davis, she is going for a time trial.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially even more so when you've got 23 athletes. Get out in front and get away. I mean, you don't want to be messing around. Somebody trips somebody steps on the back of somebody's heel and can take out half the field. Just like you see in those videos of bike races. It only takes one person to take down everything.
a 33-38 opening 200-meter split. If you look at the opening 200 of the guys' 5K, that would have been in the top 10 through that point of the race, just to illustrate how fast this young woman is going, as she has now a total of 11 and a half laps to go. We are going to get ready to hear very shortly from Michael Twists. He will be with your men's 5,000-meter champion that achieved another national title in similar fashion to what Avery Lowen is attempting to do right now, and that is front run from the gun. Twist is down trackside with Jackson Spencer.
I'm here with Jackson Spencer. I'm here with Jackson Spencer, our new meet record holder in the 5K. Jackson, a fairy tale season, undefeated. You're now the 4th fastest athlete in the mile in U.S. history. You get the meet record in the 5K. What do you attribute all of the success to this year?
I've contributed to a lot. I've contributed to my coaches, to my teammates, to everybody who's been able to push me this far, my competitors, the Lord, everybody. So it's been awesome.
An awesome season indeed. You're coming from Herman, Utah. You're coming down from altitude, sea level. It's hot. It's humid. You took water 500 meters into the race. What was that strategy?
I was just really hot. I'm really tired already, so I just figured I might as well make myself cool down. I figured that'd be the best tactic to stay cool and stay going quick. So that's what I chose to do.
And it paid off with a win and a meet record. What's next this weekend?
I got the 4x8 tomorrow with my team, and then the DMR on Sunday with my team as well. So it's going to be awesome doing those.
Good luck. We can't wait to see it.
Thank you, Twist, and thank you, Jackson Spencer. We're getting a meet record by over 12 seconds in the men's 5,000 meters, and Avery Lowen about to hit her first kilometer. That is huge. She was right around 3 minutes flat. 3 flat 50. A little bit off of Jane Hedengren's 14:57.93 national record pace, but not very far.
Not very far. I mean, if she can maintain this pace, the meet record is gone. I mean, 16, 18, that's well gone. I don't see that national record from Hedengren being challenged too much here today. It's just not the most ideal conditions. But certainly the meet record, certainly obviously the U.S. #1, and taking down the former champion Garmer. This is going to be a great performance if she can keep it up. But I see this literally unfolding the same way that the boys 5,000 did at this point. Get out, establish a strong lead, settle down, don't mess around with the big field, and if you've got a little bit at the end, go for it. Put a nice kick in, set a nice time, and walk away champion. I mean, she's still got some work to do. You never know what somebody's going to do back here. You never know what could happen to her. Something could happen in the race. We don't want to see that happen, but it is hers to lose.
Just acknowledging all possibilities as Avery Lowen's pace slips ever so slightly. She went from 74.21 to 75.61 on those couple of laps. But still, you just consider what she was willing to do in the opening stages. I remember calling that Jane Hedengren national record race like it was yesterday. She went out in a field of collegians and did what Avery did, just latched right onto the pace setter to that 15-minute pace and rode it all the way home to a record that I doubt will be broken anytime soon. You look at the battles behind Lowen. You see Emma Hoffman trying to lead the chasing group. She wears hip 22 from Plainwell, Michigan. A nice run for her, followed by the North Carolinian Madeline Dorsch, a lady who has also run some pretty impressive times over the mid-distances. 10:13 over the 3,200 meters to place 4th at the Running Lane Track Championships. Also 4th at Brooks South Cross Country Regionals.
Meanwhile there, Avery Lowen still putting on her self-time trial here in the girls' 5,000-meter championship.
And Emma Hoffman, who's behind, she is also one of the top runners in the nation. I mentioned her by name and by hip number, but let's mention where the girl in second is headed to next. The University of Colorado, allowing me to pay condolences and wish a very speedy recovery to Jenny Berringer-Simpson, one of the greatest to ever don the Colorado Buffalo kits, the still standing collegiate record holder, only ever sub 4 1,500-meter runner in the NCAA history. For those of you that were unaware, Jenny was at an event in Raleigh pacing and collapsed mid-race. She has been receiving medical treatment ever since, making a recovery, and we wish her nothing but the best.
Absolutely. I mean, just one of the most revered athletes on the men and women's side, and definitely wish her the speediest of recoveries, but the best of recoveries more so. Take your time and get back to the right health that you need to be. But always scary to see that from still a young athlete. And so definitely wish her the best.
Avery Lowen, each and every lap has been decelerating by a second. So as far as national records, we can declare Hedingren's mark safe. But that doesn't detract from the fact that when she set it, it was over 30 seconds off of Elizabeth Leachman's former outdoor record. And so we've still got to consider the all-time lists. We'll get to that later as we observe some of the other movement happening on our left. Hoffman still in second, Dorsch in third, and now the Garmer twins are linked up in fourth and fifth, Callista and Jaslyn. Callista has a total of 3 Tennessee State titles to her name over the 3,200, and that's Jaslyn, pardon me. Callista has twice that at 6, so 9 state titles in the Volunteer State combined between those two future Furman Din women on the left of your screen. Avery Lowen just passed her halfway point, right around 7:45, so she's pretty close to that former national record pace of Elizabeth Leachman's 15:25.
Yeah, she came through at about 6:09 at 2K, so right around 3 minutes for the first K, 3:09 for the second. It'll be really interesting when she hits that 3K mark, if she at least maintains that 3:09, 3:10 pace. But what is it with twins and long distance running? You seem to see that. I've seen that so much in the sport, all the meets that I've been doing lately. It always seems like there's just like a set of twins and sometimes multiple sets of twins in the 2 mile and 5K and what have you at the high school level. It's always fascinating.
My very first year covering track and field full-time, I remember from my hometown of Saratoga Springs, there was Sheridan and McKinley Wheeler, who are currently standouts at Iowa State for the Cyclones. And they came through for a DMR national title here at New Balance that same year, their senior year in 2023 for Team Kinetic. You look at Avery Lowen, though, she has no equals on the day. Nobody is willing to twin with her. I can imagine if, let's say it's school spirit week, right? And it's twin day. Who is going to dare to try and twin with a 15:32 5K runner and go with her on her daily runs? Because when it's twin day, you got to do everything in lockstep.
You got to do everything they do. You got to go to the practice. You got to do the intervals. You got to do the warm up, what have you. No, I back in my day, there were 2 sets of twins in the California area. The Saugus, there was 2 twins out of Saugus High School, and then there were the Mastelier brothers, Mark and Eric Mastelier, who were 404 high school milers 45 years ago, and both went on to decent careers at Stanford. So you got to think, for a coach, as a high school coach, 99% of the time you get to work with whoever happens to live in the town that you coach. So when you can get one good athlete, that's great. But when you've got a set of twin good athletes and you got them for 3 or 4 years, I mean, you've got half a relay team right there. All you need, your odds have just gotten a lot better. All you need to do now is set up 2 more athletes for that relay team.
We will see if the Garmer sisters can hold their positions in the top 10. They're in 7th and 8th right now as they've been passed by Libby Dowdy of Creek Running Club, who's now up into 6th. Maddie Lane of Hopkinton, New Hampshire, who won the New England cross country title after a great rivalry with Lexi Paterna of Exeter, who beat her at the state championship. Such a great rivalry between those two. We'll get to see Lexi in all likelihood later in the weekend. And ahead of Lane, besides Emma Hoffman and Madeline Dorsch, who have flip-flopped with Dorsch in second, you've got Sophia Solozzi of Athens, Ohio. She won the 800, 1600, and 3200 meters last week at her state championship. She's a future Duke Blue Devil, too.
Yeah, if you start looking at the split times that Lowen's now been running, she's settled down into like 120, 121s, which was really basically what the rest of the field, or at least the runners from about 7th to 8th, are running as well. So she's not extending her lead. She's settling in very much like what Spencer did in the boys 5,000. Get out to about that 75 to 100 meter lead. Be comfortable. Realize that tonight's not the night to run a fast time. Tonight's about establishing a national championship, establishing a dominant national championship. Get out there and wrap up this high school season in the right way. And that's exactly what she's doing.
And for a girl like Avery Lowen, who may be undefeated this outdoor season, you just look at some of the near, close to the top finishes that she's experienced in her junior year. Nike Cross Nationals. She finished 6th after having fallen mid-race. Many people believe that she could have challenged Natasha Dudek for the title had she remained upright all throughout Glendoveer Golf Course. Even indoors, she came back with brilliant fire at Nike to place 2nd in the 2 mile behind Leah Starkey. But that was as high as she could finish in that event and the 5K when she ran her 15:32 PR behind another Jersey girl, Blair Bartlett. So Avery Lowen, who did get to become a national 2 mile champion at Under Armour a few weeks ago, and at 10:12 is looking to do the same here at New Balance now. Let's see if she can match her winning margin. She won by 17 seconds down in Bradenton, Florida, and now here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. If we look at the split, she's up by 27 seconds.
Yeah, it's not bad, but again, she's, the rest of the field are also starting to slow down a little bit, but she's slowed down a lot. That 3rd kilometer, about 3:19. So she went 3 minutes, 3:09, and then 3:19. So she's slowed down, but the rest of the field is slowed down as well. So they're not going to catch her necessarily unless something were to happen to her. But as far as a fast time, this is really just about establishing a dominant victory again, like I said earlier.
So Libby Dowdy had found her way up into 2nd position. Looked like she had to forfeit it to go get her water. She comes from Creek Running Club out of Indian Creek, Indiana. Will be staying in the Midwest collegiately to run with the Louisville Cardinals. So congratulations to her on that commitment. It is all about Avery Lowen of Bowdoin in Georgia, running unattached today, trying to claim her first New Balance national title. Lapping competitors around the Wall of Fame turn one by one. And she's got less than 500, make that 700 meters before the finish line. Not quite there yet. Got to keep grinding through all these tough laps.
Yeah, about another 600 meters here, lap and a half. And again, she can basically just kind of race against the athletes that she's lapping. And that might be able to give her a little bit of motivation. Again, this is all kind of laying out the same MO as Jackson Spencer in the boys 5,000. Establish that lead, settle in. Once you start to lap athletes, use that maybe as a little bit of a motivation, and maybe, put on a decent show for the crowd there in the last lap.
To me, it looked like when we saw Avery on this side approaching the initial start line that she was looking up at the stands almost as if to get some final instructions from coach.
Do I go or do I? When you had, the coach made us say, look, we don't want to hurt anything. You've got other races coming up. Let's just, enjoy it. You don't need to put on any sort of, spectacular finish or anything like that. Just make it comfortable, make it clean, and go home, hydrate, recover, get ready for the next race.
We do not have any entries for other events for Avery Lowen this weekend, but again, you consider looking forward to the next race. She is going to be hungry for those cross-country national titles, just as she came here to New Balance looking for the track 5K. Declining the final water option, she knows she'll get that when she comes to the finish. Looking to end this season on a high note.
Yeah, it's a shame we're not going to see her later on in this weekend, but I'm sure it's been a long season for her, a dominant season for her. She's capping it off the best way you possibly can. and now it will be again recover and get ready, whether it's the next season, maybe something planned this summer. But either way, she comes down the home stretch here. Avery Lowen will be your national champion here at the New Balance National Outdoors, and yet another dominant performance in a 5,000-meter event.
And watch the time, 16:18, soon to be the previous meet record. Avery Lowen, 2 national titles in a 3-week span. She took off the Georgia postseason so that she could do the damage at Natty's, baby. Avery Lowen, Lexi Cole unofficially came through a lap to go at 16:16. That time was erroneous. Avery won by far more than 2 seconds and far more than her 17-second margin from Under Armour 3 weeks ago. Sophia Solozzi from Ohio rallies for the silver, and Maddie Lane from New Hampshire in for the bronze. All of them, including Libby Dowdy, will take home the new U.S. number 1, 2, 3, and 4 positions entering today's girls 5,000-meter championship. None quicker than 16:14:37. Holding up the banner, Avery Lowen, your meet record holder from the Peach States.
Pelosi ran really well there at the end, moved her way up slowly in the remaining kilometers there to secure that second position. So very impressive run there from Solozzi. Madeline Lane, as you said, holding on there for third. It doesn't look like the Garmer sisters made it past that 3,400-meter split there. So we'll wait to see what's going on with them, what else maybe they might have a plan for the rest of the weekend.
Well, it looks like both Jaslyn and Callista are entered in the 2 mile, so it's likely in their mind that they've already done their damage, right?
Yeah.
We think about Callista, she's already won that national title in the 5K, and her sister Jaslyn placed 5th last year in the same event, so they're likely trying to see what they've got in potentially a more contentious race. Avery Lowen, the U.S. leader, is not going to be in that 2 mile, so there will be some opportunity for the Garmer sisters as well.
Yep.
But Lowen seizes the opportunity here over the 5K. Somehow still on her feet. I have yet to see her leave her feet, as in take a seat. I sure hope she will sometime soon, but of course, so disciplined is Avery Lowen. I first got to see her run live down at the Wingfoot Cross Country Classic down in Cartersville, Georgia, and she just absolutely bolted away from everybody. You just see the way she did it here at New Balance for the national title.
I love that, just professional. Don't need to do a huge kick or anything like that. Just keep it professional, run down the line, make it happen, win yourself a championship.
And on that day at Wingfoot in Cartersville, the course record had been set that morning by Jane Wangari, who is a Kenyan transfer to Athens Christian. And in less than a 24-hour span, Avery Lowen took it from a 17:04 to a sub-16:30. And that was on cross-country trails. Here, on a hot, hot day, upwards of 80 degrees still in 7 p.m. It's 86 with the feels-like temperature right there. She goes 16:14.
I'm sure it feels a little bit hotter down on that track. The feels like is maybe out on the street somewhere with a breeze off the river, but down here on that track, 86 degrees. Though most of the track now, other than this kind of home stretch in front of us, is under shade. So there's only about a half a track in the sun. But you are about to see one of the most chaotic races in all of track and field, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 4 heats of the 4 by mile, 2 heats of the boys, 2 heats of the girls, and it is just going to be absolute carnage and chaos out here for the next several minutes. There are listed 21 teams just in the first heat, so there are 4 runners on each team, so you've got 80 runners, over 80 runners out on the track right now getting ready to race. Not obviously all at the same time, but in this opening heat, you're going to have athletes that are going to start getting lapped. You're going to have a big difference between the slower teams in this race as well as the fastest teams, even in this unseeded section. But we are about to kick things off here with our Heat 1 of our boys 4x1 mile. So each athlete running just over 4 laps around. You can see how far back the athletes are actually starting on the straightaway here, because 1 mile is a little over that 4-lap distance. And some shaky athletes on the line. And again, with this many runners in this field, you want to make sure that you get out. And here we go. Bucks County, Glassboro, Boston Jesuit, Grand Rapids, Champlain Valley, Scarlet Knights, Libertyville, St. Johnsbury, Valley Project, Wolverine, West Springfield, EO Panthers, Westerville North, West Springfield, Barron's TC, Morton Distance Project, West Windsor, Plainsboro North, Spring Valley TC, K-Zoom TC, and Brooklyn Heartbreakers. Yes, that is a big field here for our Heat 1 and our boys 4x mile. So first 200 meters in the books, roughly a little over the first 200 meters. And our early leaders, we have a pack here of pretty much the entire field. And as they come through there, that looks like that might be Wolverine TC in the lead. So while we watch this first heat here in the boys 4x mile, we are going to head down to the track to talk to Avery Lowen, your champion, girls 5,000.
Bowden, your new meet record holder. Avery, you went out in 3 flat for the first 1,000. What's going through your mind? How do you recover after going out that hard?
I tried to stay composed, and I was like, I went a little too fast. But I just I can get my breath, remain relaxed, and go for the rest of the way.
And you told me that during that race, you had a thought of your mother during that race. Tell the crowd about that.
So my mom went through stage 4 breast cancer, and she went through it for about 2.5 years. And I thought she went through pain for 2.5 years, so I can go through 15 minutes of pain. So.
You did it for your mom. You got the meet record. Congratulations, our new meet record holder, Avery Lowen of Bowden.
All right. Thank you, Michael Twist, for that obviously emotional interview there with Avery Lowen, your champion there in the women's 5,000, as dominant as the boys' 5,000 was. Meanwhile, on the track, we are in the 3rd lap of our first leg in our boys 5x mile. The leaders have been exchanging several times here as the pack continues to be close to each other. It looks like there's about 5 teams there now in that lead pack. And they're getting ready to come up to their bell lap of their first lap. And that is K-Zoom TC leading early on, but now trying to make sure that they give their second leg the clean room that they need. K-Zoom TC leading that chase back of about 4 or 5 teams. Rest of the field strung out behind them.
Looks like they've been passed, though, down that backstretch. That is Morton Distance Project with Abe Martin on the leadoff leg.
Yeah, big move there from Abe Martin. And also coming around K-Zoom, so Samuel Baker making a big move there for K-Zoom, but gets passed by about 3 or 4 athletes there as we enter our second leg. Morton Distance Project leading. Barron's TC up in there. West Windsor, Plainsboro, and Valley Project.
So a good opening leg by Abe Martin to set Morton from Illinois up well, but they've immediately been passed by the Barron's Track Club. This is Donovan Hicks on the second leg, and he's immediately being followed by the Jersey Boys, West Windsor, Plainsboro North. And it looks like they've actually been passed as well. You see they've got the tall figure, that is Rohan Varma, but Valley Project. What a move by Jack Schoen. He's in the darker kit, and he's just moved into the lead. Just under a lap in from fourth.
So Schoen coming down the home stretch here.
And he looks so calm and reserved despite having gone out pretty darn quickly. Low 60s on his opening 400-meter to go split. You look at Valley Project, they come from Ridge High School in Basking Ridge, New Jersey. The former distance medley relay indoor national record holders before Miami Havana had taken it, I believe.
And that's Donovan Hicks there for Barron's TC, retaking the lead there over Hendrick here in the second leg. So right now, it's Hendrick and Hicks duking it out here in the second leg of our boys' Heat 1 4x-mile.
So it's like a top two battle right out front. Morton has just moved back into third, right over West Windsor, Plainsboro North. So we'll see if any of those teams in the chasing pack can work together. You almost sense in the 4x-mile that there's a risk factor each and every time it's run. There's no question that it's one of the most notoriously tactical races each and every time, minus 2024 that it's run here at the Penn Relays amongst collegians. I mean, we've got guys that on their worst days can still break 4, and many times when they take the stick on the anchor, they're not really interested in sub 4 minute miling.
No.
This year was an exception, at least as far as that stage of the race went, but you get the point. These guys really commend their efforts out front. Donovan Hicks, the senior from Bethesda Chevy Chase for the Barron's Track Club, a 4:19 1600-meter performer, having placed 10th at his state meet just a few weeks ago. So he's in good fitness as we see the four-way chasing battle behind. So Barron's, Valley Project, we got Maryland, we got Jersey. It looks like a 2-3 for the Garden State as Rohan Varma had moved West Windsor, Plainsboro North into third, and he has, they're really motoring down that back stretch. They're going to get ready to take the exchange with a halfway handoff next time they come by us. A little look over right shoulder, some gamesmanship happening behind. Look at Westerville North. Great second leg by Casey Carlos to move the Ohioans up close to the Jerseyans, but here comes West Windsor.
West Windsor having a very strong finish here in this second leg. Rohan Varma with a very strong finish, and that puts them into the lead. West Windsor, Rohan Varma running very strong the last 100 meters there to put his team in the lead over Barron's.
Well, we mentioned Westerville North. Casey Carlos had the fastest second leg of 4:22.63. That's why he and his team are back up into the number 4 spot. As you see, West Windsor leads. Did you see that at the exchange? The third runner for Barron's Alec Mustafi took an immediate look to his right. He looked directly over at Sushant Kari and said, "It's all you, man." And that's who it is right now.
Yep.
Almost reminds me of Ben Blankenship to Timothy Chariot back at the 2015 World Relays on the DMR anchor. Blankenship basically motioned then 19-year-old Chariot to the front, and he sprinted away in a 51.96 first lap. Not quite that drastic what we're seeing from West Windsor, Plainsboro North.
Not quite.
Still, it is a good couple of races happening out here in this 4x-mile.
So again, you've got West Windsor and Barons out in the lead at Chaseback Valley Project and Westerville North TC. And then after that, you've got Morton Distance Project and Brookline Heartbreakers. So little packs of twos out there. And you don't want to be in no man's land, as they say. But it does look like Valley Project and Westerville are starting to inch their way up a little bit closer there to Kari from West Windsor and Mustafi from Barons, and may try to make this a four-person race as we get close to that anchor leg.
They are definitely doing so, as is our fifth place team. Morton, remember, they were our early leaders at the opening exchange. So they are certainly going to want to be counted as part of this conversation as well.
Still Kari from West Windsor leading over Mustafi from Barons.
We got a bunch of different states represented here. New Jersey in 1 and 3 with West Windsor, and Valley Project from Ridge in between them. You see all the Maryland representation on the flag there. Barons Track Club, and now the Ohioans from Westerville North moving on the outside.
Kern's making a good move there to kind of not only drag along Shreveport from Valley Project, but also Bayer from Morton Distance Project. And like I mentioned before, make this a five-person race as we get close to this anchor leg.
Keaston Bayer in fifth for the Morton Distance Project. He tucks in on the rail. They've still got a few meters left, and they're all lined up in single file, so he recognizes that he can't change a ton at this point as they've motioned the anchor runners back off the track. I was going to say, I didn't think they were arriving at that point
like
yet.
It was almost like they started to creep out to the track a little too soon, and there was still another lap to go in this leg. And here comes like basically a kick like at the end of a mile race.
There goes Morton.
Morton, who was up there in the lead for a little bit, dropped back, but this third leg from Keaston Bayer is putting them in a good position. Still a long 4 laps to go for this anchor leg runner.
Keaston Bayer, another 4:19 miler here. He achieved his personal best, his first sub 4:20 at the Morton Distance Gala. So not only can he perform well on home track, he can kick well here at the national stage.
Kearns also with a strong kick. He's not letting Bayer get too far away from him. He wants to make sure that he gives his anchor leg there a decent shot. Owen Wiggins for Westerville. So Morton Project, it's all up to Maxwell Carter. Westerville North, Owen Wiggins off of that strong performance from Gregory Kearns. And Barons back in third. So right now it's all Morton and Westerville.
And it looks like Westerville is going to have to weave its way around some lapped traffic. We saw Morton do that with Carter find his way immediately to the rail. You see the team behind them. That is Spring Valley, still on their third leg with a handoff to go. Hopefully that won't affect too much of the leading race if you are either Morton or Westerville North. More likely Morton, if anybody. tucking right in behind there. Might have to shift out wide if you're Maxwell Carter. And do not forget about the chasing 3 Valley Project. Owen James from Ridge has just moved his way up into 4th from West Windsor Plainsboro North, who wants that position back, it would seem, but aren't going to get it just yet. Now
as you saw, they handled that exchange with the lap runner very well. Morton did that very well, very professional, and they maintained their lead out there in front of that chase group of Westerville, Barons, West Windsor, Valley Project.
So Carter took the stick with minimum 2 seconds of cushion on Westerville North, and the rest, Barons, took it 5 seconds behind. They've got Michael Habib on schedule for their anchor leg. He's trying to make surge after surge. West Windsor, Agrim Jha has moved his way into 2nd for WWPN. Really nice breakaway that he's made, and a decision more importantly. Approaching that midway portion of the race, always that time where you may have to move sooner than your mind and body want you to, but that's just what you got to do in these situations if you want to get that glory.
You want to be the person that doesn't settle in the middle laps of a mile, which almost everybody does. And if you can not be that person, then that's where you're going to make up that ground. And he's definitely making up that ground there on Carter. And he passes Carter.
Agrim Jha. It's New Jersey back in front of this boys 4x-mile. You look at what Agrim has done this season, the fastest miler we have mentioned by the numbers thus far. He's only a sophomore, running 4:15.14. That ultimately ended up placing him 2nd at the winner's circle at the horse farm. Just 8 days ago, a famous meet at CBA, a team that knows a thing or two about winning distance relays here at Franklin Field.
Indeed.
So he's got some pretty strong chops, and he is trying to ride the hot hand as one of the top sophomores in his state. 1 to go.
So there is Jha and Carter. Carter had a little bit more difficulty there going around that lapped athlete. It's almost as if he kind of got jammed up a little bit behind, but still hasn't quite lost contact there on Jha. And Jha, on the flip side of that, has not quite got loose of Carter.
That's because Max is a 4:16 guy at his best. 9th place in the mile and 10th in the 2-mile at States. So some great performers from their respective spheres of influence getting ready to collide around the final 150.
Carter coming off this last turn, putting on a kick. Jha trying to match it, wants to go wide, shoulder to shoulder. Jha looks like he's going to have the best of the two of them. He let go of that lead for just a brief second to allow Carter to think that he could outkick him. But in the end, Agrim Jha takes home the win in Heat 1 for West Windsor Plainsboro. 17:48.69 to Morton Distance Project 17:49.01. Barons holds on for 3rd, 17:56.92. And those are your results there from Heat 1 of 2.
And Agrim Jha will have the honors of being the only man to split sub 4:20 on his mile carry in this first of 2 sections, and just what determination by him. When you make the decision, as we posed earlier, to go after a leader with that much cushion, recall, West Windsor was nearly 6 seconds behind at the exchange. And going after a 4:16 miler, there's no guarantee that you're going to come out of that at least on the right end of things. But Agrim Jha charges headfirst into the belly of the beast and comes away with the win.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be really patient in that situation, and you have to have some luck on your side as far as other athletes that are part of the race, how you can kind of utilize them, go with them when they go, make the moves when they make the moves, so you're not doing everything out on your own out there. So that clearly paid off with, some little bit of expertise, possibly a little bit of luck. And next up, we are going to have our seated section here of our championship 4x1 mile. We're going to get ready to introduce those athletes. And here we go. In lane 2, Pensacola TC out of Ohio. Lane 3, Purple TC. Wearing hip number 4 out of Massachusetts, Cambridge Ridge and Latin. Wearing hip number 5, Southside TC. Hip number 6, South Farm TC. And wearing hip number 7, legendary program, Colts Neck TC. One of the heavy favorites, wearing hip number 8, Union Catholic Regional. Wearing hip number 9 from Maryland, Calvert Hall College. Wearing hip number 10, Corning Painted Post. Wearing hip number 11, North Penn Knights Club. Wearing hip number 12, Park Hill South TC. Another legendary program, wearing hip number 13, Bishop Hendricken. Hip 14, Council Rock North. Psyched up.
Oh, look at Drew
Hip
Folk
15,
there.
East Lyme TC. Much cooler. And then wearing hip 16, Harriman. Indoor champions there.
And we can confirm Jackson Spencer is merely an alternate for the men from Utah.
Okay.
You saw all the alternates, though, listed, just going to illustrate to you the depths of these relay pools as we watch some of them get some early stride outs toward their exchange zones. Again, they will start nearly 50 meters shy of the start-finish line for the first of these 4-mile legs. It's 1,609 meters and change for a full mile.
I don't know what the exact math. It's like I think it's like the pi equation, basically. But you will see the officials move the main cone up. You see where the start cone is, just on the inside, and then they'll move that cone up basically 9 and change every lap, and then ultimately that last lap being 4 laps, or last leg being 4 laps and about 9 yards.
And so we look at the teams out here. You can't help but look at Harriman. Even without Jackson Spencer, they've got numerous guys hovering in the 14s. And if you consider their PRs, you've got Eli Jarvis, their leadoff leg. He's a 4:13 guy. William Van Tress, 4:17. Caleb Brown on their third leg. He's a 4:11 full miler, with Trevin Lounsbury, their 1:58 closer, who could stretch it out to 4:10 on the close. I mean, you'd get something well beneath Oregon Distance Project's meet record set last year of 16:54.80.
Some impressive young men on that team, and again, without even Spencer on that team. So it's
his future teammate Taven Kitchen was on that team.
Yep.
And Josiah Tostenson, now with the University of Washington. That's who holds the history, and we're ready to make some more, Mark. These guys are a little too ready. They got called to a stand-up. Plenty to watch here.
Yeah, it's not easy to put together 2, 3, 4 athletes that are all running under 4:20 in the mile. They definitely have that, and they have some to spare.
I'm curious to see how Union Catholic responds. You mentioned how well their program is. They are running without their New Jersey State champion, Elijah McCoy, a 4:08 guy, sitting out this 4x-mile. Maybe not necessarily sitting out. That's a bit harsh verbiage for the real McCoy.
Redirecting his interests.
very, very much a preferred way to say that.
Yes.
He's running the 4x8, the mile, the DMR, and the open 800 meters.
Yeah,
so by no means is Elijah McCoy
slacking.
taking the weekend off.
He's not chilling out this weekend. There's just only so much somebody can do.
Off to the early lead, wearing hip number 6, South Farm Track Club out of Xavier in Connecticut. Right on their shoulder, you got Council Rock North, the local Pennsylvania guys. Jonathan Polisano, who will be handing off to his brother Lucas on the second leg. He's positioned nicely. Is Jonathan in second place?
What is your position on where you put your best athletes? Say you have 2 really good athletes. Do you put them on the opening and anchor, or the last 2 legs, or what's your theory on that?
Well, thinking back to what we saw at this year's college men's 4x-mile at Penn Relays, I loved what Coach Vin Lanana and the Virginia Cavaliers did, putting Gary Martin on the third leg, making the race an honest race after 2 tactical first legs to set up Nate Mountain, their elite steeplechaser, with a chance to anchor them home. Though they did not ultimately get the win, that ended up going to Marco Langen and the Villanova Wildcats. You give yourself a chance to flex your guns, and by putting your talented runner, you could arguably win a race. If you have 2 guys, like I mentioned with Harriman, that can run 4:11 like Caleb Brown and 4:12 at Trevin Lounsbury, it looks like they've chosen to go with Brown on the third leg and Lounsbury on the anchor, despite him having the slower mile PR.
Right. Well, establish that early lead and hopefully coast in on that final leg.
We do have a little bit of work to do. You'll watch to see if Harriman out of hip 16 can get in the mix. Hendrick and Hawks, though. Bishop Hendricken from Rhode Island having a good run in third, and they're leading off with their best miler, Colby Flynn, the New England champion. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bold move, but if you take a look at the other athletes on their team, you want to make sure that you have one of your top, if not top runner, to make sure that you're still in the mix at least after the first leg, and then you never know what could happen after that.
Nice move as well by Corning Track Club, formerly known as Corning Painted Post, as that is their high school, but they've got Nick Ferratella moving on the outside. A whole bunch of really strong seniors this lineup. Had won a 4x8 title around 4 years ago, and even won back-to-back cross-country state titles in the Empire State for the large schools, so definitely make sure you keep the team in hip number 10 in your frontal lobe. Wow, just look at all of this congestion up front.
Yeah, this is where things are gonna get messy with the handoff after this lap. So
it's Purple Track Club in the Purple Kit, having moved to the front from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Let's see just how they assess this final lap. Colby Flynn, another 4:12 miler, tucked right in second. But Polisano of Council Rock North, he's looking like he's struggling a little bit, falling back into 7th place, but they're going 3 wide. Here goes Flynn on the outside of Calvert Hall.
So this is stringing out a little bit, which is good, which is better. When you're getting ready to get that handoff, you don't want to all of a sudden see 8-9 guys charging at you all at the same time. So it's strung out here in the last 100 meters here of our opening leg here in the seated section of our boys 4x-mile.
But a really awesome response by Calvert Hall. The team from Maryland going to take it just in front of the Rhode Islanders. Then the New Yorkers from Corning in third, ahead of the Ann Arbor, Michigan residents, Purple Track Club in 4th.
So 4:16 for Gramari, 4:16 for Colby Flynn, 4:19 for Nick Ferratella, Becker Crooks 4:19 for Purple TC.
Again, Ben Gahari, who is the scheduled leadoff for Calvert Hall, he's a 4:14 guy, so no slouch whatsoever. And we can look at guys based on numbers, but ultimately racing chops play a huge factor in these types of races as well. And that's why I definitely like to see Hendricken in the position that they are, because not only did Colby Flynn win the New England 1600 and Rhode Island State 1500 meter champion, but the Hawks went 1-2-3, and right now they're running with their state bronze medalist over the 1500, Fred Russell, the future Iona University Gale, in second place.
So all that talk about Harriman at the beginning, and they're back in like 11th, 12th place. 4:27 opening mile. I'm not sure. Do we know for sure if that was Eli Jarvis that was actually opening up that early leg?
We may have to check the archives for that. No shade to him if it was, but that's just the trust that you need to come to a national championships with. If you're not feeling right on the day, if all of this oxygen at sea level is a little bit too much for you, you got to have your teammates that can respond well on the occasion, and that's what's made Harriman one of the elite distance programs. Calvert Hall with Mr. Archer, that's Lucas Archer leading things out. You still got Fred Russell for Hendricken, and then Sebastian Boutwell for Corning Painted Post in third.
So tight race here with those three teams. Chase back 3 to 4 teams behind, just out of the camera shot there. They'll come into the camera shot. Only about 10 meters behind these three leaders from Calvert Hall, Bishop Hendricken, and Corning Painted Post.
When you talk about future Division I standouts like Fred Russell, the Iona commit, well, the man in third, Sebastian Boutwell, is headed to a Division III school, SUNY Oswego, on the shores of Lake Ontario in north central New York. Just about an hour and a half, if not more, north of where he lives himself in the southern tier. So coming down here to Philadelphia in the opposite direction, he's having a fine run as he has just moved into second for CTC. Corning's also produced a couple of recent Ivy Leaguers in Jack Rogorski, who has had a successful career with the Princeton Tigers. He was a state champion in cross country in the 3200. And Ashton Bang, who is getting ready for his 4th year with the Dartmouth Big Green. Corning in second. But there goes Hendricken. There goes Fred Russell. One more lap on the second leg.
Going to run a strong lap here, make sure that he puts his teammate in the best position possible in that third leg, that vital leg that's going to set up the anchor. And very, very strong move here from Fred Russell.
He is absolutely pouring on the gas here for the Hawks from Rhode Island. As you mentioned, one of the most successful teams from his particular state. Fred Russell, a 1:59.800 closer at his best to go along with his 4:15 mile chops. He is running a heck of a race here on the heels of his leadoff man Colby Flynn giving him the stick in second. He's going to give it off with a huge advantage, hoping that their depth is going to be enough to hold.
Coming down the home stretch here, never let up that entire last lap of his leg. And Braden Sarajczyk now takes over for Bishop Hendricken. Corning Painted Post, Boutwell keeps them in second place. And at Calvert Hall College.
But who had the fastest split on that second leg? But William Van Tress of Harriman. He's moved the men from Utah up into the number 4 position as Calvert Hall quickly passes up Corning into second, but Harriman is tracking the both of them. This race is not over by their records.
Oh, not at all. I mean, you can see Harriman right up in that mix. They're only all of a sudden about 5 or 6 seconds behind at that leg, but right now it's more like 3 or 4 seconds. 2.5, 3 seconds. Harriman just off of that lead pack of 3.
And I was really curious to see where Bishop Hendricken, our leaders, would place Braden Sarajczyk, who was 5th at states behind the top 3. Colby Flynn, David Hayes, and Fred Russell. We'll get to see Hayes, the state runner-up, come home on the anchor, but it seems like this third leg, the leg that I would almost argued you put your strongest runner on, this is where they've chosen to put, on paper, their slowest runner. But then again, that circles back to another point, the team trust. And when each and every one of these athletes is running on the same wavelength, like we saw at the Rhode Island State Championships, no matter the order of finish, you got to like the formula that they've deployed thus far.
Oh, 100%. I mean, if you trust in the confidence of your athletes and trust in the confidence of your coach, again, I wasn't able to see for sure if Eli Jarvis was that opening leg. But if he wasn't and they put somebody else on there, again, trusting in that the other three athletes are going to make up that time and you're not going to jeopardize if Eli couldn't run or just didn't run and decided to run something else. But Hendricken with Brendan Syriacek out in the lead here still. And that is Caleb Brown moving into the second position for Harriman. So now Harriman has gone all the way from 11th or 12th place after the first leg, now in commanding position of second place with eyes on Bishop Hendricken.
Braden Sarajczyk, though his fastest 1,600-meter performance is a 4:26, he has run a little bit quicker by conversion over 1,500 meters. You'd reckon that in his best form, he has the potential to get close to 4:20, so not a bad guy to have if you're trustworthy in that cushion, but it is quickly evaporating. The 4:11 miler, Caleb Brown. There he is, just like that. Harriman right back in the race.
Yeah, this is a great team performance here from Harriman if they can keep this up. Caleb's still got a little bit of work to do to catch Sarajczyk, but he's definitely closed that gap. The problem is he's also given the other runners a little bit of motivation to also make those moves. So Corning, Calvert, and Council Rock not out of it as all.
And speaking of runners eager to make moves, here's a guy in third. You'll see him in blue. He might be getting passed by Corning at the time being, but Andrew Folk of Council Rock North, he made a big surge to put his team back into the top 5. So we'll see just who can ultimately position themselves well as
and there
Harriman.
Goes Brown. There goes Brown. He makes that big move here, getting ready to go in to his final lap. And this should be a pretty strong final lap because Harriman made up a lot, but they want to make sure that they get a really good lead here. And now the final leg for Harriman, Trevon Lounsbury. Hendricken has David Hayes on the anchor leg. So it's Hayes versus Lounsbury. And Hayes making an early move to make sure that he gets up on Lounsbury's shoulder. Whether he decides to pass him or not.
Either way, these boys are not messing around right here. David Hayes for the Hendricken Hawks. Bound for the Providence College Friars. He is definitely up for the challenge thus far. He took it from Braden Sarajczyk, who did run under his PR, a 4:25.72 full mile in comparison to a 4:26 1600. So he was likely aware that Harriman was going to have been at the very least close coming into this final leg.
Yeah, it wasn't so much Hayes really picking it up, but once Lounsbury got in the lead, he kind of slowed down. And you see it's the two of them right now. And Calvert Hall now.
Wow, what a spirited run by J.D. Hughes on the inside there.
Bryce Hammond from Corning Painted Post as well. And now we have 5 athletes all in the mix when it was just 2 a couple of laps ago. So that may have been the cautiousness of Lounsbury and Hayes, but they've allowed those 3 other teams, Calvert Hall, Corning Painted, and Council Rock, to get well back into this race. And this looks like it's going to be down to a final kick last lap in just about a lap or so.
But this is all playing into the hands of a guy like Trevon Lounsbury. We mentioned David Hayes is the Rhode Island State 1,500-meter runner-up. Well, Trevon Lounsbury not only finished runner-up in the 1,600 meters, but also the 800, behind only Jackson Spencer, his teammate. He's a 150.90 800-meter closer, and he is just waiting to make his move, moving up on the outside now. might want to reshift the needle in his favor, and he has.
So pack of 5, Harriman, Bishop Hendricken, Calvert Hall, Corning, and Council Rock.
Goodness, this is like a game of volleyball with all of the moves being made. It is now.
It's a lot of moves here. They're jostling for position. You do want to make sure as you get ready to come around for this final lap that you've got a clear shot to change that gear, move into that kick mode.
And even as a guy like Marco Langen, as experienced as he's been at the NCAA level, and of course a former New Balance Nationals All-American himself, he admitted that even as a collegiate senior, that's something that he struggled with. That's why he ultimately faded to 4th in the NCAA 5K last week. Changing gears back and forth is a developed skill, and we are going to see who has the best case of it here for the 4x4 national title.
Harriman
4 by
over
mile,
Council Rock. Harriman over Council Rock. Harriman with the advantage there.
But look out for Matt
Traven
Gosling.
Lounsbury.
Matt Gosling, a 409.87, 1600 performer, the fastest man we've yet to mention, but he had to come from way behind. Give him credit for getting his team back into it, but this is what Trevin Lounsbury was waiting for.
Harriman powering away. We talked about him before this race as being the heavy favorites. After leg 1, we were thinking, what is happening? But what is happening right now is a dominant performance, at least from the 3 other legs, if not just the whole of the general. Oh! We will have to wait to see how many steps he took in. There are rules as to how many steps you're allowed to take inside what is considered the inner rail. And while on paper initially Harriman is your national champion, I would not be surprised if I saw something else come out of that. Those other coaches from those other teams have every right to put into a protest based on how many steps Lansbury made inside there. We'll wait to see the replay to see how many of those steps there were. And he just kind of stumbled 1, 2, 3, and he kind of jumped.
Watching back on our live feed, you will get to see it shortly for those anticipating the verdict. The unofficial winning time at 17:20.80 by Harriman, well below 60 seconds on the last lap for Trevin Lounsbury, if it is certified. But man, that looked like shades of Grant Fisher back when he was running the high school mile at the Armory indoors, the former site of New Balance Nationals. And he was on pace to get close to 4 minutes flat in the mile, but just tripped over that rail, fighting for every inch that he could. Let's hope, for Harriman's purposes, that they will be okay. If not, Bishop Hendricken and David Hayes came through to rally for second, just getting Matt Gosling in the closing stages, who has the fastest split of anybody in the relay at 4:12.87. But Council Rock North finishes third. Harriman gets the banner, and I've yet to see any flags raised or inquiries, but that is very much ongoing.
Yeah, I admit I don't know how many steps. I don't believe it matters what the distance of the steps on the inside, because he took some pretty large steps on the inside. It looked like it might have been about 3 steps, and then he hopped back across the railing knowing that if he took any more steps, he would definitely DQ his team. So you wouldn't necessarily see a flag on that, but what you might see or hear later is a coach protest based on what the rules are here for the meet and how many steps an athlete can take on the inside, especially on the turn. So you see Lounsbury now here making that move to pull away, and then he comes around the turn here and just seems to lose his balance a little bit. And let's count here. Ready? Oh, he tripped 1, 2, 3, and then hopped back out.
That was 3.
That was 3. I think that is within the range.
I do too. I've heard 5 in
I've heard around 4 or 5.
certain circumstances. That was less than 4, though, at maximum.
Yeah. I think at a recent big state meet somewhere, there was a coaching protest And ultimately it was successful because the athlete took about 4, 5, 6 steps on the inside. But the 3 and the effort to jump back across, I'm like you said, let's hope that Harriman maintains that title. I'm sure they're going to wait to make sure that everything is clear as we get ready to move on to our girls' version of the 4 by mile.
We had an NCAA title stripped away from Doris Lemdole in the 5K for stepping on the inside line. We will see what the New Balance Nationals officials team yields for Harriman as we pivot to the first of 2 sections for the girls' championship 4 by mile. We've got Sailor Track Club, Guilderland Track Club, Charlotte Country Day, Freehold Township, Bishop Watterson, the Hunterdon Lions, Kingsway Regional, whole lot of New Jersey presence here, Hereford Track Club, Dog Pound Track Club, Jaguar Elite, and the Tech. So first 2 sections, a couple of scratches. So we got a field of 11, not too crowded. They'll get their own alleys until the top of this stretch. So around a 200 meter, if not 150 meter waterfall. They are now even. And right there on the inside is Emma Stein of Jaguar Elite. So looking at what she and her squad bring, Emma Stein, just a freshman from Glen Allen in Virginia. Let's see just what she's got in store here. The Jaguars of Glen Allen leading through the first lap of 4 on their first of 4 legs, as they've got plenty of company. You see the Patriots on their outside, and many, many others. Full field still in it. That's what we love to see, as we have got Michael Twist with Harriman. They've been confirmed your winners of the championship 4 by mile. Twist, take it away.
I'm here with our champions, Harriman. You guys warmed up a little early today. How do you recover from that and make sure that you're ready to go?
Coach has a lot of confidence in us, and so he knows that if something goes wrong, just relax. It's going to be okay, because he has so much faith in us and we have faith in each other that we're just out here to compete, whether circumstances are with us or against us.
Absolutely. And you said you came out here to prove something. What did you want to prove here today?
Well, we came here to prove that we're more than just a team of one. We're a deep team, and we're probably the deepest team in the nation right now.
Absolutely. One of the deepest teams in the nation. You're a senior. You're passing off the legacy to our junior. How do you instill that legacy in the underclassmen?
By keeping a great mindset and also keep moving on. And there's always room for comeback.
Absolutely. Always room for a comeback. And how are you going to continue that legacy next year without these 3 guys?
I think that we still have a great team, even with all the amazing seasons that we have leaving off to college. I think next year we'll continue to build. I mean, last year, I think a lot of people thought that Harriman was done. Their seniors were out, and they weren't going to be much, and we came back and proved them wrong.
Never count out Harriman. They'll be back next year. Harriman, your 4 by mile national champions.
So a delayed warm-up for the Harriman boys. In fact, a premature warm-up. They warmed up a little bit more in advance than they would have liked. But no matter, they are national champions, surviving a near trip and tumble by Trevin Lounsbury on the final turn. He stays upright and stays on top. And now on top, we've got another freshman on the lead. This is Scarlett Prendergast of North Hunterdon. She leads for the Lions in that pink top, followed by her fellow freshman Emma Stein, who is the early leader for Jaguar. Freehold Township, also from New Jersey, in that hit number 5. They're moving on the outside. They've got Olana Sirna scheduled to lead them off, and she is showing to the form, moving on the outside with 1 lap to go. But Stein, with an even more powerful surge, will take the front. Charlotte Country Day has moved into second. We got North Carolina in the building as well. So it's all the Mid-Atlantic states or the northern fringes of the southeast, whichever way you want to geographize them. They are showing out very strong. Emma Stein, a 5:05 1,600-meter performer. She ran that in her season opener here in outdoors and has been able to stay in sub 5:10 shape ever since, placing 5th at the Class 5 state championships in 5:09.04. She was also the second place finisher in the 3,200 meters, so you know she's got some strength to commit to a move like this. Emma Stein of Jaguar Elite and Sam Vanderhave of Charlotte Country Day. A nice opening pass in the mid-5 for our leaders. Jaguar Elite, Charlotte Country Day, Guilderland passing into second. Braylon Cornell to Danny Kozier for the team from upstate New York.
5:15 for that opening mile there for Stein. 5:16 for Vanderhaaf from Charlotte Country Day. So strong opening legs here.
Just keep in mind that we got started in the early stages of morning with the heptathlon hurdles at 9 a.m. and we are over 11 hours into our day, and it has absolutely flown by. And you can imagine being in these ladies' shoes, knowing that they would have to wait all day to run. The time has arrived in the blink of an eye.
Well, I tell you what, time flies when you're working with such great talent as Gambaro here. So I've enjoyed every minute of it. We still got a couple more races, this one to finish, and then our championship seeded section of our girls 4x-mile coming up after this. But meanwhile, on the track, Jaguar Elite out to the early lead there after Emma Stein. This is Pardue from Jaguar Elite trying to maintain this dominance with a chase pack of about 3, 4, 5, 6 athletes about 10 or 15 meters behind.
The Hunterdon Lions move their way back up into second from New Jersey, Sophie Nash. But now, here comes Dog Pound Track Club, Alexa Bergeson, moving her team up from 5th place at the Exchange all the way up into second. Nice moves. Alexa Bergeson, another Virginian representative here. She comes from Westfield in Chantilly, Virginia. So we got Virginia in the top 2 spots of this 4x-mile right now. And you got to love a race like this at the high school level, because once these ladies go on to college, there are very few, even fewer than men, opportunities to run this distance. Only one that I could think of is a 4x16 or a 4x15 at the Colonial Relays at William and Mary. But either way, nice to see them get this chance with their teammates for the girls' high school 4x-mile.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, once they get to that collegiate level, they're going to focus on their main event, what they were brought into that university for, and not get too many opportunities for relays, possibly a DMR here and there. But at this distance, it's rare, so you need to take advantage of it as these athletes now start to pull back McKenna Pardue from Jaguar Elite to make sure that Jaguar doesn't run away with this thing.
So Jaguar opened with freshman Emma Stein. Now they've got sophomore McKenna Pardue. She's run 5:15 at her best, so if she can replicate anywhere near what her teammate did, then that would be some good even pacing. But Hunterdon, there's Sophie Nash. We mentioned her having positioned her team well. She is in third with Freehold Township. The Patriots coming on the outside. More nice runs by the Jersey girls. This is Natalie Briggs to the lead.
Looks like she's just going to hold on to that shoulder there of Pardue, at least initially. So they're almost kind of running side by side here going into this turn. But it just kind of looks like Briggs is waiting to pounce here in her leg here, her second leg of the girls 4x-mile here. Heat 1 of 2 with our championship seeded section still to come after this. And Briggs does take that lead and does not want to look back, as she will look to set up Freehold Township into that third leg.
Also moving very nicely, you look at Gilderland in the black kit. That's Danica Kosher, a freshman who's been really working on all ends of her range. I remember there were a couple of times at local dual meets that I had announced in upstate New York where she would run a U.S. number 1 7th grade 3K in the low 11 minutes range, but she's even dropped down to run some 400s. At her sectional championship, she ran a 61 off of a standing start in lane number 1, need I add. So she's got speed, she's got range. She broke 5 in the 1500 this season, so not a bad chaser to have. But Natalie Briggs, 452 is her 1500 meter PR, and up to the 1600, she's at 5:09.93. So only the second sub 510er that we've mentioned in this entire crop thus far, trying to stay away from Pardue at all costs.
Let's see what Briggs can split here as she gets ready to hand off to Ariella Williams for this third leg in Heat 1. She's got a nice strong lead there over Pardue. Pardue has not really let up very much. Still kept her Jaguar Elite in the mix here, but other runners now coming into the mix here at the exchange.
What a finish by Charlotte Country Days. Harless Lane, the team that had initially taken the stick in second, finds itself back right there. Maybe despite holding it for a bare minimum of that leg, they are right back where they started from. Now on to the back half of this race.
Now on the back stretch here, Ariella Williams still holding on to that lead of about 15, going on 20 meters there. Jaguar Elite now back in third. Charlotte Country Day, Harper Schwartz, the one to try to chase down Williams here in the lead in the early stages of the third leg.
Ariella Williams from Freehold Township. We've been talking a little bit about some of our schools in their entrenched distance depth. I remember just a few moons ago, Freehold produced a Meet of Champions winner, Emma Zawatsky, top recent New Jersey grad, now running with the Georgetown Hoyas. But look at this, Charlotte Country Day. Harper Schwartz is up into the lead, and she is instantly taking that inside rail. She wants to run as close to 1,609 meters as possible, and that is the easiest way to do it.
Finley Beek, Jaguar Elite, trying to make sure that she tries to go with Schwartz. She's at least going to get up on the shoulder there of Williams and try to at least stay in contact, but she's got to keep an eye on Schwartz there up in the lead and make sure that she doesn't get too far ahead here in the remaining laps of this third leg. Always got to set up your anchor leg in a decent position. Don't want to have them expend everything, especially day one of 4 days of a national championship with athletes running multiple events. You want to make sure that if that anchor leg is one of those athletes running multiple races afterwards, that they don't have to overexpend themselves to try to get back into the race or necessarily win the race. But Schwartz here getting a little bit of breathing room as she comes down the home stretch here.
You could almost sense that she wanted to eliminate the noise of her competitors' footsteps when she made that surge to pull ahead by 20 meters as she has. A nice response by the trailers, Jaguar with Finley Beek, and now Tegan Davis, the sophomore of Guilderland. She's gotten close to breaking 10 minutes in the 3K at her lifetime bests. I remember when she was just getting started, she'd have to settle for some county wins in the JV races and such, but now that she is fully immersed in her high school career, she has really blossomed for the team known as the Lady Dutch. 10:13.19 her outdoor PR over the 3K, and 10:09.62 over the same distance indoors. Great strength.
So Davis there now a little bit in no man's land, or I should say no person's land, to be correct. But Schwartz now still with a commanding lead here, and it seems like she's gaining about 3 or 4 meters every lap. And there's only so much that Davis is going to be able to do to get back into this as Schwartz comes around to get ready for her bell lap of her third leg.
Harper Schwartz, 4th in the 800 and 3rd in the 1600 meters at her CISAA Conference Championship down in North Carolina in Concord. She boasts her PR of 5:12.65 from there, which is a couple seconds quicker than Tegan Davis' 5:14 PR from the Glenn D. Laux games in White Plains, New York. We'll see if that gap can grow by that much. Davis has done a good job to move her team back up into second, the highest they've been placed all race, as we see some more moves coming from the back. That's Liliana McMinn of Kingsway Regional wearing hit number 9. She moved all the way up from 8th of the exchange to 3rd for the Jersey girls.
Not quite seeing the move there from Davis. Right now, all we can see is Schwartz there in our camera view. But Davis is starting to fall back behind as Schwartz is powering down here.
Like you said, that's that no person's lane that you enter when you make a move that Tegan Davis tried very hard to. And the best you can do if you're her, just get home. Just get home to your anchor woman.
Give her at least a somewhat of a shot as Schwartz is powering down off of this final turn here into the home stretch.
And she is about to hand it off to one of only 2 women to finish ahead of her at her conference championships, her teammate, Mary Reinhardt, whom we saw earlier in that 800 for her anchor of the SMR, and she went out brilliantly. So brave did Mary Reinhardt. Really attacked her PR of 2:17.95 and ended up finishing despite getting passed in a 2:16 split. So could she be after another solid time for Charlotte Country Days hopes?
So 5:19 for Schwartz, 5:24 for Tegan Davis. So it's all going to be Julia Beyer that's going to have the job to try to run down Mary Reinhardt. You don't want to do it too soon. You need to be patient. It's 4 laps. You can't do it all in. No matter how badly you want to get up on that shoulder, you don't want to do it too soon. And Beyer is making some big moves and has cut down that lead from Reinhardt significantly, but at what cost later on in this leg? Reinhardt could just be in kind of cruise mode. Once Beyer seemingly gets up on her shoulder, that's where Reinhardt might just have to go, okay, you know what, you want to race? Let's race.
At the same time, you consider Julia Beyer, she's definitely fresher entering this race, but we will remain open as far as those questions. So, Gilderland into the front.
Beyer passes Reinhardt without any reaction from Mary Reinhardt.
Wow. You look at the split that Julia Beyer went out in for Gilderland. It was around a 72 for the first 409 meters, so she went even quicker on that first even quarter mile. This is very audacious by the junior from Gilderland, who's really been a fighter for their relay team. I've gotten to witness them place numerous times at state championships. They were 3rd at New York last week in the 4x8. And the year before, she had to deal with a fall on the opening lap as the leadoff leg. Just imagine the weight that race had on her shoulders. And to return to the aggressive starter that she's always been, it's a mark of her character and a testament to the athlete she is.
Yeah, she's established a solid lead here. Reinhardt is going to have to make a move soon if she has it in her, because right now Julia Beyer is pulling away here for Gilderland. It's just going to be a matter of what that opening lap and a half has done to her, and if she can maintain and hold on here in the final lap and a half. Final 2 laps, I should say.
So let's check the gap here as they come to the finish line, just beneath 18:45 for Julia Beyer and just outside of 8:50 for Mary Reinhardt of Charlotte Country Day.
Solid 5-second lead. We'll keep an eye on that to see if it's Reinhardt making any sort of move or if it's just Beyer there out in front maintaining that lead.
Let's keep our eyes out for Avery Carlson of the Jaguar Elite team from Glen Allen, Virginia. She's in 3rd in the golden kit right there, very right of your screen. Let's see just what she's got to offer. Still with a lot of ground to close on the ladies in front of her in just the first of 2 heats of the championship 4x mile.
Carson looks good there in third. She's definitely going to have her sights set on Beyer. On Reinhardt.
Maybe long term for Beyer.
Yeah. Definitely for Reinhardt, she's going to have those sights set out. But Beyer still with a very solid lead out in front, has extended that lead now. As soon as she comes back around here, I would imagine this is going to be up to about 7 seconds, maybe 8 on Reinhardt.
And Julia Beyer, I love what she did on that second lap, really settling down the pace, probably being aware that nobody would have an instant response to her insurgence. Also that she could give herself the cushion for this final lap. That was an 83-second go around right there. With her abilities as a 4:45, 1,500-meter runner, that's not going to take all of the wheels out of her now.
No.
It's up to her to determine just how much she's got left. She had many dual meets with her fellow mid-distance teammates, ran some 4x4s to work on some of that speed, and got pretty close to 60 seconds on some splits. She's a 2:18 raw 800 performer, and so Julia Beyer is going to look to open it up down this final backstretch and bring Guilderland Track Club home for the Heat 1 win.
Yeah, with the lap to go, she'd increased her lead to 7 seconds. It looks more like probably 8 to 9 seconds, but it's Carson now. Like I mentioned before, with sights set on Reinhardt, and she does go around Reinhardt to establish that second position, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough to catch Julia Beyer from Guilderland. So wonderful final 2 legs there for Guilderland to go from deep in the field.
That next 2 is really racing each other, so you definitely got to like their odds as far as gaining and putting together a strong close. But like you said, Mark, Julia Beyer solidifies it for the Lady Dutch of Guilderland. Going to come home in a very solid anchor leg. Julia Beyer with a 5:13.21, looking at her lifetime bests on the number boards. 5:13.39 is her lifetime best 1,600 meters. So a huge